Hello, hello. Welcome in to I Made a Mistake. Thank you for the pet. Also, I'm sorry you can see my entire Steam screen instead of the game because once again, Steam was like, not Steam, OBS was like, hey, I'm not gonna recognize the game today. I recognize it every other time you play, but I'm not gonna recognize it today because fuck you. That's why. Which I can usually fix by just restarting OBS. But I didn't check to see if it would recognize the game before starting stream, and I was like, nah, okay, sure, that's okay. I'll just I'll just have to deal with it the same way I usually do whenever I play a game that for some reason doesn't get recognized by OBS. Anyway. Welcome back. Oh, excuse me. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you had a nice Sunday so far. We're starting an hour early. Because I was like, you know what? Why not? What's stopping me from just starting stream earlier? And because I just know the game is going to give us so many things again that I will feel like it's never a good point to stop at. So here we are. Oh my god, we are finally getting started with the route where we are a wolf. Finally, a wolf. Which is the last route when it comes to getting more information. And then apparently, like once we finish this one, it's going to be the final showdown and the truth and stuff. So technically, I guess there's four routes, if you would like to call it that. All you did today so far was watching anime. Honestly, good. You definitely did more with your day than I did. Because I definitely fucked over my sleep schedule. Like, for real. You know how yesterday I only got up at like sometime after 2 p.m.? Today I only woke up at 3 p.m. I've been awake for 3 hours. I have not done anything. I don't know. I ate a little bit. I ate the rest of some other stuff that I had to like finish, but that's it. That's all I've done, which is also why I thought to myself, you know what? Stream now. You also woke up at 3. Okay. Thank you for the time, Barry. Good evening. This is good. This is great. I cannot wait to get my body back into a normal sleep schedule. Jesus Christ. But yeah, time to become a wolves. My body hurt. Familiar sensation made me open my eyes slightly. I saw the bright but shabby inside of the prefab. Through the dirty curtainless window, I saw the mist outside. This was reality, wasn't it? I lifted my upper body, turned a bit, moved my head, pinched my cheek. It all felt real. I then tried to stand, and I could. Looking at 3 and almost crying from 2 enemies. Oh no! Wait, what are you watching? I know you're definitely watching more of the seasonal stuff than I am. But what are you watching that made you cry? Or almost cry? Looking at my phone, which was about to run out since this place had no electricity, I saw the correct date and that it was 8 o'clock. I'd slept in pretty late. Remembering something, I lifted the bottom of my shirt and looked at my stomach. What I saw made me freeze. Dun, 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 dun. The Lord of the Hunt, the Wolf, slay all the Yomibito, cleanse and purify, or die. It wasn't a dream, or was it? Cleanse, purify, dream. Trigun and Handyman's. Oh! I'm not up to date with Trigun. Because I'm watching Trigun with friends. And with me fucking up my sleep schedule this entire week, I haven't been able to like work out a time where we can all sit down to watch anime. But oh no, you're telling me you almost cried at the news Trigon? Ooh, now I'm scared. Handyman Saito I have not looked at all. Rita Shinai told the real story through dreams, making the people of Yasumizu change drastically. They went from those who hunted wolves to those who hunted humans. It wasn't clear which side was right. I didn't even know if there was a right side to this. But I didn't feel much. I didn't get any sort of hatred for the humans or motivation to kill. The first time, Yasunaga-kun, Tai-san, and Haru-chan all had some sort of cold, calm anger toward the humans. Also, Barry, I'm so sorry. I wanted to tell you that I'm starting stream. You're here now, but I'm sorry. Last time Chiemi had said that she was intent on killing me from the start. As for Mochi, my first impression of him was weird but harmless kid, and that somehow became insane killer. Hoping to get a few episodes ago went full on action and feels. Damn, okay. Yeah, I'm a little like I need a good reason to really get started on isekai stuff. Like unless someone tells me like, oh, I don't know, I read the original. Like if it's based on a manga or light novel and they tell me, oh, it's good, it's genuinely good, I will try. But otherwise, like I read something in another world, I'm like, okay, bye. The isekai, there are genuinely good isekais out there, but you had notifications on so you wouldn't forget. Oh, I'm sorry though. However, she'd also said that she was struggling, and it didn't sound like it had anything to do with what she wanted. Regardless of what you were like before, you became a wolf by getting the wolf as your guardian. What was Mamiya-san like in that regard? She had worked as a wolf, but that was either just to survive or because she was urged by Chiemi. There was no zeal or loyalty there, so she ended up being silenced. That meant that the real story only worked on the people of Yasumizu. That was the only way things made sense. But if that dreamlike experience was true, then this time the wolves were Haru-chan, Kaori-san, and I, right? That's fucked up, by the way. Like, Kaori Oribe has been a wolf in so much shit all the time, and this time around she's a wolf? Oh god, oh no, I wonder who we're gonna kill. I'd seen them in the mist and red light, and they certainly didn't look right. I wasn't sure if it was actually a matter of sanity, but they just accepted the event as natural. A change born from the real story, an event set up from the start. No, I also had to consider the possibility that it was just a dream, and that me being chosen as a wolf had nothing to do with it. Still couldn't be sure if there were the other wolves. I absolutely couldn't just go to the dining hall and ask him if there were. I had to wait until tonight. Suddenly... Oh, they're coming to check up on me! Someone knocked on my door. I quickly wiped off the bloody guardian mark on my stomach. It was dry, so it came off easily. I washed my hands in a bucket and unlocked the door. Hey! I saw Takumi-san armed with a farming tool, and Chiemi, who was so happy about my survival she had tears in her eyes. The fact that she was the same person as that vicious mass murderer made it difficult to be happy about his development. This was an act. This reminded me that she herself had told me I had a bad eye for women. You do! You do! Without any of that, she really seemed like nothing but a gentle, cute young woman. Who also knows how to handle a gun. We carefully walked through the mist. Oh. Yet. Good.
もうみんないるんだ。
うん、食堂に。ごめん、春明さんを迎えに行くの遅くなっちゃって。
みんな霧が出てパニクってんだ。
It's
後回し
okay.
にして悪かったな。
I'd kill all of you guys this time around anyway. Of course they come for me last. I was at the bottom of the totem pole here. And despite that, I was a wolf. Crap. How was I supposed to survive Kanza-san's Can You Just Die today? Hold on. What was I thinking? Was I actually gonna fulfill my role as a wolf? Yes. I would actually recreate those awful piles of corpses. I didn't want to do that. I wasn't beholden to some weird legend. There was no need for me to play along with this insanity. Honestly, I could just reveal who the wolves were on the first day. That could keep the sacrifices minimal, and no, that would result in my own death. I had to think carefully. I had to survive. I had to survive and escape the loop. This wasn't a matter of just leaving Yasumiso Futsuyoshi. I'd actually ended the feast once and escaped, yet the death loop still continued. Hell, the feast of the Yomi Perch and the general mystery surrounding Futsuyoshi still wasn't over. Honestly, I had no confidence if I had been of the right mind when I decided to actually move to Futsuyoshi. It felt like all the characters and stage props here were gathered to bring about nothing but tragedy. Until I'd solved all the mysteries here, the supernatural forces here would continue to terrorize me no matter how far I ran. There was the possibility that surviving as a wolf would solve everything, though that wasn't a pleasant thought. Perhaps I'd come back to life, returned from Yomi over and over because of the local Yomi inhabitants, so in order to solve this I had to become a wolf and kill them all. Right. This could be the right path. My guide, not even a full 2 minutes ago. Oh, I'll never succumb to this weird legend. I would never kill people. Maybe this is the right path. Good evening. What's going?
春明さん？
どうしたの？
どうしたの？難しい顔して。
ちょっといろいろ不安で、これでも結構怖がりなんだ。
無理はねえよ。
Would I have to kill them
お
too?
前、血とか平気か？
どうしてです？
人は死んでないけど、ちょっとね。
The expressions turned dark. I saw the plaza.
狼様は3人おる。
Just like last time, Tai Yamawaki-san was at the Okiba with 3 Yomatsu Okami symbols painted on it.
どういうことです？
後で教えてあげるからね。
The exchange was exactly as I remembered. I still knew about all this, so I had to be careful to stay in character. I couldn't forget that just about everyone here at the first feast today. They didn't have the knowledge or experience, and no one had killed anyone yet. If I went and said something weird, they'd suspect me, so I had to act like a confused newbie. As I approached the plaza, I noticed a strange stank. Oh, you know what I also find interesting? How he's talking about... It feels like there's like props set in place, like everyone is acting out what they're doing, but he's a really good actor. Like, did he ever say what his actual job is? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he ever actually outright said what his job is, but whatever he does, he's really good at, like, pretending to act a certain way. Like, even when just interacting with the other characters. I mean, granted, this time around, he apparently is going to be, like, what was it? Last time we were Piss Man, and this time we're Andy Man because we got our pants pulled down. But even so, the way he just switches up how he acts toward characters in the different routes, it's interesting to see. You're going so early to get in, and then this hi. You know, we're gonna be here for a while yet again today. I was like, yeah, I can just start a little early. As I approached the plaza, I noticed a strange scent. Though it resembled the smell of death, I was now intimately familiar with. This one felt more beastly.
何があるの？この先。
見ない方がいいよ。
I disregarded her warning and headed toward the source of the smell. Huh. There was a pile of corpses in the middle of the plaza, though they weren't human. From what I could tell, they were the remains of mid-sized four-legged beasts. They looked like dogs, but the bodies were in such a terrible shape I wouldn't have been able to tell if they were foxes, tanuki, or wolves instead. Some had their limbs or heads removed, and a lot were just cut up really badly. Bloody fur, eyes open so wide you'd think they'd fall out. If I had to guess, there were at least 20 of these here in this pile. It was about as tall as the back of a smaller adult. It reeked badly, but more than that, it was just disturbing. Crimson fur, countless fangs, claws, eyes. It seemed like an original idea for a fantasy monster. Indeed, monster was very apt. It was almost a monument dedicated to the Yomatsu Okami. Perhaps this was the example this time.
絶対触んなよ。
The fuck?
後で全部皿長にして
That's a first. I wasn't planning on touching it. It was basically a heap of potential diseases. Wouldn't dumping it in a river be illegal though? Ah, screw it. This wasn't the time to worry about stuff like that.
春明さん、意外と平気？
まあ、犬の死体とかは街でも見るし、これが人間だったらどうなったかわからないけど。
It probably wouldn't affect me much at this point, to be honest. I'd seen too many horrible human corpses. Yeah, and you're going to be responsible for a few more! Outside the dining hall, there was Kanzo Makishimashi, gun in hand. Along with him was...
久石君。
Oh, hi!
おはよ
Did you look at that? They're both alive this time. At the entrance, there were Mamiya-san, who looked uneasy, and Hashimoto-san, who looked strangely composed. After greeting them, I went inside.
久石春明さんも無事でした。
これで全員だな。
まあ、よかったわ。
I looked around and, yeah, everyone was here. A total of 16. What a party. At one seat, there was Haru-chan. Her face was pale, and her two friends were seated next to her.
ここにいたら安全だから。
ご飯食べれそう？
無理。
She'd hated the mist before, but this time it seemed even worse. She also made herself as small as possible, and it felt like she was averse to their care. It seemed like a mixture of her fear of the mist and the rejection of the villagers she'd had as a badger.
というか、休みずで一番怖がりなんだよね、はるちゃん。
Scaredy cat.
昔話の汚れとか、昔からすごく怖がってたし、だから、はるちゃんが狼でも、誰も殺したりできないと思うんだな。
I wouldn't be so sure about that. A girl who was afraid of the corruption. It had started 8 years ago when she tried to visit Yasumisa when it was covered in mist and saw something. It had to be it. The idea or certainty that the people around her were Yomibito had to scare her pretty badly. Maybe she really was a wolf. Cody-san, on the other hand, looked okay. The thought came too soon. A moment later, I heard a crash from behind the counter.
ごめんなさい。片付けるわ。
あ、僕がやります。というか、下働きなのに手伝いもせずすみません。
All right. Without waiting for a response, I hurried behind the counter. There was broken porcelain on the floor along with some rice and soup. The same food as last loot, basically. I already knew what was here in the kitchen, so I wetted a cloth, wrung it out, and started wiping it up. What was where? Then I spread out a newspaper and collected the porcelain. Suddenly I felt something touch my upper arm. I turned around and saw Cody-san crouching and staring at the floor with a pale expression. She was shaking. I could tell from her touch. There were tears in her eyes, and her half-open mouth made her look like she was about to sob. Her whole body was basically saying that she couldn't bear this.
香織さんは気分が悪いみたいだ。ちょっといいかな、安永くん、吉嗣くん。
え、母さん大丈夫？具合悪いのに無理してんじゃねえよ。
As I helped her get up the stairs, Cody-san looked at me with eyes that seemed both pleading and scornful. It felt like she was asking if she really had to kill these wonderful children with her own hands. This mission was too much for her to bear, and from what I could tell, she wanted to share the burden with me to make it easier for herself. It was safe to assume that the dreamlike experience had, indeed, showed me the other wolves. Calm down. Though it seemed pretty conclusive to me, this was just day one. We had the mist, the wolf symbols, and the pile of dog corpses, so it wasn't weird for a sensitive woman to become a bit sick. Even Chiemi and Hisako-san didn't look so good. The only ones who were clearly okay were Rikako-san, who looked like a no mask most of the time, and Meiko, who probably had her eyes hidden. So as long as they didn't act any more suspicious, it was all good.
配膳は僕の方でします。近持くん、君の後ろにある棚から丼を一つ持ってきてくれないか？
おお、すでに置き場を熟知してるとは。だが、僕のことはモッチーと呼ぶがよい。
I might have been the one in trouble there. I told him to call me Hassan and decided that I had to act more ignorant of things. After we ate, I pretended to be busy in the kitchen. Chimi and Rikako-san looked like they wanted to talk, but I avoided them because I felt like I might accidentally spill the beans to them. Of course, we had to wait until Takumi-san and the Oribe brothers cleaned up the plaza, and I had tons of things to watch. Last time, the feast began at about 9, but now that Cody-san had gone to bed for a second time, it would have to happen later. It didn't show any signs of starting even at noon, so we had lunch.
獅子肉使わなきゃね。私切るよ。
てめえ釜で米炊けんのかよ。仕方ねえな。やってやっから。
I got some unexpected help, so I ended up having only to cut the veggies and add spice. We ended up with lots of decent rice and pork soup. Or soup. And I expected Yoshitsugu-kun to know how to boil rice. He probably helped the Cody-san a lot.
はるちゃん、食べられそう。
食べるわよ。あと、慣れ慣れしく下の名前で呼ばないでほしい。
失礼いたしました、お嬢様。
やめてよ。パンツも。
Yeah, Andyman, okay. I hadn't accepted that name, but trying to resist it would have probably made her antagonistic toward me, so I just laughed it out. No long pork. No.
心配かけてごめんなさい。いい匂いね。誰がしてくれたの？
千恵美と吉次くんの手伝いのもと、だいたい春明さんが。
まあ、吉次もありがとうね。
飯炊いただけだっつうの。
食べられそうですか？
ええ、いただくわ。
Everyone noticed that her face was as pale as before, but no one pointed it out. Kanza-san was beginning to become irate, and it was clear we had to begin the feast soon.
これ食ったらやるか。
Everyone, even Kaori-san, understood what was going to happen. Now, 2 people didn't.
いや、上の道路が塞がってるのは分かりましたけど、
Jesus Christ.
下の沢を通れば出られるんじゃないんですか？
Excuse me.
下は危ないので
It's thank you.
気持ちはわかるのであえて試さずに救助を待つ方が良いのではないかね。
さっき芹沢さんは救助は来ないって言ってましたよ。一体何が起きてるんですか？
Yeah! Wouldn't you like to know?
まあまあ、おばあさん、いずれ説明はあるんですよね。
ええ、この後、宴の時に
I really wonder how it's going to go with him there, because he's an unknown at this point. We have no idea what he's going to act like.
今してくださいよ。妙なことに参加する気はないんですが。
ケイちゃん、まあまあ。
Mama. Hearing them talk made me nervous, but at least I kept everyone on their toes. Or was that a bad thing for us wolves? The only thing the humans could do against the wolves was lynch, so we had to keep the motivation to do that to a minimum. At the very least, that was relatively easy today, when no one had died so far. He's at least been implied to be as mentally stable as he is large, which is very... Yeah, I have a feeling that he's actually gonna fuck us over very easily. Because I cannot imagine us choosing to kill him really early on, because, like, he's the one thing that's definitely different. But if he makes our life hard, then Kanzumaki Shimashi would definitely insist we hang someone, and I had to somehow shoot him down. Of course, I had to avoid standing out in a way that would affect my chances further down the line. I mean, could hang someone who's not a wolf, but he's most likely going to go, hey, you were the outsider, so we're gonna hang you, wah wah wah. Oh, it could go down if you weren't for it, but the one who doesn't immediately die for once. Yeah, maybe. Dun, 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 dun. We all lined up and the elders went in first. They joined their hands and hid their faces. It was a unique sight, and once again I copied them. Like last time, I ended up at the lower end of the group, but the complete outsiders were below even me.
いいんですか？
Oh.
恥じゃないと邪魔くさいでしょ、僕。
Yeah. I couldn't give any strong agreement, so I just gave him a light in response. Ta-da! Now, that's all of them. That's a lot of people. Takumi and Kanzo are gonna die early just because they've been so present on all the others. Yeah, I think we should try and get rid of Kanzo. Last time he was a monkey, but this time we are the ones who want to get rid of the important humans that can easily influence the others. Sun declared the start of the feast, and Rikako-san handed out some divine sake.
しばらくはなさそうだよ。
He's right. Hashimoto-san drank 3 full cups without anyone urging him to, and Mamiya-san griped that he was drinking too much. He'd also had 3 more helpings of lunch. It was appropriate for someone his size, so I hadn't even commented on it. With him being the first to drink, the rest of us were a bit taken aback. When then Taya-san explained the legend and the feast. Well, we already know how that goes.
普通に犯罪行為ですよね。それ
A crime? Nah. I know what you mean. Cut off the chicken's head, watch it fly out of control. Yeah. Just like last time, after asking this and that, Mamiya-san eventually took that strong stance on the whole thing.
しかし、やらんと死ぬのはあたしらなのよ。
だからってそんな。
最後まで聞こう。意見を言う前に、まず聞くべき質問がたくさんできそうだ。
わかりました。
Mamiya-san still had a stern expression, but her cool temperament made her seem like a completely different person from last time. After that, Yasunaga couldn't point out things Taya-san missed, like the amount of people the wolves could kill, the extra info on the spider, and whether any of us were in a feast before. Then...
その過去というのはどうやって通知されるものでしょうか。
Hashimoto-san, who wasn't here last time, quickly pointed out more info that was missing. Hanzo-san then explained that they appeared in the stomach.
なるほど。だから体を吹かせるのが掟の一つなんでしょうかね。汗だくの肌には神様も触りたがらんと。
あんた、意外とよくしゃべるな。
ああ、失礼しました。仕事の時はああいう感じの方がやりやすいんで我慢してます。
He smiled, astonishing everyone yet again. At this point, all the rules except for the badger had been revealed.
なんか調子狂っちまったけどよ。どうすんだ？実際のところ、犬が何十匹か殺されただけで、人は死んでも。
Yeah, imagine if he was completely like freaking out like Mamiya-san already was. It's like, oh, like for one, it wouldn't fit like from what we saw him act like the very few times he was there. But also imagine 2 people being absolutely
こんなもん、上藤吉の誰かの嫌がらせじゃねえのかよ。昔はよくあったってばあちゃん言ってたろ。
That was news to me.
そりゃあ、あたしのおばあさんはね、よう上の人らがふざけて頼みずに獅子の血流したとか言って。
今はさすがに。
上藤吉の村民の大部分は安水のことを無視しているように見受けられる。一部の狩猟関係者は牧島勘蔵氏とつながりがあるが、彼らはむしろ畏敬しておりますからな。どうだか。
まあ今、新内さんのもとで狩りができるの勘蔵じいちゃんだけだもんね。
So they don't want to get on his bad side? That was some interesting info.
それはともかく、その通りで、今時安水に悪さしてやろうなんてのは、学校の子らか長者くらい。
And a jab towards the village heads.
またそうやって長者を不当に中傷するのかね。彼らもそんなに暇ではないのだよ。
不当かな。あの山祭りなんて安水に対するいじめ以外の何者でもないと思うけど。
ちなみに近持ちよ。
なんだろ
う。お前じゃないよな、このいたずら。
おお、あり得る。
It was.
しかし残念。いたずら犯として信用されてるのは嬉しいけど。
You slaughtered a bunch of dogs? Nah.
単純に無理だよね。あんだけ犬をいっぱい集めて殺すのって。
まあそうだよな。
まだ僕が野里だった時、誕生日にいっぱいモルモット買ってもらって池に沈めて遊んだことならある。
Okay?
何それ。
ああ、すいません。こういうやつなんです、モッチーは。
最低。
もうやんないよ。
殺すならネズミとかゴキブリにしてよ。
ネズミを殺すぞ。
I could tell that the weirdest here were making Mamiya-san uncomfortable, but Hashimoto-san was unfazed as always. I had a feeling that the new info I was hearing here came from the fact that no one had died, so tension levels were low.
とにかくどうすんだよ宴は。
よろしいかね。
He made the first move. I recalled hearing that Takumi-san was the one who moved first the very first time. He'd revealed that he was the snake. Last time one of the monkeys, Kanzo-san suggested that I die. The flow of events had changed, so maybe he didn't have the guardian this time. Perhaps it wasn't a good idea to decide who had and didn't have guardians based on that alone. Just adding Hashimoto-san had changed the course of discussion completely. And this time, Chimi was the girl that criticized Fujiyoshi with her city dweller mentality, basically bringing her back around to how she was in the first two. Last time, besides the strong words on day one, she stayed passive, only hesitantly making moral objections. By becoming a wolf, she greatly changed her approach to the feast. Now, there was Kionosuke. I'd expected him to suggest we use a popular vote, but...
私は彼に勇気ある代表者になってもらうのが良いと思うのだがね。
He said that, while pointing at me.
それは僕に死ねってことですか？
そんな言い方はしたくないが。
Ah!
君はそういう目的でここに来た。
So this time it's him, huh?
最初の一人というのは選びにくいものだよ。しかし、最初の一人がいてこそ、カラスの加護は名乗り出ることができる。
I didn't expect that idea to come from him. It was basically the same approach as Kanzo-san's. Hadn't he voted for me the first day too? Crap.
失礼ですが、ご自分で何をおっしゃってるか理解。
そうですよ。理由もなく他人に死んでくれとかよく言えますね。
言い出しっぺの法則ってのがあるってこないだテレビでやってたぞ。
Mochi never misses a chance to lay it on Kionosuke. She is so funny. If he was by himself, his suggestion would have no effect. However,
わしも野里の青秒炭に賛成する。
this agreement was bad news for me.
どういうこったおやっさん。
人ならば休みずのために。
Yeah, okay, we're back to this one.
わしもその気でおる。じゃがもうしばらくは宴の進め方を見てやらんといかん。
なんでてめえに見てもらわなきゃなんねんだよ。
わしはこれまでに一度読み意味の宴を生き延びてきた。
He was telling us now.
どうすればいいか必ずくくらねばならん。そして人をくくることを恐れれば人は植松の分けの。
Yeah, no, you guys are not hanging me. Shut the fuck up. Crap. Things are moving on just like last time. I played it off with some vague words back then, but would it work now?
ちょっと落ち着きましょう。こんな一方的な流れで誰かを殺すことを決めてしまうのは非常に危ない。肝臓さんが言うことは部分的にはわかりますが、万一肝臓さんが狼だった場合も同じ。
Yeah, this time I'm hoping at least he's not a monkey this time again, so he can just.
正論は
Oh,
狼にだって
like he's not safe
正しそうだからって飛びつくわけ
with having a guardian that guarantees that he's a human.
安永、そもそも何が正しいというの？くくらなきゃならないのはどうして？
タイバーの話じゃ、僕らは宴の外で人を殺すことを
I
禁じ
wonder
ら
if
れて
the monkeys are gonna come out
破れ
first
ば
first
汚れ
round.
で死ぬ。今ここに16人いて、13人が人、3人が狼。宴をやれば、たとえデタラメに1人殺していっても最終的に狼を殺しきれる可能性はある。でも宴をサボり続ければ狼は一晩に1人確実に殺せるから、13日後に必ず僕らは全滅する。ただ僕もわからない。この中に本当に狼がいたとして本当に人を殺す気なのかどうか。もしただ単に霧が出て誰かが悪質ないたずらをしてるだけってなら。
狼は
Of course, that's when he speaks up.
来るぞ。
Everyone was surprised that he suddenly began to speak. I was pretty used to it by now, though.
狼は言うてわかるようなもんじゃね。読みは山じゃ。ありゃ
He can actually talk full sentences. That's surprising. Yumi's the mountain. He says something of substance! Yeah!
山に味方もクソもあるもんか。山はの気まぐれでむごい。俺ら宴するしか。
Not much he said came as a surprise to me, but I sure didn't expect to hear it from him. I wasn't the only one. The weird way he presented it made most people here uneasy and maybe even scared.
ジジイも昔宴に出ておった。ボケてもその時のことは覚えとるんだろう。狼はくくる。
I still think it's surprising though that he managed to survive several feasts. Because I'm assuming that the reason he survived them so far is because the wolves never took priority to trying to get rid of him. And by the time, you know, the number of participants are already dwindling, they either got the wolves, so the humans won, he was still there, like he survived, or he was a wolf himself. And the wolves won. I mean, I don't know if any wolves won in previous feasts, we don't know that.
ちょっといいですか?
It's still weird though. Everyone looked at me with sharp eyes.
そのかつての読み意味の宴ではどうやって一人くくる人を選んだのですか?
一人一票で選んだ。
I guess this much. Apparently the popular vote was tradition at this
今
point.
回もそうすべきだと思いますか? 皆さんはどう思われます?
My question caused some whispers among the people.
そんなもんで決めていいのかよ。
多数決で選ばれたら文句言わずに死ななきゃならないなんて。
Between business stance on killing.
でも
Frankly, we know too little about previous feasts, like what happens to people who were wolves once the feast is over.
しっかり話し合って決めればいい。それで決まらねえならくくるべきじゃねえだろ。
Yeah, someone's gonna die tonight if we do that. Not that it would hurt me in this case, but
しかし全員一致などあるのかね。当の本人は同意することなどなかろう。
はーい。じゃあここでみんなのために死んでもいいよって人、挙手。
Jimmy had used this to gain everyone's trust. Ikaku-san had used this to convey to me that Mako had a guardian. Basically, it was just pure strategy. If they didn't need to take the risk this time, they simply wouldn't do it. That meant that it was likely that Mako didn't have a guardian this time. What was I to do here? I thought for a moment and concluded that if I raised my hand here, everyone would gladly hang me. No matter how kind-natured and reasonable they tried to appear, they actually didn't care much about me. Jimmy and Nikaku-san would value me more than most, but there was no arguing that they favored their own. I could totally imagine them prioritizing everyone else and tearfully voting for me. Otherwise, if my fate had already been decided at that point, they would vote for someone else to send them a message or keep them on a toast. It was definitely a dangerous situation for me. There was one way that might have been able... What? There was one way that might have been able to save me, though. I could do what I'd done last time, by sounding like I could be an asset to them and buy time for myself, and finally reveal that I had a guardian. I'd have to make sure the real one who said guardian was gone at that point, though. That meant using the time I had to find and kill them. Could I really do that?
誰もいないよ、匠に。
威勢のいいこと言っといて、てめえはどうなんだよ。
俺はまだ死ねない。
Oh?
あ、待って。一応注意。加護を持っている人は注意した方がいい。
どういうこと？兄ちゃん。
He went on to give his starting warning that those with guardians should keep their status hidden. However, it was better to go against that warning when the snake or crow found a wolf or when a fake appeared, and the monkeys were an exception to that. The explanation for the monkeys was the same as last time. The thing about the snake or the crow finding a wolf, as well as the appearance of a fake, weren't mentioned back then.
加護者は狙われやすいから黙ってた方がいい。でも、喋ると圧倒的に有利な場合や黙ると不利な場合は別。その基準としては、やはり偽物が現れた時と狼を見つけた時というのが分かりやすいと思う。
偽物なんて出てくるのか？
きっと出てくる。
Yasunaga-kun went and briefly explained that wolves had to actively lie to win. He also added that humans should avoid lying as much as possible.
宴のことで嘘をつくのは狼だけ。そうした方が後々困らない。と思うんだけど、肝臓さん。
今の説明で分かったもんはおるか。
This was the time. Kanzo-san and Yasunaga-kun spent a lot of the beginning last time fighting over the lead despite both being monkeys. With Haruchan and Tai-san's deaths, the one in charge ended up being Takumi-san. If Akami collected Takumi-san and ended up assisting Yasunaga-kun like last time, the wolves would be at a huge disadvantage. Now, if Kanzo-san ended up in charge and controlled the feast with an iron fist, the order would collapse, perhaps to our advantage. However, that would increase my chances of getting killed. I had to find a balance. I nonchalantly yet unhesitantly raised an arm. Few others followed my lead. Chimi, Rikaku-san, Kaori-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, Kinosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Mamiya-san, Hashimoto-san, Mochi. He backed down. Yasunaga-kun and everyone who raised their hands amounted to 12, clear majority. His polite, calm explanation bore fruit. But was Kanzo-san the type to back down in a situation like this? Ah, so he had conditions for his agreement.
どうせずっとダラダラ話してても決まらねえ。逆に話し合いで筋が立ってんなら多数決にしたってその結果が出るだけだろうがよ。
まあ、それも一理あるんだ。匠に、どうする？
わかった。
冗談きつい。
The bartering with Yasunaga-kun had made Takumi-san agree to something he'd been completely disapproving of. Shimi had realized that she had to accept it, so she'd given up on arguing and only complained. Kanzo-san had a tendency to strong-arm people to get what he wanted, but he was good at it.
で、だいぶ話がそれてたけどよ。
Hello?
妻子をくくろうってのか？
Things were looking bad for me. Suddenly I got help from where I last expected it.
今日はそのくくるでしたっけ？しなくてもいいんじゃないですか？
今日はというか、そもそもすべきじゃないと思いますけど。
もし殺さなきゃ殺されると明らかになったら僕は殺すよ。
Like said. His tone was calm, but his words were terrifying.
妻と娘が3人家で待ってるからね。
Mami-san's eyes widened. She must have realized just how serious he was.
前におっしゃってましたもんね。仕事で死ぬつもりはないって。
I assume many people would be like that though.
だから皆さんの話をじっくり聞かせてもらったんですけどね。多分先手を打って処刑を行うと狼側に殺戮の理由を与えることになるんじゃないですかね。
That was a general observation that no one argued against, probably because they didn't have a good comeback.
だいたいルールは飲み込めました。考えを言いたいですが、
Oh, he's gonna be hard to argue against.
どうも。間違えてたら君詳しそうだから指摘してくれるかな？
Formidable fool. Yeah.
あ、はい。
じゃあこの手続きでは高確率で5人以上の死人が出ますね。
そうですね。雲の加護によって守られない限りは。
つまり今誰かを処刑しようがしまいが夜に誰か死にますね。
そりゃそうだが。
しかし今日くくらねば狼は減ることなく宴は長引くのだがね。
それはおかしいですね。今日の処刑は明日カラスのカゴ車に名乗り出てもらうための処刑なんでしょう。狼は絶対出てこないと思われる。そりゃ
There's a, I don't know, it's a very slim chance, but there is a chance. I mean, assuming they go with us, they would, boom, immediately hit one wolf on the first night. It's not 1 in 16 because we have 3 wolves and I'm not good at math, but it's a very low chance they would get a wolf on the first try.
明日こう言われる。私がカラスのカゴ車です。昨日 処刑された不妻子さんは人でした。ヨシンバ、不妻子さんは狼でしたと来て、
3 and 16.
他に誰も名乗り出ないから信じてどうなる？
Yeah.
まだ14人残っていて、狼も2人残っている。
Oh god, he's also speaking math.
19% 弱から 14% 強に減ってる。思うに早かろうが遅かろうが勝負がつくのは人数がある程度減ってからなのは間違いない。だから今日一人何の確証もなく処刑するというのはどうかなと。
それはそうかもしれませんが。
それは詭弁だ。そうやってくくることがなければ人は絶対に勝てんのだぞ。
I want Kyonosuke to like continue insisting on hanging someone. Because maybe that way we can blame like the suspicions of him being a wolf. That sentence did not go where I wanted it to go, but like we can try and blame it on him. Like he's so insistent on hanging people. Maybe he wants to get rid of humans. Maybe he's a wolf.
その通り。ただ
Unless he once again comes up with a guardian, but I'm just gonna hope that none of the people who had guardians before are going to have them again, or at least have different ones this time.
とりあえずで誰かを処刑すれば狼側には本当に殺されるんだと殺戮を正当化させてしまいますよね。逆に向こうが先に攻撃してくれば人はその仇討ちを理由に団結できる。繰り返しますが今日の夜確実に誰か一人が死ぬんです。しかし今夜の被害者を狼の報復と捉えるか狼の卑劣な先制攻撃と捉えるかには処刑の有無が影響する。要は狼が本当に殺してからでないと僕らは強い心でもって誰かを処刑などできないってことです。まあこうやって牽制することで狼も躊躇して殺人をやめることを僕は期待してますが難しいのかな。
それは
無理よ。狼は
なるほど。ただそうだとしても被害がないのに
Yeah, usually you for some reason end up being the first. Well, no, you're not the wolf victim, you're just the victim of the corruption.
この状況でほぼ間違いなく狼ではない誰かに犠牲になってもらって今晩の一人に団結のための犠牲になってもらう方がまだマシだと思いますね。
He had a point. As a general rule, it was disadvantageous for the humans to waste an opportunity to lynch. However, making a preemptive attack when you had limited information and the chance of getting a wolf was low was extremely risky. Thus, it was a good option to prioritize emotional superiority and unity. Not many people could argue against this. Hashimoto-san was just too good of a speaker, the opposite of Kyonosuke. His suggestion was beneficial for the wolves too, but only for now. It would be far more difficult for us to kill someone tonight.
今聞いて僕も橋本さんのおっしゃることに一理あると思いました。実際まだお互いのことをよく知らない方が混じっている状況で誰か一人をすぐ殺してしまうのはもったいない。
それは私も思いました。おそらくですがこの読み意味の宴で最後にものを言うのは情報ですよね。
どういうことかな、Q ちゃん。
誰が誰の味方をしたか、誰がいつおかしなことを言ったか、そういう人が嘘をつけないルールにしたことで嘘を重ねていく狼はいつかボロを出す。そうやって狼を見つけてから 対処するのがきっと正しいですし、きっと一人の手がかりから全ての狼を明らかにするとか、そういうことも考えられるんじゃないかと。
なるほど、推理ってわけだ。そこまでうまくいくかはわかりませんが、狼を泳がせておいて情報を集め、後で特定することができれば、それ以降無駄な処刑を行わずに済むから、遅れを取り戻せるかもしれませんね。それに今夜何もわからないわけじゃない。ヘビは確実に誰か一人の正体を。
Oh man, I cannot wait to find out who everyone is this time around.
そうですね。誤ってヘビを処刑しないためにも、今日は見送るのがいいのかも。
He presented the likely disadvantages that could emerge and provided ways to turn them around. It was really effective. Mostly didn't want to kill anyone yet, but had to balance out the pros and cons of doing so. If they were told that the negatives could be made up for, they had no reason not to cling to that. I felt silent. Silent people were considered to be passive accomplices to the wolves. I had to say something.
確かに有効に思えます。ちょっと露骨な話ですが、もう一つ利点がある。
何かな？
狼側は当然優先的にカゴ者を殺したいわけですよね。しかし今日処刑を行えば、狼側がカゴ者を選ぶ選択肢を狭めることにもなります。特に本格的に容疑者に選ばれた人がカゴ者だったりすれば、その人は自分の正体を明かさざるを得なくなる。人は嘘をつかないし、狼は互いの正体を知ってるので、狼は確実にそれがカゴ者だとわかる。しかし現時点でカゴ者が名乗り出るメリットはゼロです。まだ誰も何もカゴによって情報を得ていないから。
ただ狼に殺されるだけ。
そう。
ふむ、確かだね。
もちろんカゴ者を引く可能性は低いですが、ただの人をくくってしまえばその分狼が殺す候補も減る。狼でない人は今13人。1人いなくなれば12人。ここから
母数が減ればそれだけカゴ者が当たる率が高い。
やっぱり初日にくくることは弊害が大きそうに思いますね。
Ooh. I actually thought that this way of handling the wolves was good for the humans. From what I could tell, Cody-san and Halchan would be found out sooner than later. I had my looping was generally a scumbag, so I wasn't as shaken by the situation as they were, but my situation wasn't exactly solid. I could fall into traps set by the humans too.
どう思う？匠に。
狼が絶対に殺すって前提で話が進んでるのが気に食わねえな。殺されないならこっちも殺さないってのはわかるな。おやっさんは？
狼は確かに殺す。
そうかもしれねえがよ。
が、でけえのの言うこともわかる。
Ooh. What?
今日くくるかくくらんかで票取れ。それで決まりゃ、それ植松の記録せ。
はい。
あ、忘れてた。君、猿は名乗り出ない理由がないって言ってたよね。
ええ。猿は相互証明できるから語られにくいし、それ以上の能力はないから狼にも狙われにくいから。
なるほど。というわけで僕は猿です。ちなみにもう一人の方はちょっと読みが分かりづらいのと漢字が潰れてて分かりづらかったけど。
鴨志田近持ちは僕だ。僕は猿だ。僕は猿だ。
These two a guarantee. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. That's not good.
僕は
何回言うのよ。
そっか、モッチーは猿だったんだ。
Pure relief. Yes, Nayakan was glad that his best friend was definitely not a wolf. Such behavior was a good way to guess whether someone was a wolf or not. Reactions were important.
橋本さんが親切ぶった狼じゃないってことが確かになったわけだが、改めて票取っていいか。 処刑を行うか違う。
今日くくるか死人が出るのを待ってくくるかよ。死人が出たらどうあっても一日一人くくる。そう約束せえ。
あ
あ。まあしょうがないんじゃない。一方的に殺され続けるなんて納得できないでしょ。
耐えばもええか。
そうね。
構わんのではないかね。
僕もいいです。
With no more counter arguments, we began the vote. The results came quick. The only ones who voted to hang someone today were the old wolf guy and Kanzashi. Everyone else chose to wait until the wolves made a move, so we didn't hang anyone today. The dining hall was a much more pleasant place than it was in the morning. Yasumizu was a place full of decent people who readily accepted the idea that they wouldn't have to kill anyone today. Same applied to the wolves, or so I thought, but it didn't look so good.
面白そうな学問だな。もうゼミには入ってるのかい？
ええ、君吉先生っていう方で。
君吉さん。一度ラサでたまたま出会った日本人が大学の先生で、そんなお名前だったような。
あ、その人ですよ。専門がシナチベット語族なんで、たびたび向こうに行ってるみたいです。
What a small world!
なるほど。世界は狭いね。
橋本さんや先生にとってはですよ。
Another reason was Hashimoto-san. Once he stopped being silent, he turned out to be extremely sociable and understanding. The dining hall would fall silent every now and then, so he walked around and talked to people, bolstering morale and seeming naturally suited to the role. He wasn't exactly a jokester, but everyone who talked to him seemed to be having fun. He'd even gotten a faint smile out of Haru-chan. I wasn't jealous or anything. I did wonder why Chimi hadn't told me much about her specialty. And honestly, I had no right to be jealous. I'd already used my looping to get together with 2 women. Yeah, my guy. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the pet, Nighter-chan. So hey, would you look at that? Stream Elements is once again working? No, doing what I did back then seemed to be the best thing to do in those situations, and putting Haru-chan aside for a moment, both Chimi and Dikaku-san were really charming. Chimi was a bit unhinged at her core, but Mitsushi wasn't all that different. Dikaku-san was fun, and her two-faced nature was kinda attractive to me, but, well, I really wasn't in a position to think about what came after the miscarriage. Okay.
あ、すみません。ちょっとこっちが立て込んでて。
すみません。失礼しました。
I was making dinner with Kaori-san. I'd invited her to do it so we would be well fed and ready for tomorrow. Of course, this was to distract her from reality. I didn't want her unpleasant nature to take over. 1 second. Suddenly doorbell. Yes, you're very right. Suddenly doorbell. Oh boy. Hold on. I didn't want her unpleasant nature to take over and make her throw in aconite into the food, so I took it upon myself to cut the veggies. As I worked, I watched what was going on at the dining hall. I could see most of the faces from the counter. Last time, the first day was relatively peaceful, but this day was even more relaxed. Tarzan's incessant prayers and Kanza-san's continual state of high alert made it a bit uncomfortable, but that was it. One reason for the good atmosphere here was the fact that no one had died yet, so it was still possible that it was just some sort of sick joke. Another reason was the presence of the one who died all the previous times, Hashimoto-san. He was a master at helping everyone lighten up. I could even include Mamiya-san as a reason. Hashimoto-san was alive and she wasn't a wolf this time, so she wasn't hysterical like in the previous loop. So she was writing something with a troubled frown on her face.
キューちゃんは取材のまとめかい？
記事にするかはわからないから、今のところはノーで。ただ、興味深いことは興味深いですね。
オカルト？
ええ。あまり日本的じゃないなと思いまして。
Oh, she explained that last time as well, didn't she?
ほう、それはちょっと興味あるな。
これ続けても大丈夫です？村の伝説に私なんかが講釈をして不快だったりしません？
どうかな？私は普通に興味ありますけど。
俺は別に興味ね
え。でも、
I don't give a damn, but I'm still gonna listen and probably comment on it anyway, because for some reason I need to say my thing. Anyway, wow, despite not giving a damn.
りっちゃんは一応こういうの担当でしょ？
I think Rik-chan is such a cute nickname, by the way.
いえ。シンジは身車家の役です。でも、そうですね。私も少し興味があります。
God, you just talk so fucking slow. Things were going just like they had last time. Everyone was interested in what she had to say, and she revealed her knowledge about god slang and servant worship. Susanoo beating Orochi, Aesop's fables, Yomotsu Okami Aka Izanami, and Tai-san became upset just like last time. The only difference was that I wasn't involved in the conversation.
OK です。ここまでにしましょう。ただ、ちょっと気になることが一つありまして。ここで歌われているわらべ歌みたいな歌について教えていただきたいんです。
Oh, she herself mentioned it, huh? It left with just about the same words as last time. Mamiya-san pointed out how the lyrics had a lot to do with the feast. She began questioning the parts she didn't understand, such as the badger, and Kyonosuke, among others, answered her.
興味深い話だけど。ムジナだけ今に残っていないのは不自然で気になるな。
The thing I pointed out last time was now pointed out by Hashimoto-san. He and Mamiya-san continued examining the relationship between prayer to Shinai and the feast. Ta-san mentioned that the badger was a servant of the Okami-sama, and that there was a statue in the Shinai shrine. He also talked about the late Gansan's words, the badger's waiting for the Okami-sama to return.
なんだかいる気がするな。ムジナはこの中に。
The badger's only gonna turn up sometime later, right? He raised the same suspicion as I had.
牧島さんが前の宴に参加してたってことなら、その源さんという
Like the wolves did tell us that they would send us a badger, right? Right?
その時にムジナが出てきたから、遠回しな言い方で警告を残したのかもしれない。
何ですそれ、橋本さん。推測ですよね。
そうだね。少し決め手にかけるかな。
Now it was time for something new. What if the badger was Yudai's reporter friend? Her, you mean? I mean, it could be. If we think about who has had guardians before now, though, like first time around, the badger seems to have been Haru. Second time around, who was the badger second time? Who was the badger last time? Do we even have one? The old man, maybe, right? Because why would the old man suddenly claim to be... what was it he claimed? We're not sure if he really was a badger or not.
Hashimoto-san, 私すごいことに気づいたかもしれ
Oh,
ません。
you started the badger, yeah. I'm just thinking. Because we have so many characters, right? We have so many, but... Mochi being someone who last time was a wolf and this time around is a monkey is the only person I can immediately think of that has had a role in multiple instances. I'm thinking maybe they'll give the badge to someone who did not have a role at all yet, but on the other hand, there's so many characters I cannot off the top of my head remember who was what.
何かな?
今更なんですが、神内明神の神内という名の由来ってどなたか
Time to make a list again. Yeah. I still have the old one here, but I have to write it down again. For the roles, I think. She's been curious about this in Kami Fujiyoshi too. What of it though?
Oh,
thank you for the non-binary.
という名らしいからね。猿が猿に、梨が梨に置き換わったのだろう。
Ah, yes. Words that are pronounced the exact same became something different. Still pronounced the exact same. I love kanji.
違いますよ、野里様。神内様は昔から神内様。明治の時に読めんからってお上が名前変えたと聞いてますよ。
逆か。
つまりもともと神内だった。山脇さん、その語源については
That sounds very funny to me though. It's like, oh, we're changing the name because it's hard to read. Like, what the fuck do you mean you're changing a name just because?
知りませんね。
多分これは漢字トリックです。
Every time I try to eat, the voice lines stop. But if Tai is the badger? But would we gain something from her being the badger? Like, she already was a wolf, and she, like, even when she was a wolf, she was really low-key. Mami-san ripped out a page from her notepad and put it on the table.
ないないの漢字は大と示すでなっています。
She wrote down the relevant kanji.
これを組み替えると
Game would want to make the game as hard as possible for you. She then wrote down the kanji for big, then show to the right of it, and shin to the right. The result was
神の武士は示す編。実際に旧字は神だし、つまりこれは狼。
Girl, I can't speak Japanese. I wish I could.
神内様イコール狼様ということじゃないでしょうか。
What?
バカなことを。
Tarzan shouted hysterically. You could hear in her voice that she was shaking up. Of course she would be. According to Yasumisa's legend, the humans and servants killed the wolves, the Okami-sama. However, it reinforced my theory. I had lots of clues that led me to think that Okami and Great Lord Shinai were one and the same. His use of the corruption was one thing. Another thing was the fact that he was neutral in the battle between humans and wolves, or Yomibito and wolves. Yet another thing was the local outlook on life and death. If people went to Yomi upon death, they would go there regardless if they were hanged or killed by wolves. That was why they said rise not. It meant go to Yomi and don't return. However, in the Shinai faith, the mountain was a place where corpses were buried, so it wasn't strange for it to be considered the same as the world of the dead. Okami means wolves, Okami-sama means wolf. I mean, yeah, but they're making this a little... By playing with kanji readings and where you place a kanji, making stuff mean something completely different is always... It's fun to read about, but it's like, damn, I wish I could see that myself as well. I was like, wow, okay, kanji, even more kanji.
根の国?
黄泉の別名よ。根の片す国とも言う。海の向こうにあるとも言うし、根の国に黄泉という場所があるとも言うけど。
Maybe I was reading into this too deeply, but Ninokuni, country of roots, gave me an image of the underground of a three-covered mountain.
待て待て、そりゃこじつけじゃねえのか。第一、 狼を隠す必要なんてどこにある？
それこそ大神神社と差別化を図ったのかもしれないし、神道に組み込むために難解にひねったのかもしれない。あるいは信仰を隠す必要があったとか。
信仰を隠すですか？
例えば狼様を大っぴらに信仰できないような状況があって、その信仰を隠す必要があるとき、別の信仰の形をとって信仰を守る。例えば江戸期のキリシタン禁止下におけるマリア観音とかね。それに神様の一の使いが神様本人と混同されるもまたよくあるわ。衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や神話はよそからの拝借だけじゃなく、政治的な要因も強く影響して変遷していくの。
I think she's so funny. Because first she was like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't want to make anyone upset with my stuff," and then she just starts going off and is like, "Oh, yeah, you know."
古代神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。
Oh. Ty's not gonna like this.
集落の合体によってそれぞれが報じていた
20 intelligence, but 1 wisdom because I don't care about y'all's feelings.
側の神様が古文や魔物に変えられたり、あるいはかつて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。そうや強力な神や悪魔ほど異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。忘れられた信仰がいくつもそこに融合されているの。
Really poorly min-maxed wizard. Oh, come on. I think she would do great in a proper setting.
今日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。だから多少の矛盾があるのは当然よ。だからもちろん真実はわからないけど、これで信頼モードの歌を読み解くとだいぶ意味が変わってきそう。何しろ歌には狼とお守りの対立関係が書かれてない。
She's coming dangerously close to like the real story though by doing this. That was true.
例えば狼イコール信内さんは未だに4つ、いや5つのお守りと友好的かつ絶対的な主従関係にあり、怪しい読み人と人間に吹き込み加護を与えることで相争わせているとかかしら。
She went that far with this audience?
すみません。
Yeah.
さすがにそこまでおっしゃられるとあまり愉快ではございません。
そうよ。よう知りもせんと。
Naturally, Rikaku-san and Tai-san had something to say about that.
これはすみません。僕らとしては伝説や神話に信憑性があると思ってるから、こうしていろいろ伺ってるの
They
です。
seem credible, and since we're now caught in some kind of death game, we might as well talk about it.
でなきゃ、そもそもこんなことに参加してもいないし、外に出るだの、警察に訴えるだの、騒いでいるでしょ
う。He's so real for that.
私がその役してますね、今。
芹沢さんは半信半疑ってところかな。実のところ今ここに完全に疑ってる人はいないと思いますよ。
And put blame on Tai and Dik-chan. I'm not sure if I want to risk killing her this early on though. Because what happens to Hashimoto then? If you kill his partner.
ムジナは伝説から抜け落ちかけていた。伝説も宴のルールも同じく口伝によって伝えられています。
Because I don't think he would go along the more emotional lines of, oh, we're both outsiders, we need to stick together. While she herself was definitely, if she hadn't been a wolf, I think she would have stuck with us more like, okay, we gotta we gotta work together, we're both outsiders, they're all against us.
一番怖いのは、伝承に詳しい山脇さんや植松さんが、ご失念されていることが他にないかということですね。
What happens if you kill anyone else, though, who is a friend or fam? Yeah, I'm not sure what we should do about Yasunaga-kun. Because having him around, he's really intelligent. Could mean trouble for us. We could also try to manipulate him to our advantage. But whatever we do, he's human. So he has to die at some point, but I don't know how Cody is gonna deal with that.
そんなものないとは確かに断じがたいですが。
So same with Kanzo-san, Kanzo-san, because of Haru.
植松様じゃが。
まあ、ただ話はそんなに難しくはないと思うんですよ。織部安永くん。
あ、はい。
僕らはさっき、人は嘘をつかないという方針を打ち出したけども、もし、人であるにもかかわらず、狼に組みする者、その人はきっと、狼様のために嘘をつくか、あるいは暴れた。
そうですね。ムジナがどうとかがなくても。
I like that we're getting the badger established for one reason or another, though. Because I really missed it in the first time around, though we didn't need it. That one's basically just like, you die no matter what you do anyway, so fuck off. Ah!
でも、それは。
嘘つきや暴れた奴は、たとえ人でも狼の味方。だから問答無用でくくればいい。そういうこったろ。
Yashitsugu-kun, who'd been sitting at the corner of the room and staring at a wall in boredom, suddenly spoke up. He wasn't wrong in the least, which was probably intended by Hashimoto-san.
どうやら本格的に後ろめたいことはしない方が良さそうですね。
Hello! You're not late, I'm just early.
それは
言われんでも、あたしたちは、これまで誠実に生きてきましたわいね。親内様はいつも見ておられる。
I think I said this before, but I would absolutely die in a setting like this. Like death game overall, yeah, but in a setting like this, especially with like local faith and everything. And right there's a lie, hang her! Hang her!
いいですね、素朴で。人間性にまっすぐ訴えるような信仰だ。
Hang her! Hang her! With that, I finally understood something. Yuda Hashimoto was the same type of person as me. He controlled people through speech and manipulated their emotions through words to put himself in an advantageous position. The difference between us was that his conscience, presence, and persuasiveness were far above mine, and he was a human, an enemy to us wolves. Haru-chan was in a seat Haru-chan was in a seat near Yasunagi-kun and Mochi's, not saying a word. Pretending to pick something up from the counter, I crouched down and looked at Kaori-san. With her back to everyone, she cut veggies, and though her expression wasn't as bad as before, it was still as full of anguish and unease. Time passed by as everyone chatted, ate a larger dinner than ever before, chatted a bit more, then split up. The only notable thing was the moment when Mamiya-san tried to ask Kanzo-san about the previous feast. Hashimoto-san stopped her, though. I noticed Haru-chan make a face, and a part of me was relieved by that. The previous feast took a parent, and it was the time she went into the mist and lived to tell the tale. It'd have been bad if she'd gone crazy again. Hashimoto-san seemed to have noticed that possibility, so he'd stopped Mamiya-san to prevent it. Was it really good to help him survive? A part of me actually believed that. Sure, without him I'd been a human and survived the feast, but it didn't solve anything. Becoming a wolf and making an enemy out of him was just an unfortunate side effect that came with letting him live, and I just had to accept that. After dinner, right when everyone was preparing to split up, Hashimoto-san whispered something to Takumi-san. Takumi-san's expression suddenly turned serious. Nah, we haven't killed anyone yet. Apparently Hashimoto-san had told him to should say something. Okay, and Takumi-san did exactly that.
俺たちは誰もくくらなかった。だから、この中に狼がいるとしても、今夜誰も殺さないことを俺は期待したい。
Yeah, no, if I do that, I get a bad ending. And a key, apparently, so...
そうすれば明日もくくらないで済む。
ありえん。
ああ、そうかもしれねえ。そうなったら、この中の誰かには明日の朝、もう会えねえことになる。これで、お別れになる。
Okay.
そのことは肝に銘じて、悔いのないよう、言いたいことは言っておけよ。
The bright mood suddenly changed. The mood turned heavy as everyone exchanged handshakes and gave their thanks to each other. She and me, Haru-chan, even Yoshitsugu-kun became teary-eyed as Kaori-san said these words to her sons. If I'm gone tomorrow, live strong, you two. She was a wolf, but her words were so honest that they both listened without a word. The village Hatsu seemed lonely, giving Tai-san and Takumi-san fuel for doubt, while Mochi talked to the old wolf guy. It was a moment when their relationships became very clear. One particularly impactful moment was when Haru-chan approached her lonely-looking grandfather. Her eyes were still red from her goodbyes to Yasunaga-kun and Mochi.
おじいちゃん、もし私が明日起きてこなかったら。
そんなことは起きん。
For a moment it looked like he knew what she was, but then...
狼は必ず殺すって言ってたじゃん。おじいちゃんは春にだけ嘘をつく。優しくしてるつもり？
Kanzo-san didn't know how to respond, a rarity for him.
そういうのいいから聞いて。私が死んだら、私が死んでもお酒とか飲みすぎないように。
Don't become an alcoholic.
春。
Kanzo-san slowly extended his hand to her, but it was too late. Haru-chan had already turned around. The grandfather and granddaughter both awkward beyond belief. After watching the exchange, I was actually relieved that Haru-chan didn't say anything she shouldn't have, which made me question my own humanity again. Yasunaga-kun must have been in a similar state of mind the first time. Feeling sympathy for the first wolf I'd encountered, I gave Chiemi, who'd approached to give her goodbyes to me, some half-hearted nice words. I'd done the same for Rikaku-san, who'd finished the exchange with a silent but resolute farewell.
昼間のことは許してあげるから。
もし明日会えなくても、わだかまりはなし、かい？
That was up with Haru-chan. The disgrace on my name was cleared, and she now neither disliked or liked me.
時間取らせてすまねえな。それじゃあみんな、おやすみ。
Takumi-san nonchalantly concluded the event. Everyone silently began leaving the dining hall.
うさいしさんも戻ってください。
Girl, we're working together! We were done with the after-dinner cleanup, so I had no reason to stay behind. We're literally supposed to kill together! I didn't sense anyone in the mist, but that was because I just couldn't, not because there was no one there. Everyone was probably using this as a chance to have those secret talks they couldn't, or just silently listening for those. It was probably a good idea to thank him. I heard someone's voice near the stairs to the door. Mamiya-san was talking to Hashimoto-san right where she died last time.
どのくらい本気です？
少なくとも僕ら以外は皆本気だと思う。
Yeah.
ということは怪しまれたら殺されるわけだ。ジャーナリストならみんな知ってる。この世で一番怖いのは人間だよ。
ええ、オカルト絡みでも本当に人が死んだ証拠があるのは人が殺した場合だけですからね。
Yeah, there's nothing supernatural going on. I don't have the full extent to explain it yet, but there's nothing supernatural going on.
すみません。
I considered eavesdropping, but it'd have been bad if they noticed, so I called out.
ふさしくん、びっくりした。
すみません。 橋本さん、昼の時はありがとうございます。
何かやったかな。
Well, you stopped him from hanging me.
あのままだとなし崩し的に僕が殺されていたかもしれませんから。
ああ、ははは。まあ、君が殺されたら次は僕らってことになりそうだったしね。
確かに。でも本当助かりました。
Dude, like, yeah, it does suit him.
いやいや。
I also imagine he has like 15,000 things in there. So many pockets.
なんならこれでチャラにしようじゃないか。
わかりました。しかし本当に夜出歩いたらまずいのでしょうか。夜の間に抜け出すとかは。
さっき私が言ったわ。
やめておいた方がいいね。こんなノームは僕も経験したことがない。
It's so interesting to me that that's his stance now, where he's like, do not go out, blah blah blah. But the other time when he died, when he was in a prefab, is because he went out at night.
それに村の皆さんがそれを絶対的な
Okay, a bunch of caramel candies in those pockets. Oh, for sure. And like different versions as well. Like he takes out one of that pocket and you're like, oh, I don't like that one much, Grandpa. And he's like, oh, don't worry. And gets out another batch from a different pocket.
彼らが襲ってくると？
いやいや。そんなことはないと思うよ。ただ、信じる心というのは幻を見せることも多々ある。信じる人に囲まれれば僕らもやがてその中に入ってしまう。そんな中では努めて別のことを考えて気を紛らわせるのが最上っていうのが。
I can see how he has 3 children though. 3 daughters. Those were some meaningful words.
橋本さんは伝説云々を信じてはいないんですね。
信じる信じないは考えていないよ。それは身の安全が確保されてから専門家が考える。ね、キューちゃん。
どうでしょうね。記事にできそうな気はしないですけど。
僕はただ穏やかにここから離れられればそれに越したことはないんだ。
Sounds like a plan.
なるほど。そうなるといいですね。
That was the end. I bid them good night and went on my own way. I don't know where that on way came from. I hadn't met anyone else on my way back to the prefab. Yoshitsugu-kun didn't invite me to go out at night, and neither Chimi nor Dikaku-san visited to have a talk. They were probably satisfied with the goodbyes in the dining hall. Everyone used to struggle at this time because they hadn't felt like they'd done everything they had to. This time was different though. Everyone was calmly waiting for the wolves to strike, fully ready for it. The humans were in a perfect mental state. There was nothing for them to worry about. And it was all because of Hashimoto-san. Then there was the exchange just now.
ああ、ははは。まあ、君が殺されたら、次は僕らってことになりそうだったしね。
Well, he's right. To me, that sounded like I didn't do it for your sake.
いやいや、君には霧が出るところをちょうど助けてもらった恩もあるし、なんならこれでチャラにしようじゃないか。
And I was like, you sure helped us at a strange time, huh? He seemed reasonably suspicious of me. Was I just overthinking it? No, that would be overly optimistic. It was clear to me that he'd made it past the first date better than anyone so far, even myself. If he was that talented, he must have already analyzed the situation and noticed that something was strange. They happened to have the tires burst, then be given rooms, and gotten caught up in the feast. It was clearly orchestrated, and I was the only one who stood out as a suspect. I'd been chosen by a village head, joined them in their van, and actively gave them a place to sleep. The situation was made even worse by the fact that they were right and that I was a wolf. Since I couldn't mention a looping, I couldn't really say that I was the savior. Not only that, but he was the monkey. He secured a good role and relationship with the others and had a surprisingly keen eye and mind. He'd have been an extremely reliable ally. I really appreciated it when he presented the idea that we shouldn't hang anyone today. After all, at that moment, just like Kanza-san, I thought that not hanging anyone was foolish. Thus, I thought that he was foolish too. But now, because of his idea, everyone became somewhat ready to accept someone's death, and to unify to defeat the wolves responsible. It also succeeded in preventing the lynching way smoother than I did. I could only create a stalemate, while he actually talked the people into voting for or against hanging. Kanza-san didn't want to look like he broke, so he hadn't changed his opinion, but he was still pretty accepting of the idea to not hang anyone. Hashimoto-san did it with great finesse, and it was something I couldn't do. We'd eventually find out if it was a good thing or not, or rather, they'd decide based on what we wolves did today. However, I'd already felt like I was falling behind him. Would I really have to defeat him? It was Mamiya said too. She was way more stable and smart than last time. The way she pointed out that Shinai was probably Okami or Great God showed that she would be extremely useful in finding out the truth. She'd also noticed and mentioned a badger without my help. She probably noticed it last time too, but hadn't mentioned it because she was a wolf. This time, with Hashimoto-san's suggestion, they decided that they would hang all liars regardless if they were wolves or the badger. It was a smart move. It kept the humans from lying just for the sake of it and countered the badger with it whether it existed or not. They were a pretty balanced pair. Mamiya-san was blunt and straightforward, while Hashimoto-san gently reproved her and provided only the best solutions. They were a much better team than I expected, and the fact that they were enemies was pretty bad for us. As a wolf, I had to consider the other humans too, especially the Oribe brothers. After all, their mother, the demon who tried to kill everyone and swallowed her last words for their sake, was a wolf this time. If I didn't go about this the right way, I would be the one to die. Haru-chan probably wouldn't want to kill Yasunaga Kunomochi either. Kanza-san was a family too, but I wasn't sure about their relationship. Still, I didn't think she'd want to kill him. And finally, could I really kill Chiemi and Rikako-san? Though it was all made void by the looping, they liked me and I liked them. Would I really whisper sweet nothings to them during the day, only to kill them at night? I didn't want to do that. Well, then don't whisper sweet nothings to them during the day. Easy as that. That thought was my last before my consciousness faded. I jumped up, throwing the blanket to the side. Why was I asleep? Didn't I have something to do as a wolf? I could feel myself turn pale as I realized I just made a huge mistake. But the next moment I noticed something that terrified me in a whole different way. It was something next to my legs. Unable to understand what was what, I let fear take control and pathetically backed away. Nothing was happening. I reached into my bag, took out a flashlight I got from the convenience store and turned it on. What the hell was all this? It looked like the parts of a costume, particularly the kind used in action hero shows. No, that didn't seem right either. It was like some traditional ritual clothing. Razors, tabi, straw zori, a faded kimono and a hakama. All of it smelled awful, like half-dried laundry being boiled. There was something that stood out more than the rest. It was a kimono underskirt with some blurry sutra-like text on it. There was another piece of cloth with similar text on it, and it was connected to something weird. Oh, was this a mask?
我ら老面を授くれば必ずこうぶりて急ぐべし
Right, the thing had told us to wear this. We were supposed to put this on and cleanse ourselves. Bad smell made me really apprehensive. Didn't I have the order wrong? Didn't cleansing come before putting on some sacred clothing? That reminded me that I hadn't cleansed myself before sleeping. Wasn't that bad? Remembering the situation, I checked the time again. The phone I'd charged with the battery showed that it was 10 o'clock. Great Lord Shinai had momentarily put me to sleep to bring this thing here. What if I hadn't woken up? Man, were they treading a fine line here. That aside, I was basically being told to put this on and go outside. I gathered my resolve. Was this good enough? Though the lighting here was poor, there were fewer pieces than I thought, so I could put it on without much trouble. It was unexpectedly well designed, and from what I could tell it was hand-sewn. The mane, wolves even have those, seemed to be made of rice straw. It didn't seem cheap at all, and though I couldn't be sure, it seemed to be designed to look divinely imposing. The mask seemed to be a wooden carving with insane amounts of detailed work put into it. A true masterpiece. By the time I put it on, I didn't care much about the smell. It wasn't hard to move in or anything. The inscribed cloth on the bottom was connected to the belt. I put it on like it was a traditional grass skirt, and it wasn't a big hindrance for running or anything else. The cloth connected to the mask hid the face like some kind of stagehand's clothing, and I could only see a head through the gaps between them. The wolf-like mask itself was simply resting on my forehead. As I put it all on, I found a bucket and a ladle among the items. It was full of water, and I knew I had to cleanse myself with this. I was a bit apprehensive about this, but I took out some water and poured it on my hat. It jumped off the rice straws, making my shoulders wet or spreading across the area. Was I doing it right? I was still worried, but just putting it on was meaningless, so I put my hand on the door and sensed something bad outside. It wasn't anything vague like bloodlust or evil mojo, it was sounds I could actually hear. I heard grass being parted. I heard the sounds of something walking through the sand. Shallow breathing, low growls, distant roars full of malice. It reminded me of the time I was locked in the outhouse and I sensed something bestial outside. This was exactly the same as last time. There was something outside. Lots of them, in fact. Last time I'd only survived because I held the door shut when something was about to open it. And I had to go outside this time? It'd be okay just because I was wearing this? No way. It seemed like a sick joke. Oh, but I really wanted to see it. What a familiar sensation. Just then the doorknob clattered.
夫妻子さん起きてるの
I still heard beasts outside, but the voice clearly belonged to a girl, Harumakishima.
Haru-chan?
気安く呼ばないでくださいよ。
安全なの？
ちゃんと路面つけて、みそぎしてれば。
Was she telling the truth? Was it really her outside? Even if it was some sort of illusion, if I didn't open, my presence in this flow of events would be pointless. I fired myself up and unlocked the door. The moment I opened the door, I saw a short wolf that scared me like hell.
うるさいな。
Haru-chanで間違いない？
そうですよ。ほら。
She moved the cloth covering her face, and sure enough, it was Haru-chan. She was clad in a wolf outfit and had the bucket and ladle in her hands.
あなたもそれ持たなきゃ。
Ladle?
これ持ち運ぶの？
うん。常に巻かないと。
She took some from her bucket and spread it behind her. That action was followed by squealing sounds. I felt something squirm and run off.
何がいるの？
汚れの運び手。
She spread some more water. This time on me.
冷た。何すんの？
She repeated it a couple times, with great intensity to boot.
何って全然みそぎしてないじゃないですか。
そんなに全身びしょびしょにならないとまずいの？
As if she felt that explaining it was pointless, she just touched the cloth near her waist. Sure enough, it was completely wet.
一つ聞いていいかな？
何？
それが正しいやり方だとして、なぜそれを知ってる？
なぜかな？わかる。
何か隠してない？
隠してないですよ。
同じ狼なら隠し事は？
何が不安なの？
Those words shut me up.
気持ちはわかるけど、私はもう落ち着いたから、あなたもすぐ慣れるよ。と思いますよ。
わかった。
I wasn't satisfied, but I backed down anyway.
ところでデスマス言葉、慣れてないなら普通でいいよ。
慣れ慣れしくしないでください。行きましょう。香織さん、待ってるし。
Yeah, the chasm between us was wide. Or maybe Chimi and Rikaku-san were just too easy. Apparently Haru-chan had walked through the mist without any light. I took out my small flashlight.
それかっこいい。
I was met with a weird reaction.
あげるよ。一応、二つあるし。
I prepared them in case I ended up running away with someone at night. I sure as hell hadn't expected to be a wolf, though.
嘘。いいの？
うん。暗いと危ない。ちなみにどうやって来たの？
安水の道なんて覚えてるし。
Makes sense. It was dangerous regardless, though, so I just gave her one and showed her how to use it.
ただ、みんなにバレないようにね。夜出歩いてるなんてバレたら大変だ。
そうですね。わかった。
She spat some water again, then put the ladle back and took the
代わ
flashlight.
りに時々撒いてください。
She led me through the dark path. I could barely see anything, but I did sense something bestial in the darkness. It was clearly hostile toward us, and several of them were surrounding us from a distance. However, they didn't come any closer. They also backed away if I spat some water. The flashlight could barely make it through the mist, so it didn't help to see anything in the distance. It was pretty useless, but to be honest, but Haru-chan seemed to like it. She also swung it around like a sword, or rather, a lightsaber. What were these bringers of the corruption anyway? Actual Japanese wolves, perhaps? Every now and then I saw eyes light up in the mist. Besides that, I also heard growls and the sounds of something stepping in the sand. Dogs, right? That had to be it. Yasumisa was completely full of dogs right now. That expression made it seem adorable, but seriously? No way. If my assumption was right, the situation was way scarier than some simple supernatural phenomenon. I I continue spreading water, too much of it, all the way there. Above the same statue, Kaori-san stood up from the chair in the dining hall. It was very surreal. It looks a little stupid.
ちょっと心配したわ。
もう着替えてて出るところだったみたい。
差し支えなか。
ええ、なんとか。香織さんも段取りはご承知だったのですか？
ええ、どうしてか分かっていたわ。不思議だけど、あの時。
When you go to a convention to find a group of people cosplaying the same as you, for real? For real though. Oh, it's so nice, like when you cosplay something that not many people cosplay anymore either. And you find someone else who doesn't, you're like, oh, the Spider-Man pointing me, but it's so cool. Howdy, Boom!
あれ、3人いましたよね。新内様って3人いるんですか？
それはよくわからないけれど。
昼、記者の人が言ってたでしょ？新内様は狼様だって。だから3人いたんじゃないんですか？私らは狼様から直接加護を授かったってこと。
それで君らは納得するんだ。
だって見たじゃないですか。
Right. The strange experience did actually seem supernatural. People tended to accept anything I could see.
では行きましょうか。
え、どこにです？
殺しに。
Wait, what?
香織さん、誰殺すか決めないと。
What? It's so funny that he's still surprised.
ああ、そうだったわ。つい気が流行っちゃって。
今日の宴の感じ見たら、やっぱおじいちゃんじゃないかな。
匠さんも危ないと思うわ。
待ってください。二人とも本気ですか？
何が？
肉親を殺すんだぞ。あんた、息子のことが惜しくないのか？
She twitched and tilted in an unnatural way.
知ってるわ。知ってますとも。
Okay, damn!
惜しくないわけがないでしょ。でも仕方ないじゃない。
Okay, I'm sorry.
の言う通りにしなきゃ。
香織さん。
君もだ、はるちゃん。安永くんやモッチーのことを殺していいのか？
それは嫌だけど。じゃあどうすればいいのよ。3人で逃げ出すとでも？
There really wasn't a way to go. We get lost or killed by the monsters. The mist would just send me back to square one. All I could do here was pick one or the other. Hehehe! Pick one or the other. But there's a third choice that is definitely hidden behind these two. So, our first bad ending for the night. Let's go, kill!
僕らは狼だ。狼は読み人を皆殺しにしなきゃならない。
結局そうでしょ。
僕はいい。あなたたちはそれでいいんだろうな。自分の大事なものが手にかかる瞬間、背中から刺したりは本当にしないんだろうな。僕はあなた方の神内明神に対する信心を疑っていません。しかし、神の一声で一切の人間性を失えるほど人でなしじゃないとも思ってる。もう一度問います。本当に殺しますが、いいんですね。
わかった。いいですよ。
She went and said it.
では、香織さんは？
わかったわ。
じゃあ。
My voice were cut off, and so was my breathing. What?
私たちは自分たちで自分たちを殺すべきだったんだわ。
An intense heat or cold in my back.
そうすれば黄泉より落ちてあの子たちとまた会える。
When the sensation was pulled out of my body, I began to feel my life leave me.
そうすれば母としてあの子たちを手にかけずに済む。
Okay. I understood that she was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I didn't expect it to be so bad that she resorted to such drastic measures. So maybe Don't tell her like, oh, are you really okay with having to kill your own family? Bad move. I collapsed forward.
はるちゃん、じっとしていてね。裏切り者!
That was the last thing I heard as I choked on my own blood and breathed my last. I had chosen the wrong way to go about it. How could I have convinced her? My questions faded with my consciousness. Wow, okay, damn. Oh, so much for that. Yeah, I guess it didn't specify, you're right. Okay. Unfortunate. Let's try that again. Kill no one. Wanna have an early bad ending? Here you go! I was literally about to say, like, oh, we've been here for almost 2 hours and we haven't even gotten to actually do our first kill yet. And the game was like, bet. The rule was 1 kill per night. Just like with humans, that was a limit. Basically, we couldn't kill 2 or more, but there was no rule about not killing at all. Thankfully, we had the perfect situation for that.
しっかりするんだ。これは信託でも何でもない。何かひどく悪質な陰謀です。それに従えばあなたは絶対に後悔する。あなたの体がそれを証明してしまっているでしょう。
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
そんなに震えてまともに喋れなくなってまで。信内明神の眷属という役割にこだわる必要は。
Try to kill you now. It would be so funny. It's like no matter what you do, one of them is going to kill you.
幸い、匠さんはこちらが殺さない限り向こうも殺さないという体制を作ってくれています。
The feast would just continue to go forever though until people die. So.
殺し合いは起こらない。
本当に本当なの？
ええ。互いに手を出さない限りは、その間に解決策を探れるはずです。もちろん、この状況で正体を明かさずに信頼関係を維持するのは並大抵のことじゃない。でも、息子を殺すよりは、あなたはきっと前向きに望めるんじゃないですか。
それは、そうよ。もちろんだわ。
I did it. Yasumisa's laws were an absolute. I just proved it. Oh, so I thought. I felt a light impact on my sight, and my blood started pouring out. I thought I was living out some sick joke. A moment later, my consciousness quickly began to fade, making me once again realize that death could come out of nowhere. As I collapsed on my back, my eyes met those of the smallish wolf, Haru-chan. Even through the cloth, I could tell they were cold, stern, and full of disgust and hatred for powerless vermin. Wow. Either one of them is going to kill you. You get one to understand you and then the other one's like... His words are even colder than the encroaching shadow of Dev. In her hand she had a bloody grass sickle. My vision soon faded completely. This game loves, whenever we're joking, to always give us exactly that for some reason. At first I felt a taste of blood fill my mouth, but even that was gone now. Couldn't feel warmth, or I couldn't feel warmth or cold anymore. I stopped hearing whatever they were up to, and as my consciousness faded, I realized that I'd failed. Man, the wolves this time were just awful. He got paired up with a... It is a bad pairing, no, not gonna lie. These two? Two of the most emotional, stable characters in this game as wolves. And V, the outsider with them. And my nose bleeding for whatever reason again. Hello? Don't do that. I have enough blood on the screen. I don't need it in real life. Thank you. Anyway, now we have 2 keys. So let's go for the right one. Trick them. If I insisted on killing, the mother snapped, and if I insisted on not killing, it was the girl. That experience made it impossible for me to choose either. The locals could have at least had the decency to harbor the same kind of madness. If I continued this with little tricks, it would lead to problems in the future. And I also wanted to find a scenario in which I didn't die. Thus I decided to spend this timeline fulfilling the role of the wolf. Also, it seemed easier to create a full fanatic out of a doubter than to correct an unwavering zealot. I'll have to make Kaori-san kill her sons. For that, I needed a good story.
信じてもらえるかどうかわからないですが
She needed a story that could match the absurd legend.
僕はね、この村を救いに来たんです。
It had to be like entertainment and seem like fiction, like something Rikaku-san would like.
救いに来た?
They lended an ear to me. I had it in a bag now.
信じられないかもしれませんが、僕にはなんというか普通の人には見えないものが少しだけ、そのせいでいろいろ面倒もありましたけどね。今はこの力を使って面倒ごとの解決を請け負う仕事をしてるんです。
じゃあ世を儚なんだって話を。
嘘です。若者が死のうとしてるって話は田舎では受けるんですよ。潜入調査が必要なことが多いんでね。今回は上藤吉のとある方の依頼でここに来たんですけどね。
誰よ？長者？
ええ、誰か詳しくは言いませんけどね。安水という場所に昔から怪奇現象があるから調査してくれと。そこで潜入してみたら案の定誰も彼もが人ならぬものになり果てていた。
Kaori-san gasped.
彼らにはその自覚はない。この安水という場所はあの世との境界が曖昧だからあなただけど一度霧が出たらもうおしまいだ。偽の平和は終わり黄泉に落ちた人たちと争わなければならなくなった。それが山の神神内明神の望み。僕らが昨晩まみえた人心浪面の神の望みのようですね。
どうしてそんなことに。
The truth was less important than the ties to the real story.
元より安水はそういう場所だ。ここの食べ物を
Ah,
食べていれ
he's
ば
calling back to the
いず
food
れに
thing.
も心も黄泉のものになる。神内明神のかつてのお守りもそうなった。かの神は霧が立つたび蘇ってくる彼らを撃退せねばならない。
それならなんでこんな回りくどいことを？
Because it doesn't have enough power.
かの神がひどく弱くなっているから。
It surprised them both.
神内様が弱い。
ええ、何しろ落ちたお守りを奉ずる四長者にこの山は支配されている。彼らも真相は知らないんだろうね。自分たちの祖がすでに主神を背いて黄泉におもねっているなんて。いずれは根本的に彼らも対処しないといけないでしょう。
上藤吉もみんな読み人なの？
いや、あくまで安水に暮らす皆だけが読み人のようだ。あなたたちはその中で唯一の人間。その理由はわからないけど、いや、香織さん、あなたもともとここの人間じゃないですか。
Oh,
正解。
oh, this man.
もっと北の土地の
Maybe he's a writer. Maybe that's his job because he can pull those stories out of his ass every single time.
なんでわかったの？
一瞬見えたんですよ。
That was a lie, but as someone experiencing these loops, I could easily simulate the supernatural phenomenon of knowing things before they were told to me.
じゃあ私は？
君は正直言っていいか迷うな。
I was honest this time. She'd survived going to Yasumisu 8 years ago. That alone was special enough, but would she be okay to hear it? I would just buy some
と
time.
りあえずこれは没収ね。
I took a small sharp grass sticker from my hand. It didn't seem like a supernatural power exactly, but I just needed to look skilled.
よそ者である僕が神内明神の掟に背くんじゃないか。もしそうなら殺さなくてはってとこかい。
どうして？
荒ごとにも慣れてるからね。あと香織さんも最悪その辺の包丁で暴れてやろうかって思ってるでしょ。
No.
そんなことないのよ。
いいや、あなたの心の中にはそのようなこう思う鬼面の神が潜んでいます。
What the hell was I saying? They were intently listening to me at least.
強く正しい神だが、今はあなたを盲目にしている。子供たちを害したくない一心で。
それは
外来者である僕が信頼できない気持ちはわかりますが、僕はこの通り、あなたたちの味方だ。読み人にこうするためのスキルと経験もあるし、そのために最初にすべきことも分かってる。香織さん。
いやよ、あの子たちがいなければ私の人生は何だったのよ。
今言うべきことじゃないのは承知してますが、織部香織さん、彼らの人生は本来あなたの旦那さんやその他藤吉村に奪われたもの、失ったものの代替品でもない。
あなたどこまで？
あなたの右肩に旦那さんがいます。ああ、義継君によく似てらっしゃる。
She began crying loudly. What a cliche act this
彼ら
was.
は自分たちが黄泉に落ちたことも知らず、ただ自分たち
It's
の
all stuff we
魂
know
を
from all of the
汚し
loops.
続
God
けてい
damn
ま
it.
す。彼らの魂は無言の涙を流し続けている。あなたは母親として彼らを救う義務がある。あなたは生きてここを出て自分の人生を歩むべきだ。旦那。
私はこれまでろくに母らしいこともしないで。
誰も責めはしません。
分かっていたわ。私が本当は自分のためにあの子たちを育てて縛り付けようとしているって義継にそばで守ってもらって、いや私に才覚がなくてこんなところから抜け出せないからって。
I looked at Haruchan, worried she might pull something, but she just shrugged a bit.
私のせいであの子たちは
You feel reminded of Zero Escape.
悩んでる。それも知ってる。
I had no idea that Kaori-san was hiding such weakness under her motherly strength.
どうすればいい
I had to ignore my guilt over taking advantage of it.
彼らだって悪くはない。かりそめの平穏の中で安水の苦境にあえぎながら立派に成長した。でももうおしまいなんです。夢が悪夢に変わる前に終わらせないと。誰も悪くない、誰も恨めない。これはいわば世の断りに巻き込まれた災難です。
Still though, this is... It'd be horrible if that was true, honestly. I suddenly hoped that my life wouldn't become reality. I also felt that I rooted for all evil for her in my story were the Higuchi. They sent her here after all, but I kept quiet about it. Anyway, my story seemed to have captured her completely. Thank you for the pet. Posture check. Hold on. Posture check. Posture check. Yeah. Thank you for hiding time.
一つだけお願いがあるわ。
何でしょ
I had to give her something to help her gather her
どう
resolve.
せやるなら あの子たちを
Mm.
早く先に楽にしてあげたいの。
That wouldn't be good for us. If you made the killings personal, someone would notice. Taking out Yasunagi-kun at the start was one thing, but following it up with Yoshitsugu-kun? Would she even stay sane with them gone?
でも香織さん、
いいじゃないですか。それで。
Haru-chan had just silently listened for most of my story, but now she'd made herself an obstacle.
香織さん、そうでなきゃ私たちとは一緒にやれない？
私はあの子たちを楽にしてあげたい。
But both of them?
そういうこと。そうだったんだわ。私はそう。
Unless we can spin it in a way that someone is trying to get back at Kaori, then, but who would have, like, who would want to do that?
そうしてくれないなら、私は私でそのように動くわ。
Okay, damn.
らしいけど。
If Kaori-san let her emotions take over and acted independently, she'd most likely put us in a terrible situation. She'd probably prepare food with aconite, Kyunosuke she would notice, and she'd be hanged. That'd be of no use to us. She could also use more messy methods, but no matter what they were, they'd have minimal effect. Violence needed to have perfect timing and force behind it. In that sense, Chiemi's rampage last time was
あな
perfect.
たが市場で息子を殺すことで、あなたは間違いなく疑われるだろう。
構わないわ。私はそれでくくられ。
Okay, but we want to win, bitch!
あなたは外に出るべきだと。旦那さんも。
いくらあの子たちやあの人がそう願ってくれても、きっとあの子たちを手にかければ
僕らも困る。狼が一人減れば命が3分の1削れるも同じなんです。
But
ただし
if
あなたの死に方を僕らに任せてくれるなら
then
協力しましょ
this was awful.
ええ、構わない。
It was awful. I was awful. Steam was awful.
う。今あなたの旦那さんは見えなくなりました。
あなた、ごめんなさい。
Crap. To Kaori-san, her sons were basically a replacement for her husband. What she wanted now was basically a forced group suicide alongside her sons. That was the compromise, the overlap between the laws of the mountain and her ego. Why were humans so hard to manipulate?
それでは今日は安永君を。
ええ。
はるちゃんはいいのか？
仕方ないじゃないですか。兄ちゃんは読み人なんだし。
はるちゃんは安永のことを好いてくれてたのでしょ？
お兄ちゃんとしてね。香織さんが亡きにするって決めたならわがままは言わないよ。
いい子ね。ごめんなさいね。
Everyone in Yasumisa was a good person. I wasn't, and to me they seemed completely insane. Mamiya-san probably felt similarity last time. That was why she died like that, and I had no intention to follow her footsteps. I decided that I would survive, and if that required me to become the best wolf, so be it. The three of us went through the mist. The wolves parted the grey, cloudy air. It felt like I was in a plane that had flown into a cloud at night. We were careful, spreading water to keep the beasts at bay, trying not to trip or fall into the fields. Haruchan and Kaori-san were probably just being considerate of me, though. Without me, they might have gone ahead quickly and without hesitation. Not just because they were familiar with the land, but also because they seemed just about dangerous enough. It seemed like, if they decided on it, they could march straight to their grave. We were heading to the dorm. The disgusting deal with Kaori-san left us with few options to choose from, though getting rid of Yasunagi-kun wasn't a bad choice. He was extremely supportive of Hashimoto-san, so without him, the cameraman would lose some of his influence. And by shutting Hashimoto-san up, we would damage Mamiya-san too. I already knew Takumi-san and Kanzo-san's weaknesses. I had to worry about Chiemi's hidden true nature. As for Hikaka-san, honestly, I felt that if I did the same things as last time, she would side with me again. The rest weren't very influential, though. I just had to be careful that they didn't go hysterical or on a rampage. The biggest concern right now was Mochi. It seemed entirely likely that he would know who the wolves were on gut instinct alone. Wouldn't he do something weird if he found out Haru-chan was a wolf? So right now, I was merely considering the kind of people they were, not the guardians they might have had. I could only hope that they went to Mako or the old wolf guy. That would have made them harder to control. Something about Takumi-san was bugging me too.
俺は
He probably has a guardian.
あ、待って。一応注意。加護を持っている人は注意した方がいい。
Can't die yet. He was attached to Yasumisu because of Taya-san and Kaori-san, and he had his sense of responsibility as a local young leader. When you consider that, him saying that he couldn't die right now didn't really make sense. That meant that he had a guardian. Yasunaga realized it too, so he jumped into the conversation just like he had done for me last time. On the first loop, Takumi-san had revealed that he was a snake on the very first day. What if that was about to happen again? Mochi was a monkey back then, and he was one now too. But everything else was different. Back then, the other monkey had been Meiko. However, if there were some sort of rules for deciding who would get guardians, it wasn't unlikely that they would get the same ones. If he were the snake, I'd kill him and pass myself off as his guardian. We would gain a huge advantage. It was worth considering at least.
着きましたよ、夫妻子さん。
As I thought to myself, we arrived in front of the dorm. I could see the misty moonlight accentuating the building's outline. For whatever reason, I already smelled blood. It reminded me of Haru-chan and Kaori-san's brutalized bodies. That show was terrible. Those murders ridiculed and laughed at humanity to the fullest extent. I wanted to have my boundaries when it came to that at least. That sentiment came to mind and faded as soon as Kaori-san said that. She was pointing at the stairs to the dorm. There was blood all over the rusty metal stairs. Why? Why was this here? Whose blood was this? Did someone forget to shelter? Where was the corpse then? Visibility was as poor as ever, but I looked around for something humanoid on the ground. A few seconds later, I finally noticed that someone was standing just a few meters ahead. I gasped when the other wolves only noticed it a few seconds later. I quickly realized that the person there was Chiemi Serisawa. She had something in hand. It was a sort of double-barreled shotgun. When you considered her madness, it made sense. She could totally underestimate the corruption and put herself on the line to kill all the wolves by herself. It was also worth mentioning that she had a gun, a rarity here in Japan. She stood a way better chance than Yoshitsugu Oribe, whose courage only got him torn to pieces. We were only human, and the gun could instantly kill us. I hadn't predicted this. I was off guard. Right as Haru-chan and Kaori-san squealed, she raised her arm. Honestly, I was impressed. She managed to stay unpredictable every single loop. I wouldn't have stood a chance against her if I didn't have my looping. She was a joker to me. A bloody, merciless joker. Alright, I had clearly lost this time. I had to do better next time. At that moment, her lips moved. Flash. What I saw wasn't a Reaper, but a smile lost her crimson explosion. At that moment, I wasn't able to do anything but stand in place, completely frozen. The two behind me shrieked and clutched my shoulders, but I ignored them. Chiemi had just committed suicide. With a mischievous smile, she put the sawed-off shotgun in her mouth and blown her head off from the jaw. It was insanity. This time she'd gone way beyond whatever I could imagine. What was this? What was this feeling of loss? Was I feeling it because I wouldn't see her ever again this loop? Was it a despair at the fact that a part of my brain was actually thinking, crap, we wasted one night's worth of murders? Or was it the fact that I would never be able to ask her what she'd said? What the fuck?!
もう今日は殺せない。一夜に一人の起きてもう殺せない。きっと彼女は加護者じゃない。自ら犠牲を買って出ることで今日人の側の有用な人物が殺されることを
You go, girl! Oh my god, what have you done?
おそらく彼女はただの人。おそらく自分にできる最大の貢献がこれだと判断して。
じゃあ
安永くんは殺せません。
そんな。
仕方ないよ、香織さん。二人以上の血を流せば、あなたの望みも叶えられなくなる。
してやられましたね。乾杯です。
But did she really? I felt like I still couldn't match her in cunning no matter how hard I tried. I stood still for a decent bit, just looking at her immobile remains within the mist.
それでは、手はず通りに。
はい。みちみち気をつけて。おやすみなさい。
We couldn't just stand here, so for now we returned to the dining hall and talked. My body was completely wet, but since I'd worn the costume for so long, I'd actually began sweating, so taking off the mask was way too refreshing. Then, when it was time to return, Haruchan and I once again put on the mask and left the dining hall fully equipped. There was almost no water in the bucket by this point. But honestly, since our costumes were so wet, it wasn't likely that the bringers of corruption would attack us.
ここまででいい。そこの坂から登ったら工事現場だから。
Haruchan said that right in front of the dorm. Her tone was as uncaring as always, but her words seemed to express some consideration.
大丈夫かい？あそこには。
知恵姉の死体。
ああ。君は苦手じゃないのか？
Short hair, thank you.
苦手だけど。というか、得意だったらやばいし。でも、夜だし。
So what? I didn't get her reasoning. Though I could kind of relate to her.
じゃあ、手はず通りにね。
わかった。
ちょっとは頼りになりそうかい？
まあ、うん、そうかも。
Was that enough to ensure that we all went fine from tomorrow onward? That all went fine from tomorrow onwards. I was worried, but I had no choice but to keep on going.
じゃあ。
I turned around. A voice from behind stopped me. I turned back at her. She was standing there, still clad in her smallish wolf outfit. Like before, I couldn't see her face, but I felt that something was off. At the core of it was the fact that she was laughing. Ah! And she has a filter on her voice again. Was this the...
なんともなんともなんとも傑作。先ほどの茶番、吹き出さぬよう必死でしたぞ。そして、神内明神が弱まっておるとは、なんと痛快、なんと面白い。神をも恐れぬとは、このことよな。
I don't like this version of Haru.
お前。
なんじゃ得意の力とやらでカンパなされば。
I'm gonna go back, grab the gun.
方便であっても、貫き通せば誠になるやもしれませぬぞ。
お前、はるちゃんなのか？それとも、狼付き。
おやおや、おやおやおや。
おやおやおや。
貴様もつまらぬことを言いなさる。神内明神のやつは、あの通り、赤い霧の中に見られたであろう。
あんなものはまやかしだ。
まやかしであろうが目に見える。貴様は何を見てこられたのか？この三峡に息吹世紀をこれほど受けて、町のお方は、なお理解が及ばれぬか？神というものに。
Predictable statement what she actually wants. God.
何度落ちて何度地獄を見れば真実にたどり着けることかの。
教えてくれ。
Throwing away my shame and honor, I grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her.
あんたは何者なんだ？僕は一体どうなってる？この現象の
That won't be too easy, Haruaki. Come on.
殿方にすがられるのは悪い気もせぬが、この娘に嫌われますぞ。
はるちゃんとは違うのか？
問われるばかりも退屈なれば、一つだけお答え申そうか。神は御柱おる。
知ってる。狼様は親子3人だって話だろう？
分かっておられるな。神内明神など。
No, I think she means three very separate beings.
いびつな神よ。この三峡にはあと2柱。まあ一柱は取るに足らぬ死に残る一柱が貴様の敵じゃ。
With that, she shoved my hands away.
暗く長き山のよとぎに良きお方が来られたものよの。明晩またまみえようぞ。
Oh boy.
町のお方。
The girl dashed away and disappeared into the dark mist. I didn't hear a single sound after that. What the heck? What the heck? I woke up feeling an overwhelming exhaustion. It was 5 in the morning, a time when Kanzo-san was already active. I wanted to sleep some more, but I couldn't let them suspect that I was a wolf based on the idea that I didn't get enough rest. After returning here last night, I changed my clothes, wiped my body, and wondered how was I supposed to hide the costume parts. In the end, I hid it under some newspaper, which was very cartoonish. If the humans found it just like that, I'd feel like the butt of some bizarre joke. Part of me did hope that it would be gone by the time I woke up, though. I'd gone to sleep at 2 in the morning, and sure enough, the costume was gone by the time I woke up. Well, of course it would be. If the costumes remained, you could easily find the wolves by just checking everyone's homes during the day. Last time when I'd infiltrated Chiemi's room to mess with her guns, I hadn't seen anything like this. Also, if the humans found out there was something so artificial involved in the whole wolfing business, the human beat side of the story, that the monsters had transformed into humans, would have been rendered unbelievable. No matter how much the locals revered Yasumi's legends, I felt like the feast wouldn't get anywhere without the fear caused by the idea that they were dealing with something supernatural. I also think I'd seen the first time actually Yasunagi-kun or Tai-san wearing the wolf outfit. That didn't seem far off the mark. The mist and the darkness made the costumes look extremely convincing. Maybe that was Great Lord Shinai himself as he appeared in the red mist at one time. According to Haru-chan, that was a god, but... Forget that. What was Haru-chan herself? How did she know about my looping? It actually seemed like she even knew about the cause. Possessed by the wolf, by the Okami, by the great god? There were 3 gods, and that had nothing to do with the Okami-sama being a group of 3. Was Great Lord Shinai a tripartite god? And one of the other 2 was my enemy? What the hell was that supposed to mean? She'd given me a lot of information, but it was all vague and uncertain. Were there mysteries and legends I still didn't know about? It would make most of my current investigation completely off the mark. Was I missing or misinterpreting something crucial about the info I already had? God. This made me want to rely on Mamiya-san, Tai-san, or Rikaku-san's knowledge. But this time I was the enemy and had to kill them all. So this time, Mamiya-san was in a decent state, so I would ask her before I got rid of Hashimoto-san. She would know the true motives behind that. Where was Chiemi's face flashing through my mind every now and then? I went outside, intentionally avoided looking at the dorm, and headed to the plaza. Kanzo-san and Takumi-san were already there, and they told me about Chiemi's death. No one else was missing. Then all that blood was... Oh well, it didn't matter. As we waited in the plaza, we were eventually joined by Kaori-san. She seemed a lot better than yesterday. Her mind stabilized a bit once she started looking at her killing her sons in a positive manner. Yesterday we'd agreed on 5 things. We would focus on information control and gathering, as in we would avoid having secret talks and instead try to listen in on any that the humans had. We would avoid talking about things we weren't supposed to, like the cause of Chiemi's death. Haru-chan would contribute to the feast once, then continue being as anti-elder and anti-outsider as possible. Kaori-san would declare that she would follow Yasunagi-kun's vote and do it even if she was voting for a wolf. And finally, we would fake our guardians. However, I would be the first to act, and only from the 3rd day onwards. The plan was focused mostly on keeping them from looking suspicious or doing something they didn't have to. I was apprehensive about trying to get them to go wild like Chiemi did and have them kill more humans. After all, I didn't have the trust or charisma for that. Of course, my final goal was my own survival, not theirs. There would probably be situations in which I had to use them as human shields, or just situations where it was an option, but... I didn't want to become just a murderer. A situation where I, not Haru-chan or Kaori-san, was the one suspected was the best path to lead us to victory. Also, as an outsider, I had to gain their trust and make them certain I wouldn't betray them at this feast. And on top of all that, I would survive. There had been many unexplained deaths during his turn, but there was no denial that he'd survived as a wolf. I thought about those deaths, especially Yositsugu-kun's and Mochi's, many times so far, but I couldn't really believe that Yasunagi-kun was the one who organized them. He didn't get rid of his allies, and he stood up against Tai-san, even if not as blatantly as she had when she was human. Personally, I thought that was the right way to handle it. I had to prepare for anything while trying to make sure that all wolves survived. Anyway, I was silently preparing the food. By the time it was 7, everyone besides Chiemi had gathered in the dining hall. Yasunagi-kun's face was pale. Apparently, she'd committed suicide right in front of his room. Seeing that right after waking up certainly wasn't my idea of a good time, especially when it was the girl you liked and respected. Mochi didn't seem too fazed by her death. He was too busy helping Yasunagi-kun cope with it. As for Haru-chan...
この椅子座って。座布団は毛布とかいる？
いや、いいよ。大丈夫。
もっち、元気の出る薬草とかないかな？
おー。
Garlic.
昼でも探すかな。
昼？嫌よ、そんな気持ち悪い。
She was overdoing it. Wouldn't she appear unnatural? Wasn't she supposed to act even more shocked than Yasunaga-kun? Feeling uncomfortable about this, I continued preparing the food when Takumi-san spoke up.
もうみんな知ってるだろうが、昨日寄生してたちえみが死んだ。
There was some silent noise. Kaori-san muttered Chiemi's name while I created a gloomy expression.
言った通りだったな。
そうかな。
Died is putting it mildly.
あんな殺し方、人にできますかね。
Dumbass.
どうかされたんです、堀部さん？
いえ、この辺で人を襲うのはイノシシかツキノワグマだけですけど、まさかそんなのまで。
いや、そういうんじゃねえ。おやっさん、何か心当たりあるか？
That's ended.
ねえ。
That was the end of the exchange. But she mastered blunder well. Making the wolves say things like things that they only could. Making the wolves say things that only they could know was a good way for the humans to find them out. Mochi had fallen for it last time, and there was no guarantee I would slip up while I talked. I had to make sure I didn't fall into the same situation as she did. But beasts? Badgers? Was her body attacked by the bringers of corruption afterwards?
一応写真は撮ったのですけど。
繰り返すが、外に出るとき消せよ、おっさん。
ええ、それが必要なら。とりあえず必要があればどうぞ。ただ、繊細な方はおすすめしませんよ。
絶対やめた方がいいです。
You could tell by her expression that she'd seen it. She looked like she wouldn't touch food the whole day. Whether we looked or not didn't affect our chances of being found out, so I just raised my hand. He and I were the only ones who looked at it. The others surely believed looking at it would do no good. I took a look at the back monitor of Hashimoto-san's camera, an expensive digital eye model from just last year. Yeah, it was completely different from what I'd seen. It was actually pretty close to the results of the corruption I'd seen in the previous feasts. It was a mountain of chewed and torn up meat and bones. It made me nauseous, or at least I acted like it did. I was used to it at this point.
ひどいな。
こりゃ狼じゃないの。
He actually said something other than the wolf is coming and even asked something. In response, Kanzo-san just grunted, clearly displeased. He wanted to use this as evidence to hang the wolves in the feast, but there were some problems. One of them was that Chiemi seemed to have died to the corruption. It didn't make sense.
ちいちゃんは汚れを受けてしもうた。
はい。Thank you.
物意味の金を。
Thank you. Thank you.
でも、ちえねえがそれを知らないわけないでしょ。ちえねえもお話は怖がってたんだから。
Thank you.
はい。どうしてこんなことに。
僕に用があったのかな。だから僕の部屋の前に。
思い当たる件は
何も。なんなら避けられてると思ってたし。
What? Was the idea that she committed suicide about to be glossed over? Was it because I didn't find the gun? That would be... Lying right now would be dangerous.
とにかく予想もしてねえことだ。飯食ったら片付け。
待ってください。私専門家じゃありませんけど、現場保存ってものがあるんじゃ。
片付けないと不都合があるのですか？
俺らの感覚じゃな。犯人探しより今そこに転がってる死体を片付ける方がずっと大事なんだよ。
なるほど。
橋本さん、
言う通りにしよう。ああ、ムロさんと牧島さんがその片付けをなさるんですか？
ん？ああ。
じゃあ僕と Q ちゃんで食堂周辺を見回っていましょう。その方がよくありませんか？
おやっさん、どう思う？
でけえの猿だったな。
ええ。
見回りは任せ。
Oh!
何でもいいから獲物持ってけ。
Yeah, he's getting along with Kanzo way better than we ever did.
なるほど。わかりました。
Shimoto-san pointed out the necessity for patrols, came out as a reliable volunteer, and became even more trustworthy. On the other hand, he was giving himself away to talk to Mamiya-san in secret. Was it his way of separating her, whose identity wasn't confirmed yet, from the rest of the group? I had to calm down. The first part of his move was obviously great, but I wasn't sure about the second one. Shimoto-san was an active player, but I couldn't tell which of his actions were intentional and which were coincidence.
というわけで、食べられる人は朝ごはんを食べた方がいいでしょうね。僕はいただきたいな。いいですか？
はい、もちろん。匠さんも大丈夫ですか？
おう。香織さん、もちろんいただくよ。
本当に食べて大丈夫なのかね？
He had to say that now full times.
ああ？てめえ何が言いて？
私も別に不要な気遣いをしたくてしているわけではないがね。実際に人が死んだ。迷信に従って。そんな状況だからこそ。
何言ってんだてめえ、あ？まさかババアを疑ってんじゃねえだろうな。
まあ。
And like how he was so far, Kyonosuke spoke those words without any sarcasm. Had he read the mood and chosen to become the resentable but not wrong kind of character? No, he wasn't that considerate.
義継やめろ。野里さんは今回、正しい。
へばってんなら兄貴は黙ってろよ。
母さん、味見はしたよね。
Something wasn't right here. Why was everyone so sharp so early in the game?
もちろん。
Good. Cody-san understood what they meant.
でも、もう一度いただいた方が良さそうね。
Nice. Good job.
いえ、僕がいただきます。
Eh? This was my time. Everyone wanted to suspect me over anyone else, so I had to eat before they did. That was the only way to make them understand that I didn't add any poison to the food. Unfortunately for them, we weren't pulling anything like that this time. I tasted the food, then gave everyone a show of me rewashing their dishes, making them finally agree that the food was safe. We then had breakfast. Mamiya-san and Yasunagi-kun refused, while Haru-chan ate. Quite a lot, actually. And then Takumi-san and Kansa-san left the dining hall. Hello! Good evening.
それじゃあ、僕はこの周りをぐるぐる回って警戒しておきますね。危険な獣がいるかもしれないから、ここを離れない方がいいけど、声の届く範囲で自由時間にしましょ
う。私も行くんですよね。
他に誰か行くかい？うん。じゃあ、僕らだけで行こう。
I didn't understand what his final words meant. What if accepting the offer was the right choice?
片付けましょうか。
ええ。
This was my job, so this was the right thing for me to do, right? Right? I don't know. Who are you asking? By the time we finished cleaning up, only 5 people were left in the dining hall. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Meiko hasn't done anything. She didn't even say bah so far. Kara-san was in a praying mode, Rikaka-san was busy caring for Meiko, who seemed in a foul mood, Yunosuke seemed to want to call out to her, while Yoshitsugu-kun just seemed pissed. The Jonas were outside, while Takumi-san, who returned for a moment, had left once again.
おやっさん、外の方を見て回るってよ。宴は昼過ぎにしようってことだが、なんかあるか？
Just like yesterday, no one argued. People needed reasons to not follow an already established process. Yasunagi-kun was the one who pointed out and...
わかったよ、匠に。
He looked really drained.
ちっと話すか、ヤス。
え？
春、近持ち。ちょっとヤス借りるぞ。 妻子、香織さん。
It's completely normal in his default state. Yeah, it's like he's just like he always is pissed off.
あ、了解です。
すみません。お気遣いを。
そんなんじゃねえさ。大丈夫か？
うん。大丈夫。
バカ野郎！昨日ああやって覚悟決めたんじゃねえかよ、兄貴！
よし。誰にだって弱みってのがあんだ。お前だって母ちゃんがいなくなったら。いや、縁起でもねえ。忘れてくれ、香織さんも。
いいえ、私が言わなきゃならないことでした。
俺は覚悟してる。
Takumi-san and Yasunaga-kun left.
はるちゃん、その辺でなんか積もっか。うん。霧が怖かったりしない？うん。もう平気よ。
Huh? Haru-chan, acting as weird as always, left alongside Mochi. The situation was clearly set up by Hashimoto-san. Everyone split up and were free to have secret talks. What was the purpose of this? Was I just overthinking it, or had I just taken the opportunity given to them with no ulterior motives whatsoever?
ひとまずこれでよし。久石さんも休んでらっしゃい。まだお昼までは時間あるし。
休んでか。じゃあ僕もちょっと外に出てみましょうか。
みんな出て行ってしもうて。黄泉の霧は汚れの元なのにね。
What I don't understand is why we didn't go through with killing someone. Because it wasn't the wolves' fault, it was the corruption that killed. So what's exactly stopping the wolves from killing? It's just like, okay, the wolves can only kill one person. Okay, we didn't kill Chiemi though, so... Now, how would a good wolf spend this strange time? I couldn't think of anything. Was I a dumbass? Well, I did have some ideas, but they all seemed like bad moves. Traps, basically. Could I eavesdrop on someone's secret chats? It would work out when it was dark, but during the day you could see anyone within a whopping few meters. Could I just join one of the conversations? Wasn't it best to just avoid secret chats in the first place? Was it normal for wolves to be so paranoid? Part of me couldn't help but suspect that Mochi or Hashimoto-san was hiding in his midst. I couldn't see or hear anyone, so my brain perceived this world as empty. Before the unease and loneliness took over, such situations made you feel all-powerful. No one would blame me for anything I did. I could lay down in the road, go commando, shout out that I was a wolf, but all of that was just an illusion. Was this also some sort of trap to get a wolf to do something stupid? Or was this some sort of filter that caught those so paranoid that they actually believed stuff like that? Crap. I wanted to just scream and run around. I wanted to do something no one could predict. I looked out to the sky. And suddenly the ground vanished beneath my feet. Ow. Basically, I'd walked over a small cliff. Since I was unstable and fell feet first, I'd ended up hitting my legs, ass, back, and head on the ground below. Even if there were no feast, someone could actually die in a mist by accident, and now I knew that better than ever. As I tried to get up, I felt an intense pain in my leg. This was so stupid. Also, the area below the plaza was clearly out of bounds, so I was breaking the rules here. Though this was an accident I hadn't planned myself, so I probably wouldn't draw any more suspicion than I already had. As I stood up, I heard a voice behind my right side, and along with it, something metallic. I instantly raised my hands, but the pain that came over me made me groan. I nearly fell to my knees out of pain, but I was afraid that he wouldn't tolerate any sudden movement, so I just slightly bent my body. Another metallic sound, followed by a few different ones. I had no idea what they meant, so I just became more tense. I slowly turned to the right. Kanza-san now had his gun over his shoulder, not ready to fire. That let me finally relax, but my leg still hurt. I might have sprained it. To my surprise, he rested the gun in a more comfortable position, then came up to me, crouched, and lent me his shoulder. He seemed much shorter than me, but that was probably an illusion caused by his posture. We were probably about equal in height. Also, his body was a whole lot more solid than mine. Every part touching me seemed to be covered in hard muscle. I wasn't too fond of the idea of being punched by this beast. Now that I thought about it, all the wolves so far were physical weaklings. They even needed guns to make it through a direct confrontation during their day.
すみません。迷惑を。
慣れてねえならおとなしくしとれ。
はい。
お前、狼は誰だと思う？
This wasn't like him either. He really didn't seem like the type of person to ask that kind of thing here of all places, and from the person he trusts at least. That is weird.
皆さんから見れば僕なんじゃないですか。こんな時に外から来て素性も知れなくて。
てめえがうさんくさいのと狼かどうかは関係ねえ。
Consider a response from him. Something wasn't right here. What was I to do here? Got it. Okay.
あ、はるちゃん。
The moment I said that, he stopped walking. It made me put more weight over my left leg, making me groan in pain.
はるがどうした？
His grip seemed to become unnaturally stronger.
いえ、昨日あれだけ霧に怯えてたのに、今日はらしくないとは思いましたけど。
しょうもない。
そうなんです。
女言うもんは男とこのためならこだわりを捨てる。
For a moment that sounded like sexism, but then I realized it could be interpreted as criticism of men who often clung to their biases no matter what. That aside, analyzing his words made it clear that Haruchan's change was because of a man.
ああ、安永君。
Just in my heart more than a twist in my ankle.
はるちゃんは安永君が好きなんでしょうか？
みな、そう言うとる。
Everyone, huh? That was the countryside for you. Love stories had nowhere to hide. Poor Haruchan.
でも安永君は千恵美ちゃんが死んでショックなようでした。
若いもんのすいたキロータは面倒なもんよ。いつの時代も変わらん。
He resumed walking. Basically, he was wary of any suspicions directed to his granddaughter because of some worthless, childish soap opera stuff. I could totally understand. The truth was that she was actually a wolf and she was acting like that because she was overdoing the plan it set up, so the suspicions were completely right. In other words, those suspicions could fade even quicker if someone presented an even simpler story as an alternative.
実は僕も千恵美ちゃんのことが少し好きになり始めてたんです。霧が出る前ですけど、彼女に今お相手はいるのかって聞いたんですけど、どうやらいると。
Oh, don't do this!
で、当然外の町の方にいるのかと聞いたら、そこは濁されて。ただ、どうやら、相手に二股をかけられてるから別れようかな、とか言ってまして。
What a sudden change.
本当か。
He gripped my arm really hard, and I, grimacing at the pain in my leg, looked straight into his wrinkly face.
おい。
聞いたかどうかなら本当です。ただ、
Oh, don't do that! Oh, he's such a scumbag.
それに、彼のこととはわかりません。違うかもだし。
After looking at nothing in particular, he turned away from me.
安永君はいい子だと思いますよ。
He didn't give any sort of response. Alright, I just sown the seeds of malice. You motherfucker. Once I returned to the dining hall, Tarzan took a look at my injury.
じゃから外に出ん方がええって言ったのに。
すみません。本当に危ないですね。もうずっとおとなしくしておきます。
それがええわよ。
Tarzan brought a hand towel from the counter and skillfully bandaged my leg. Bandaged? Bandaged my leg! She'd even put some weird leaves on my skin. Apparently they help with sprains like this. She then took a wet towel and a plastic bag and applied it to the wound. It was a substitute for ice and it worked better than you'd think. Despite this being a medical matter, Kinosuke refused to get involved. Orthopedics weren't his specialty, apparently. The empty pride he displayed when saying that actually calmed me down. It was very like him.
胸が痛みますが
Whoopsie. I can't read.
何よりでした。
すみません。ご心配をおかけして。
ねえ、ふさゆきさん、骨折。
Oh my god, why can't she not remember her name?
難しい言葉を知ってるね。でもこれは捻挫。
捻挫？
ねんざ。
で、ら。
Was I that bad at talking?
痛いの？
うん。すごく痛いよ。
天罰ね。
Punishment. Did I hear that right?
ふさゆきさんに天罰。
濡れ衣だ。どうしたんです今日。
すみません。今日はどうしてかずっとこんな調子で。
She really did seem like she was in a bad mood. Had she seen something? I was worried for a moment, but Meiko didn't say anything more. She just continued being sulky. What was her deal? Eventually, everyone returned, and this ended up being nothing major. My injury is actually the biggest event. Some were worried, some picked on me, some scolded me for not being careful. Their reactions were varied, but it didn't look like anyone suspected me because of it. Yasunagi-kun was in a better mood today, and Haru-chan and Mochi brought some foraged goods. He thanked them with a smile. There was debate about whether we'd actually eat the stuff. Tai-san said something about a corrupt mist, Kyunosuke considered the possibility of there being poison plants, etc. We chopped it all up, put some sauce on it, and the volunteers, the children, Hashimoto-san and the industrious food critic Mamiya-san ate up. Nothing happened, of course. Because of my injury, no one wanted to go outside anymore. An hour after lunch, Kanzo-san said it was time, and we began the feast. Half grinning in response, I drank more of the divine sake than usual. As far as I knew though, alcohol wasn't good for you when you were injured. Thus, the feast started. Takumi-san started out by giving the lead to Yasunagi-kun, who readily accepted it. They probably decided on this during their secret talk. He gave several ideas. Chiemi could have accidentally wandered outside on some errand. She also could have not returned home for some reason. And lastly, Chiemi could have been killed by wolves who wanted to make it look like a corruption did it. That was when Takumi-san mentioned that you couldn't stay awake even if you wanted to, and Yoshitsugu-kun vouched for that. With that, everyone agreed that it was unlikely that she'd accidentally gone outside. The talk was similar to the one we'd had when talking about Mamiya-san's death last time. However, unlike this time, it had been a given that Mamiya-san had returned to her room once, so we'd reached the conclusion that she, a person who didn't end up sleeping, was a wolf. The idea that Chiemi didn't return back home to begin with had me forming a certain theory. Tom's bottle on his wounds. Aha! According to Chiemi from the first loop, you could be outside until 8 in the evening. Yesterday, I had woken up at about 10 PM, meaning that anyone in their rooms between 8 to 10 PM would go to sleep. Or rather, be forced into sleep. That was when the wolves would be woken up, get in the wolf outfit they were given during the night, and do their deeds. From what I could tell, the humans would stay asleep. That was why they were always killed without putting up a fight. After that, the wolves would return to their homes and be forced to sleep again. Then the wolf outfit would be picked up and they would wake up the following morning. The Feast of the Yomi Purge wouldn't work without the sleep function. However, I knew for a fact that people could die just by being outside their rooms. The first time it had happened to Mami-san and Hashimoto-san, who wanted to spend the night in their van, while Yoshitsugu-kun was torn apart because of his own recklessness. Last time, if you excluded Mamiya-san, a wolf, Yoshitsugu-kun suggested going outside right after everyone went to bed. The first time, he'd probably gone outside long before everyone was forced to sleep. Basically, if you were in a room at a certain time, you would be forced to go to sleep. That was probably the true meaning behind the shelter taboo. It was just a prerequisite for the main factor in controlling the feast, dreaming, or in other words, sleeping. That was why those who didn't shelter would be eliminated by the bringers of corruption. Looking at it that way, I felt like I could see the cunning logical truth behind Great Lord Shinai. Anyway, the main matter right now was Chiemi. I had no idea how she could survive outside until she committed suicide, but I would just assume she did. I also didn't know if she was waiting for the wolves or just happened to encounter us when we went to the dorm. However, it was clear that she'd been outside the whole time. Yasunagi-kun also believed that and said so to everyone. His own idea that it was actually a murder made to look like a rule violation was dismissed because Chiemi's futon wasn't even spread out in her room. That meant that she hadn't even intended to dream last night.
つまりやっすんは理由はよくわかんないけど 知恵姉が死んだのは事故みたいなもんで、
But why would she kill herself if she's the better?
狼は誰も殺してないってことを言いたいのかな？
ああ。
After Yasunaga-kun explained his position, Mochi interjected. He was a passive participant, but really good at it. Most of his few words were on the mark. He was also the monkey, so no one had to worry about him trying to mislead people. You're just bad shit and say, okay!
僕はそう思う。
That misinterpretation was actually good for us. Though we didn't plan for it, we got rid of a human, and there wouldn't be a hanging today as a retaliation. At least, a part of me hoped so. Kansa-san argued against it, of course.
どうしてです？
狼にとって都合が良すぎる。
Sharp.
その危惧はわかります。が、そういうためには、知恵姉がどうしてあなったかわからないと。
逆じゃ。お前が言え、ヤス。
え？
夜に人が死んどる。普通は狼の仕業じゃ。そうでないなら。
でもあれは汚れだと。タイバーや狼じじいも言ってたじゃないですか。
あたしはそう思ったがね。でも難しいことは。
狼が来る。こんなもんで確証になるか。
じゃあ、知恵姉が布団を敷いてなかったのはどう説明するんですか？
大したことじゃねえ。
大したことですよ。
てめえ、ヤス。
You told him to speak and now you're telling him to shut up. That doesn't make sense. Kansa-san's words were full of irritation, if not anger. It brought a change to everyone's expressions. I was the only one who could see this rationally. After all, I was the one who caused this. I presented him with an unproven personal matter between me and a deceased girl, maliciously giving him several ways to view it. One of them led to the conclusion that Yasunaga-kun was a dirty cheater who played both Chiemi and Haru-chan. I would like you to know that the upload of this video is 14 years old. It was uploaded on 25th of November 2008 and it has over 8 million views. So thank you, Room, for the bacha. I left Kansa-san to that convenient idea without putting myself at any risk. I wasn't expecting us to avoid today's lynching to begin with, thus I would instead gain their trust by just leading them to the truth.
もう一つ、ちえみちゃんが自殺をした可能性です。
The idea shocked everyone, but it was actually easy to explain. It was true after all. Someone who'd commit suicide won't prepare their futon, and since the suicide was enough bloodshed for the night, the wolves didn't kill anyone else. It was an answer that let people combine the idea that the wolves didn't kill but planned to.
ならどうして遺体があんなにひどいことになっていたんですか？
I can't tell you that.
自殺死体を狼が見つけた後、特に何もせずに放置した。それを山の獣が荒らしたとすればどうかな。
そんなもんこの辺りの山にいるか、おやすさん。
He wanted to prove that the wolves were out for blood, but his knowledge as a hunter denied the possibility of there being such beasts here, so I helped him out.
こんなことを考えたくはないんですが、化け物、あるいは神とかそういう存在かもしれません。考えてもみてください。汚れを与える存在は実在するんです。あれをやる存在が夜そこら中をうろついてるとすれば、死体を見つけて同じように破壊する可能性はある。それは読み人とかムジナとか本物のよもつ狼とか。
汚れをもたらすのは確かにそういうものかもしれません。
恐ろしい。
久石さん、 いたずらに不安を煽らないでくださいよ。
いや、そのつもりはないんだ。ただ何か未知の脅威があるのは確かで、化け物じゃなくても注意すべきだし、死体が損壊した理由にだってなる。それは注意すべきじゃないか。
それはそうですが。
待てって、仮にちえみが自殺だったとして、それで狼が殺す気だったかってのもわからねえ。それにちえみは自殺するような玉じゃねえと俺は思うぜ。
そうだ、ちえねえは自殺なんてしませんよ。
まあまあ、皆さん落ち着いてください。
So he joined in. How would he handle this?
僕の意見を言ってもいいでしょうか。
どうぞ。
もちろんだ。
僕こんな図体ですが、一時は
Oh yeah, right.
カメラマンやってましてね。いくらか悲惨な現場も見たん
He's
です。
certainly seen some things in his life.
マジかよ。
で、専門家じゃないから何とも言えないんですが、彼女の遺体、頭部だけ妙に散乱してて、壁の上の方まで飛び散ってるみたいなんですよ。銃創っぽく見えるんですよね。大口径の銃の
I mean, yeah.
禁弾。
If you blow your head off with a gun? Sure. Few people looked at Kanza-san. It was a fitting reaction considering he had a gun and he garnered in response.
ああ、いえ、牧島さんがどうってことじゃないと思いますよ。
どういうこと？
上に吹き飛ぶ状況ってやっぱり口に加えて撃ったのかなって。大きな銃ならだいぶやりにくいと思いますが、誰かが殺すなら水平か、あるいは上から下に撃つ方がありそうですから。となるとやはり不妻子くんが言うように自殺なんじゃないかと。彼女って銃を持ってたんです。
いや、
聞いちゃいねえ
な。わしも聞いてはいねえが、資料の免状は取ったと言うとった。
マジか。それじゃあ散弾銃なら持てたはずだ。
None of them know if she had a gun.
筋が良かった。量やらすなら地位だと思っとった。
Kanza-san's tone grew lower as he displayed an unexpectedly high opinion of her. The story that she was being cheated on must have hit even harder than I thought. Chimi really did have a place here. She must have gotten a license because she thought so herself. Does it only mean that the gloomy talk from last time
だってここには私の居場所なんてないもの。
was just nonsense from a wolf?
いや待て、おかしい。それならなぜ銃が残ってねえんだ。ちえみの部屋にも銃弾なんてなかったぞ。
I was curious about why there was no gun too, but there were no bullets either, or shells. They were with the rest of her stuff last time. Did I mess up while searching or something?
部屋には鍵はかかってなかったから誰でも入れたわけですよね。
そりゃそうだが、
一番危惧すべきは狼が銃と弾丸を持ち帰ったということだと思うんです。
That was when Mamiya-san took over.
実在が不確かな銃を必要以上に恐れるのもどうかとは思うんですが、それでもこの後各自の部屋をざっとでも見て回る必要があると思います。
それで見つかるように隠すかは怪しいけど、どう思います？
探す姿勢を見せることが大事です。
やろ
う。構わねえ。
待ちたまえ。うちをそんな理由で荒らされるのは少々困る。古い猟銃が出てきてもおかしくないし。
後ろ暗いところがあるんですか？でもまあ確かにおっちゃんは銃とか持って帰らなさそう。も持ってそうだし、ヘタレ。
しかも貴様は。しかし、ああそうだ。正直死体からそんなものをもぎ取るなど。
I like that these two are cousins.
臆病長者が死体が怖えんだろ。それで医者もできねえって聞いたぜ。
違う。私は
黙りなさい、義継。野里さん、どうかご無礼をお許しください。
So he really was afraid of corpses. Man, the guy sure was hard to make use of. Still, there was no reason for us to be afraid here. After all, we weren't the ones who took the gun. I could only assume it was Great Lord Shinai again. Thanks to Hashimoto-san, just about everyone now agreed that Shiemi had killed herself with a gun. Proof was a very important thing. The people of Yasumisa really had to realize that by cleaning up the corpses right away, they made it harder to find out the truth. Even Yasunaga-kun accepted that Shiemi had committed suicide. He was now muttering something like, "Chiene, why?" Hanzo-san looked at him with extremely intense eyes. If you connected the story from before with the suicide, you could assume that it was the result of the love triangle drama. After all, she'd committed suicide in front of Yasunaga-kun's room. With that settled, Takumi-san spoke up again.
で、結局、今日はどうするんだ？くくるのか、くくらねえのか。
After a moment of silence.
狼が殺したんじゃない。だから、約束通り、処刑はしないべきだ。
死人が出たら、くくるのが約束じゃ。
狼が殺したんじゃない。
よろしいですか？
なんだ、植松。
私には芹沢様が雲の精神を発揮されたのではないかと思えてならないのです。
Give her a pat and now your time.
あ？なんだそりゃ。
汚れをその身に引き取る雲の精神によって他の皆々様を守られたのです。聡明で勇敢な芹沢様ならばそのような行動に出られるのではないか。
詳しく教えてくだ。
つまり昨晩自ら進んで血を流し他のカゴ者の皆様を守られたということ。
I mean, that's the same thing we thought as well.
もちろん芹沢様は狼の来訪を目の当たりにして
ちいちゃん、あの子は乱暴じゃったが確かにそういうまっすぐな優しい子でもあったんよ。
そういうんじゃねえ。知恵ねえは本物の肝っ玉を持ってただけだ。
じゃあやっぱり狼は殺す気で近づいてたってことなの？考えすぎじゃない？
ただな。
Damn it!
確かに知恵ねえが自殺する
On isn't upfront about her murderous impulses.
悩みがありゃその相手を撃つ方が知恵ねえらしいってんだよ。あるね。
そしていつも学校で
Wait, Haru is older than
体を張って守ってくれたのも知恵ねえだ。
知恵ねえ。どうするんです？処刑をする方向に話が進んでますよ。
最低限するかどうか票を取ってもらいたいな。
橋本さん、
僕も君も生き残らないとならない。脅威の排除が必要ならやむを得ないのかもしれない。
でも
もしそういう理由ならきっと芹沢さんはカゴ者じゃなかったろう。蛇のカゴ者は生きてて情報をつかんだことになる。加えて皆さんが狼の打倒のために覚悟と団結をできるなら昨日とはだいぶ状況が違うことになる。まあ僕も良心に従って殺人はしない方に一票入れるけどね。
よし、挙手。
Okay.
今日くくるものを投票で選ぶことに賛成の者は挙手しろ。
The old wolf guy, Yamawaki-san, Kanza-san, Kyonosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Rikako-san, Mochi, Yoshitsugu-kun, and I raised our hands. The only ones who didn't were Kaori-san, Yasunaga-kun, Haru-chan, Meiko, and the journals.
Mochi!
ごめんやっすん。でもなんか知恵ねえが仇撃てって言ってる気がしてさ。
そうなのかな。本当にそうなら夢ででも出てきてくれればいいのに。
そう だね。
9対6じゃ。ククルモン選べ。
仕方ないな。あ、その場合、一人選んだら。
どうなんだ、おやす。
くくったら、宴はしまいよ。
じゃあ、その前に、大事なことを聞いておきたいんですが、もしヘビが今日、狼を見つけてるなら、名乗り出てもらっていい？
そうですね。誰をくくるか選べるし、その後、雲に守ってもらうこともできる。
Are we going to pretend to be the snake?
複数出てきたら嫌ですね。
出てくるよ、複数。昨日、織部安永君が指摘した通り、一人目が名乗り出れる。
If we could get them to believe that we're the real snake, we would have a way easier way to manipulate some stuff. If the real one came out now, I would have to play the fake. But the real one wouldn't come out just yet.
狼を見つけたヘビはいないか？いねえみてえだぜ。
じゃあ、昨日調べたのは人だったってわけだ。
ふむふむ。ちなみに、今日の夜、優先的に調べられたいって人はいます？
For a moment, I almost ignored that nonchalant question, but a second later, I almost stopped breathing. This was an attack. I had no idea why I thought that, but this was a deadly attack. What was I supposed to do about it? What was the right choice? What was the right choice? Okay, let's go with the wrong choice first. Bad ending time. I couldn't let myself be investigated before anyone else, not when I was a wolf. It would be bad if the snake discovered my identity, and having me become a topic of debate would be even worse. It was possible they wouldn't speak up about finding a wolf, but it didn't seem like silence was an option given the situation. Not to sound cocky or anything, but if I were taken down, the rest of the wolves would instantly fall apart. I wasn't supposed to raise my hand, right? So much hesitation I didn't. On the other hand, 5 others raised their hands. Kanza-san, Kyonosuke-shi, Yasunaga-kun, Mamiya-san, Yoshitsugu-kun. Shit. When I saw who'd stepped forward, I understood the nature of the trap. I unconsciously glanced at the one who'd set us up and found him looking right at me with a smile. Yet another damn blunder on my part. It'd be late, but maybe if I raised my hand now... Hashimoto-san had me totally beat. That said, I wasn't sure if everyone would understand the point he was trying to make. But when I considered my current position... Despite his words, Hashimoto-san didn't sound the least bit troubled.
待ってくれ。なぜ困る？
そもそも皆さんはみんな調べられたいと思っているべきなんです。だって全会一致で調べられれば自分が狼でないと潔白の証明ができるんですから。何か言えば言葉尻を取られ疑われる。そんな状況で潔白の証明は誰だって欲しいもののはずだ。
それなら、私も。
あたしも調べてもらえんかね。
私も調べてください。
それなら俺もだ。
僕も。
私も。よくわからんが、このブームには乗る気がない。
ええ、こうなるはずです。ここまで説明すれば、理解できた人は、
ね
Only the ones who didn't understand kept their hands down.
皆さん、よろしいですよ。
Everyone did as he said. It was unsettling, like Hashimoto-san possessed some technique that controlled everyone.
ただ、僕の予想と違っていたことが一つ。最初から聞き手に回るつもりの方ならともかく、話し手に回りたい方は、もっと強く、潔白の証明を求めるはず。実際、野里さんや織部さんの息子さんもすぐに反応した。
何か言うたびに疑われてはかなわんからね。
俺みてえな奴は、クソババアを疑っただけで怪しまれっからな。
そういうね。
Incidentally, those two were designated because they were the secondary wave of those who wanted a voice in the feast, but had they realized that? Naturally, Yasunaga-kun and Kanza-san were the primary wave, and Mamiya-san could be right up there with them this time. However...
しかし、この後どう考えても、たくさん喋るだろうはずの方が、 手を挙げなかった。
俺は蛇のカゴ車だ。
Oh. Shit, what horrible timing. I've been forced out myself as a snake, and with Takumi-san at that. I just barely managed to avoid falling behind his declaration, but that could hardly be called a silver lining right now.
祭司てめえ。
あなたこそ狼だったのか。
ああ、ちょっと落ち着いて。しまったな。
ちょっと待ってください。何ですかこの状況は。
俺が手を挙げなかったのは自分で自分を調べる発想が出なかったからだよ。
僕は蛇だから蛇に調べてもらいたいと表明すること自体微妙に嘘になるのを気にしていたんです。少しの嘘も許されない場においてどう振る舞うべきか悩んでしまっただけで。て
めえ、ここでぶちのめしてやる。
落ち着きましょう。
Hashimoto-san rose partially to his feet, exuding a pressure that intimidated even a man as sturdily built as Takumi.
なるほど。お二人ともそういう理由で挙手をしなかっただけで、狼だから調べられた。
Isn't that fascinating though? That Takumi is the one like, oh, will the snake please come out? Only for him to be the snake himself.
当たり前です。
当然だ。
お二人とも誰のことを調べましたか。
お前だよ、ヤス。
それはありがたいけど、人だったよね。
ああ。
I see. So that was why he'd acted that way this morning, and why he didn't out himself as a snake yesterday.
それで、不妻子さんは
肝臓さんだよ。彼は人だった。
It may have sounded a bit too good to be true, but he was the only one I could see possibly backing me up. There was also the seeds of malice I planted in him earlier.
さて、どうしましょうね。
I was the one who wanted to complain. The snake had revealed themselves early, but this was a totally different situation from the previous loop where Takumi-san had done so on the first day. It was the second day, so not only had the power been successfully used once, but now a lie had been successfully lured out. We're screwed by default. Yeah. Yeah. This is a bad ending. The longer the snake survived, the better, but as a participant, they'd already drawn out more than enough information. So long as he was acknowledged as the real deal, that was.
俺が本物の蛇だ。
僕が本物の蛇です。
お二方とも条件は同じ。
Yeah, if we raise our hands into being investigated, then we can either like not come out as a fake snake, because there's no point coming out as a fake snake. And then maybe Takumi-san wouldn't come out as a snake in the first place.
同じはずがあるか。こいつ。
あなたの方が嘘つきだ。
Indeed, without any contradictions between us, neither of us could be selected.
これは二人とも生かして様子を見るべきでは。
Yasunaga couldn't reach that conclusion, but
いや、両方くくる。
yeah, of course, this guy would say that. Guess trying to get him on my side was a bust.
ああ、それでも構わね
え。Wait, what?
俺はヤスが人だと知ってるし、おやすさんもきっと人だろうと思う。この嘘つき野郎が。
There's no body left of Chiumi though. She's already down inside Anaga.
俺の知ってるおやすさんなら、狼になった直後に腹でも切って死んでるだろう。
I kept wanting to say that wasn't true, but unfortunately I knew nothing I said could convince them.
おやすさんとヤスが安全で、なおかつちえみはもういねえ。あとは俺と、よく頭と口が回るらしい不妻子がいなくなれば。
And thank you for the high time. Good evening, Ichi. How you doing?
狼の頭目として残すとヤバいやつはこの中にいねえと俺は思う。
The manners of the people of Yasumisu.
他の連中は狼の頭が務まるほど悪知恵が
You just woke
回
up.
る人間じゃねえ。
Understandable.
俺が一番よく知ってる。間宮さんだけは知らねえが、俺らをうまく回せるような太刀でもねえと思ってる。
起点不足ってことかしら。認めた方がこの場は有利かもしれないけど、灼ね。
違う違う。あんたはあくまでよそ者って立場と振る舞いのままだろ。そうする限り他の安水の門を率いることはできね
え。なるほど。じゃあ同意するわ。
つうわけで俺をくくるのはいい。だが
タンタンタン。
そんな話が通ってたまりますか。正しい蛇が生き残って偽物が死ぬべきなんだ。
人のために死ぬ覚悟がない奴は狼だ。
暴論だ。
それ以上は水かけ論でしょう。投票に入ってもいいんじゃないですか。
構わね
え。Damn it. Yep. It wasn't even a contest. The vote was 13-2 in favor of lynching me. Crushing me.
すみません。春秋様。
Nikaka-san, the only one who'd voted in my favor on the grounds that those who claim to have guardians shouldn't be taken lightly, was the one pushing me.
気にしないでください。むしろあなたも僕の味方だと疑われることを考えたら優しくしてくれないでよかったんですよ。
あなたもとはどういう意味かな。
忘れないでください、橋本さん。あなたが言葉尻を捉えるつまらない罠を仕掛けるから人は本物の蛇を失うんだ。
そうだね。その可能性もあるかもしれないね。
This man was insane too. His words lacked substance. Perhaps he'd gotten too used to insane situations and taking up a relaxed attitude to handle any gruesome circumstances. It made sense. I'd been a sore loser and slipped up this time. He'd won.
落ちなカレーでいいのかな。
I would return. I was hanged and died. I swore I'd return, and when I did, I wouldn't let these people kill me. That thought repeated in mind until my consciousness swiftly faded into the mist. Dun dun dun. Alright. So, no falling for the trap this time. Nothing like hanging out with the townspeople. Raise hand! By the way, we have 1, 2, 3... 3 more bad endings. As a wolf, I didn't want to be investigated before anyone else. Even so, I raised my hand. Not raising it might be seen as asking that I not be investigated. A total of 6 people raised their hands. Kanzo-san, Kyunosuke-shi, Yasunaka-kun, Mamiya-san, Yoshitsugu-kun, and me. Upon seeing you raise their hands, I instantly understood the nature of the trap. Those who wanted to have a voice in the feast simply had to raise their hands here. Being a proven human was necessary if you wanted to have influence and a voice here. This was a game of politics disguised as a game of logic. Since the murders couldn't be scientifically investigated, you had to present possible suspects purely on circumstantial evidence. However, whether the others believed that or not was up to them to decide. And since circumstantial evidence, no matter how much of it remained circumstantial, it was entirely possible to make a fool of yourself by treating it like direct proof. There was also the fear of death as well as religious faith. Not many people were capable of deciding everything for themselves in this situation. Those who didn't have confidence in their own decisions left the choice to others, specifically the popular, capable leaders. They were the ones who didn't raise their hands. They were too slow to realize how to react to this because they needed explanations and guidance from their leaders. Those who wanted to be leaders, on the other hand, were constantly waiting for opportunities to consolidate power by proving themselves right.
待ってくれ。どういう意味だ。
例えばムロさん、この場全員であなたを調べることにする。明日同じように狼が出たら名乗り出るように言う。名乗り出がなければあなたは安全。以後下手に疑われずに済む。
ああ、なるほど。
今日も誰かが人だと分かったはずですが、名乗り出ない限り活かせませんもんね。
僕もそれは賛成です。
それなら私も調べていただきたいです。
あたしも調べてもらってええかね。
私も調べてください。
私も。
Everyone else now raised their hands like the followers they were.
Me?
Besides the monkeys, the ones who weren't raising their hands either didn't understand the situation at all or missed the right time to hide their hope that they wouldn't be investigated. But we didn't have any of those. Both Haruchan and Cody-san knew what they had to do. However, my only option in this situation was to raise my hand at the first opportunity. I'd already done something to assert my wish to take a political lead. Besides that, I was a newbie who no one trusted, so I was a likely lynch target. Everyone probably assumed that I knew my situation. That was why I had to put myself ahead before anyone else. Otherwise, it would have seemed extremely likely that I was a wolf. Hashimoto-san slowly looked at everyone. He stopped the moment his gaze was directed at me. It wasn't stern or cold, it was as calm and gentle as always. But I couldn't help sensing a powerful will behind it. The will of a cameraman, an observer, who wanted to know the true nature of his subject. This wasn't a battlefield, the wilderness, or some restaurant selling unusual cuisine. But he was, as always, remaining an observer. He stayed at an appropriate distance, blended in with the environment, and focused solely on observation. And if he noticed something crucial, he would simply call it out. It wouldn't be that his words would prompt some other event. His attack would be over the moment he spoke. That was just how precise his observations were. Was I being paranoid? No. He was the real deal. A true threat to me. He tested me just now. Suspected me. In that case, what came next would be...
すみません。下ろしてください。そりゃあそうだ。後ろ暗いところがないなら調べてもらって安全になりたい。そう思うのは当然でした。
でもじゃあ誰を調べるんです？
僕個人としては Q ちゃんを調べてもらえたら安心なんですけどね。ただそれは僕個人の気持ちであって不採取くんはどうかな。彼はかなり頭が出るようだし人の証明があればやりやすいだろう。
Wait, doesn't that just mean that we have to... Kill Takumi then? Because we know that he's due to the loop. And us getting the bad ending, we know that Takumi is the real snake. So if it turns out that they actually start investigating us, then we need to kill them or we're gonna have a fucking problem. Actually, I had to avoid being investigated by the snake. Practice that means convincing both of your fellow wolves.
ということは、今日は不採取さんは処刑の対象から外すと。
そうなるね。
If I wasn't a wolf, this would be nothing but a kindness from a fellow outsider. I wasn't certain if he was doing this on purpose. However, I was certain of one thing. Yudai Hashimoto was my enemy. The most formidable among everyone here, in fact. All that hard work to save him, and now I had to kill him. But I had to do it to survive.
いいですね。ぜひ。と、僕より優先的に調べられるべき人がいる。
ほう、誰かな。
匠さんです。
This was how I'd handle it. It was a setup for a future attack.
匠さんはおそらく今後もずっと中心的役割を果たしていくことになる。彼が人か狼かもわからない状況だとみんな判断に困るでしょう。
それは
まあその通りだろうな。声が大きい人間ほどよく目立つがそれゆえに疑われることもあろう。
おそらく優先順位的には匠さんと牧島勘三さんが同等くらいでしょう。僕は早々に生存証明は欲しいですが自分の安全を全体の利益より優先させて後でそれを非難されるのはごめんです。それでも僕を先に調べてもらえるなら構いません。調べてください。あるいはこういう振る舞いをする僕が疑わしいなら投票してもらってもいい。僕は皆さんの勝利を願いながらくくられましょう。
Oh, we're playing this card now, okay.
昨日の晩に済ませました。ちえみちゃんが示した勇気を彼女ほどかっこよくはないけど僕も持とうと思います。
春秋様。
どう思うモッチ？
匠にか。まあ確かにそうだな。
ねえ、やめない？この人くくるの。
あたしもこの子は狼じゃないような気がするけどね。
That went well. Haruchan was kind of overdoing it, but as long as she didn't take it any further, it'd be consistent with her act so far.
なるほどね。それじゃあ室匠さんを蛇の型に調べてもらうということで。
Silence.
室さん本人もよろしいかな？
ああ、構わね
え。では、それで。
He's the snake! How is he gonna investigate him? He couldn't push any further. Now it was time to vote.
拉致があかねえ。植松の、もう票取れ。
はい。記録をいたしましょう。
The snake has deduced that the snake is, in fact, the snake. We continued talking for a short while after that, but it was mostly pointless chatter about what we should do and if anyone had any ideas.
あのさ、どこかにカメラを仕掛けておけば、狼が誰かわかるんじゃない？
それを今この場で言ったら、狼にもバレて意味なくなるんじゃないかな。
あ、そうだね。
Haruchan did as I told her, displaying dedication toward contributing to the feast. A decent amount of time had passed since we'd started the feast, and it would probably end right before the evening. Takumi-san was silent. He'd seemed against hanging people on a whim at first, but something had changed him somehow. Chiimi was like a fellow pillar of the community, so it must have hit him pretty hard. At this point, the only one clearly opposed to the vote was Mamiya-san, but even then, she only had a hand on her forehead. And so the vote began.
最初はあんただ、じいさん。聞いてんのか？
おめえ。
あ？俺だと？
鬼みたいじゃ。怖い怖い。
そうかよ。次、おやっさん。
休み。
Did I push things too far?
処刑に反対するのがそんなにおかしなことですか？
てめえは頭が回る。そうやって首相なふりしてやがるかもしれん。
おやっさん、やすは敵じゃねえよ。
同僚聞かんことには納得せん。
匠にいいから進めて。
じゃあ次はばあちゃんだ。
困ったね。記者の女の人に。
待ってください。私
のNo, you're just an outsider and she still doesn't like outsiders, so.
橋本さんが猿なのはいいけどね。あんたはまだようわからん。
キューちゃん、落ち着いて。
ええ、大丈夫です。こういうことも想定すべきですし、ちょっと驚いただけ。
次は俺だな。狼じじいに一票だ。こんなこと言いたくない。この後に及んで適当なことばっか言ってるてめえは外。
He's actually saying like full-on substantial sentences this time around. What a weird guy.
何言ってんのかわからねえ。次、香織さんだぜ。
安永、あなたはどう思う？
誰に投票するか先に言ってもいいんでしょうか？
悪いってことはね。
僕は現状で確証を持った票を入れることができない。だからここまで宴に貢献していない人を選ぶことしかできない。
Why is the old man called the old man who carried off? Because no one knows what his name is. No one knows what his name is, and he's like, even before all of this, he'd be running around calling that the wolves are coming, stuff like that. That's why he's called that. From kind of based on the story of the. I think we find out by the end of the game. Maybe. He's so ancient, he was already around even when Kanzo was little, which I don't think is completely true. Like I don't think they're that far apart in age, but.
狼じじいに投票するつもりだ。ただ、母さんは自分で選んで。
But hold on, I can show you. I can show you Barry, but he doesn't even get a name. Like literally, because I looked into these settings before we even started the game. He's even listed as the old man who cried wolf here. So no clue if he's gonna get a different name. I think he might be, then he realized it might come true. Oh yeah. I don't trust the guy. I tell you that much. I have not trusted him ever since the first time around. Oh. The old man, Tom.
ちえみちゃんのことをいいように言っていたのが少し気になったから、あの子が狼だった可能性もあるわよね。
Of all people, she was the one to say that. And again, I was actually planning to mention it too. That was a smart move.
どういうこと？母さん。
狼同士が仲間割れしたのかもしれないというの。殺すか殺さないかとか、そういう話でね。
Wow, it was almost as if she was there herself. Turns out she was nodding. After all, in the feast, it was common sense that humans weren't the only ones who could die at night. By creating the possibility that Chiemi was a wolf, we would mess up their assumptions about how many wolves there were left.
ちえみちゃんは殺したくなかったのかもしれない。
待ちなさい、オリベのご婦人。それだと一人分の血を流したことにはならないのじゃないかね。
いや、わかりませんよ。少なくとも狼が仲間割れも殺しの人数にカウントした可能性は十分ある。
それで死体はあの場に残って、夫妻さんの言うように獣か何かに荒らされたとかね。そうだった場合、ちえみちゃんは人だったと狼は主張するんじゃないかしら。
She said that while looking at Rikaku-san, who had praised Chiemi's actions on the basis that she was a human. But...
違います。私はただ
美化したかった。
Fully aware that my comment was unnecessary, I took the stage.
自殺なんてどうやったって悲しい。どうしようもなくやるせないものです。でもその死が前向きな理由だったなら、僕らもまた前向きになれる。そういう実のところ僕らに対するケアだったんじゃないですか。
I took her aside this time. She was an important person with special powers. It was better for her to die later. I couldn't deny that a part of me didn't want to kill her, but I ignored it. After all, following the betrayal, the only suffering would be me. Right now, the important thing was to pretend to be a human fighting the good fight against the wolves. Cody-san was a wolf and would probably be outed eventually. I had to make sure I wouldn't be suspected based on acting in support of her beforehand.
そう思っていました。ただ、一番は本当に芹沢様が勇気を持って盾になられたのだと。
I didn't doubt that. Rikaku-san might have been more traditional than anyone else in Fujiyoshi, but her heart remained good-natured.
わかった。あとは皆が判断する。次、清田。
夫妻子春明君に一票を。
Just like last time, he voted for me on the first day.
理由は何でしょう？
君自身が言った通りだ。率先してヘビに調べられることを拒否した時点で君への投票を決めていたよ。
なるほど、わかりました。もっと利己的になった方が良かったとは思えないんですが。
次、僕はさっき言った通り狼じじいに投票するよ。
He was the first one to get 2 votes.
近文字だ。
発散かな。
なんでそう思ったの？
真面目すぎるなって。どういうことよ。いや、ほんとそれだけ。もっとヘラヘラしてる方が発散っぽいから。
The scary thing was that such random thoughts of his often hit the mark.
よし、どうする？
植松に投票する。理由はババアの話がもっとと思ったから。
あなたも自分で考えなさい。
考えた上で言ってんだ。何より死んだ理由まで長者に利用されるのが俺が気に食わねえ。
We have 3 people who have 2 votes now. And we're one of them.
次、春。
私も植松さんに入れる。
なぜ安光の者の死を悲しんだ彼女が疑われねばならんのかね。
うるせえな。もう次行っちまえよ、匠に。
あんただ、植松里香子。
織部香織様に
お返しというわけかしら。
はい、私は人ですから。先ほど述べられたご理由は不当に思えました。
もういいか。じゃあ次だ。メイコ。
I saw that one coming. What?
不妻子のことか。なんで入れた？
I was waiting because she doesn't like us this time around. There's something off with her this time around.
みんなダメ。だけど順番。
おい、何言ってんだこいつ。
それが私にもさっぱりで。
Wait, could it be that she was...
みんな、なんとかなの。だから、くくるの。
Meiko was the badger. Crap, I couldn't use her no matter how hard I thought about it. Hell, she could totally give it away in Runes.
まあいいや。次。
Ah.
不妻子の番だぞ。
Alright. Right now I had 3 votes as the Dikaku-san. The old wolf guy had 2, while Takumi-san, Kaori-san, Yasunaga-kun, and Mamiya-san had 1 each. You were looking for fan art? Oh man. Yeah, I am actually like trying really hard not to scroll down on Steam as well. Well, you know, when you can see the community screenshots and stuff, because I accidentally spurred myself on a piece of artwork as well. I was like, no. Like I have no idea when that's going to take place, but also to survive, I had to vote for Dikaku-san or the old wolf guy, and my vote would affect those of the remaining 2, the journals. If they both voted for me, it'd be game over. But if I was right about the nature of Hashimoto-san's actions, he was trying to decide whether I was clean or not. And if he decided that I wasn't, he would have surely mentioned it before the vote began. It was possible that he would vote for someone else. I had no idea if Mamiya-san would follow his vote, but even if she didn't, it wasn't likely that she would vote for me. Basically, if I voted for Dikaku-san, she would get 4 votes and most likely be lynched. And if I voted for the old wolf guy, he would have 3 votes, and depending on who the journalists voted for, I could end up in the final vote. None of those with just 1 vote were particularly suspicious, so it was best to just disregard them altogether. I had to vote between Dikaku-san and the old wolf guy. But honestly, it wasn't much of a choice. Kaori-san's words about Dikaku-san relied a decent amount on the assumption that the village hats were anti-Yasumisu, but that wasn't very credible. It would be strange for me to base my decision on that. We already had Haru-chan agree with Kaori-san's words. She didn't even give her own reason. I didn't want to be considered an ally of those who'd given up on thinking for themselves. Now, all that mattered was who the remaining 2 would vote for. This could lead to another final vote, but I'd think about that then.
僕は狼じじい氏に投票します。
どうして？
I had to say something justified and useful to the humans.
狼じじい氏は多分こうしておられるけど演技だと思う。
That's what I've been saying ever since we first met the guy. My word surprised everyone. He's been in several feasts. He's been in at least 2 feasts and he survived every time, acting like this? That's suspicious as hell. Naturally, I couldn't say that I'd seen him make a decent play when he was a badger.
ただの地方老人が過去も含めて読み意味の宴を回避できたとは思えない。返事が返ってこないときは何度言っても返ってこないが、基本的には問いかけには一発で返答する。そう考えれば都合の悪いことは無しかでたらめな返答で流してしまえるのだから、非常に良い戦略だと思います。
ちょっと待ってください。僕も彼に投票しましたが、それはさすがに考えすぎじゃないですか。第一、それなら現状こうして彼が疑われる状況になっているのがおかしいじゃないですか。
彼は何らかの抜け道を知っているんじゃないか。
抜け道？死ななくて済むような？
はっきりは分かりませんが、彼が寝泊まりしているという家はちらっと見たけどほとんどあばら屋だ。
I had seen it this time around actually, but no one could find my claim fishy.
あの家では 物意味すら行えない可能性が高い。なのに彼は生きている。
そう言われれば。
牧島勘三さん、これまでになかったですか？彼が不可解に生存したことが。
確かにとは言えねえが、わしはこいつを信用してねえ。昔から気色の悪いじじいだった。
He decided to ignore it all, apparently.
もし宴を回避する方法をご存知なのなら、ぜひ僕らに教えてほしいものです。それならこの表を取り下げたっていい。
誰も山からは。
つまりどうあっても協力する気はないということです。僕が彼に投票する根拠はそれで全てです。
わかった。次、あんただ。
私は危険でいいかしら。人殺しに加担したくないんですが。
そうはいかねえ。あんたが誰を疑って誰を擁護するかだって見られてんだ。
わかったわ。じゃ
あ、
あなた牧島春さん。
春？理由は？
大したことはないです。絶対に処刑対象にならない方の中で一番怪しい人を選んだだけ。本当は山内さんに投票しようかとも思ったけど、報復でいがみ合っても仕方ないし。
あたしより春ちゃんの方が怪しいって言うのかいね。
あえて言うならですよ。植松さんへの嫌疑を答えずじまいなところとか態度とか、別に確たるものじゃありません。
そうそう、ハルちゃんsagt, huh?
だからこだわりはしないけど、狼は全員とても狡猾で残忍で度胸が座った人物とは限らないし、この今も投票されないか心の底で怯えているような人もいるんじゃないか。その問題提起を兼ねて投票するわ。それだけの理由でひどくないですか？あなたたちがやっていることがそもそもひどいですからね。この程度の嫌疑で目くじらを立てないでちょうだい。
わかった。最後はあんただ、橋本さん。
難しいな。難しいけれど、そう、狼じじいさんに入れさせてもらおう。
It was settled then.
理由を聞いてもいいかい？
皆さんの人となりがようやく分かってきましたけれどね。ここでムロさんを指名するのはおかしい。それだけのシンプルな理由で。
なるほど。わかった。
I wonder if we're going to actually see him hang this time though, because every other time it was a little weird whenever he got hanged. Or was supposed to get hanged. He says that every time. I've seen this before. Kanzo-san punched the old wolf guy, shocking some people. Apparently could be roughly to his hero origin of bridges, with a little editing with very much fit his behavior here. Oh, cool! In the end, upon getting the rope, Kanzo-san tied him up and went to hang him on a pine all by himself. See, I think this is weird. This was weird last time, and I think it's even weirder today. Why is it that only he gets hanged by himself? The conditions for it were different, but this event unfolded the exact same way as last time. This was just my assumption, but I believe that Kanzo-san had some sort of unfinished business with the old wolf guy. Perhaps he too suspected the old man would try something strange here. The first time he'd said he needed time, everyone accepted it, and soon he and Mochi, who accompanied him, were found dead outside. Was he planning to do something before his execution? But something led to murders and made Kanzo-san forcefully drag him to the tree. It seemed significant to me. Dragging my feet in the line, heading back to the dining hall, I thought about the old wolf guy. Was there some sort of way to make him talk? Maybe I could loop back and... No, he probably wouldn't react to anything I said. For now, I just had to be glad that I'd survived today's feast. I couldn't show it, of course. If there were any holes in anything I'd said today, it could prove trouble further down the line. Even so, I'd cast aside my doubts and taken a step forward. I could win this. I could win this as a wolf. What if he has the ability to loop? Oh no. You now recall why nobody recalls his name. Oh, do you? That's good. Like last time, we ended up spending an awkward evening in a dining hall. Tarzan insisted that something bad could happen in the mist again, so she told us to stay inside. After that, Kanzo-san and Takumi-san came back. The former ignored all warnings and left again, but everyone else stayed inside. Takumi-san said that he didn't see Kanzo-san kill the old wolf guy. Just what was happening between them? What if he didn't actually kill him? Was there some secret agreement between the locals where they agreed that the old wolf guy had to live? Was someone hiding him somewhere? No, that couldn't be it. He definitely died the first time. I just didn't get it. 3 recorded past feasts and only he went through all 3. Kanzo was an infant during the first. Yeah, because Tae was not in town when the last feast happened, and the last feast being the 3rd one, when Haru-chan's parents died. Yeah, I think he's like over 90. He's supposed to be over 90 or something. Soon enough, we started making dinner. I had to check for poison again, clean up, and then we all went back to our rooms. After a short silence, everyone gave each other some brief goodbyes and began going their own way. Hashimoto-san stopped them. Crap. I'd hoped to get a chance to eavesdrop. That meant that the secret chat he'd had at noon only happened because he figured that the wolves couldn't do much during the day. However, it didn't mean that Hashimoto-san had anything concrete. In fact, he would probably deal with potential eavesdroppers by not saying anything important if he met with someone privately. I was more curious about Takumi-san. The exchange between him and Yasunaga-kun might have been extremely important. Late at night, we passed out and put on the wolf outfits, passed through the beast-filled mist, and arrived at the dining hall again. My injury had healed shockingly well. Healing her power sure was something. I had to remove the taping to get in the wolf costume though. That aside, there was a strange tension between the 3 monsters here.
それでも、今日は安永君や義継君を殺している場合じゃない。でも、そうでないと。わかってます。あなたを軽視するつもりはないんです。
誰を殺すっていうのよ。
候補は2人。室匠さんと橋本雄大さんです。
話を進めるのが上手だから？
はい。橋本さんについては、現状、宴を理性的に進めるために大きな役割を果たしているからです。それに、彼は見た目よりもかなり頭が切れる。気を抜けば、簡単に正体を見破られる可能性があります。
I told him about how dangerous he was, citing the secret chat thing in the morning and a trick question during the feast.
考えすぎじゃないのかな。それで、匠兄の方は？
彼は、蛇の加護者かもしれない。
え？
I was already suspicious yesterday, but now I'm almost certain.
昨日彼は、自発的な処刑対象者はいないかというモッチーの発言に、まだ死ねないと答えていました。いろいろ考えましたが、彼がまだ死ねないというのは、少しだけ不自然です。死ねないだけならわかりますが。
volunteer himself to be investigated.
加えて今日、彼は安永君と密談を行いました。最初は、知恵美の死でへこむ彼を励ますだけかと思ったんですが、今日の動き方を見れば、二人が宴に関して何か打ち合わせをした可能性もあるな、と。
それは、そうかもしれませんね。いきなり安永を呼んで話をさせましたし。でも、それが一体。
そもそも彼は、本質的にはもっとオープンで、密談とかは好まないはずなんです。安水という狭い場所で、秘密が保てるはずがないことも、よく知ってるわけですし。
それで？
それがわざわざ密談を持ったというのは、相手のことをよほど信用していないと。つまり、彼が蛇で、昨日は安永君を調べたのではないかと。あともう一つ。彼は蛇に調べられたい人が挙手で募られた際、挙手をしませんでした。
あれ、大丈夫だったよね。 手を挙げ損ねたけど。
それは大丈夫。後で2人とも挙げてたでしょ。ただ彼の立ち位置ならば真っ先に手を挙げて調べられたいと思うはず。それをやらなかったのは自分が蛇で自分を調べる意味がないことを先入観として持っていたから。自分も蛇ではなく他の人と同様の条件であることに気が回らなかったからじゃないかと思うわけです。だから彼は匠さんを調べるべきだという提案にも反応が遅れ、
I mean, we know for a fact because we got the bad ending.
もしないまま認めてしまった。
なるほど。確かに。
I think it's nice though that the bad endings, even the ones that do not give you a key, will still help you out a little bit.
心配があるのは分かったわ。でも、なぜ今日なの？匠さんは自分自身を調べたりはしないにしろ、今すぐに。
That was a naive thing to say.
僕は自分をあまり信用していません。匠さんが蛇で、しかも最初から僕に疑いを持っている場合、あの提案によって逆に疑いを強めたかもしれない。
あなたの説で言えば、安永は匠さんが蛇だということを聞いたかもしれないのよね。
可能性は、ええ。
じゃあ、安永もやはり。
I'm not killing your son.
そうですね。彼も早晩殺さねばならないでしょ
う。わかりました。明日、絶対に安永を狙ってもらえるなら、今日殺す相手は。
私はどっちでもいいよ。
ありがとうございます。
However, if you killed one, we couldn't go for the other one for a while. Today's choice was bound to greatly affect what happened next. Now, which one? Oh!
Bad ending time.
My suspicions of Takumi-san being the snake were nothing more than that. Unlike detective novels, people didn't always act according to logic. It was risky to take a bab of strange words and look at them in black and white. Nah, he's gonna investigate us tonight, find out where Wolf say that, and then we're gonna get hanged. That's the bad ending. I'm like 90% sure. It's almost certain Hashimoto-san was dangerous. He had to be eliminated.
橋本さんを殺します。
わかったわ。だけど。
ええ。明日は安永くんを殺しましょう。ただし、蛇の籠者が知れた場合は別です。
それは困るわ。明日は必ず安永を手にかけてもらわないと。
Jesus Christ, yes, you're going to get a chance to kill your son.
あなたは読み意味の宴を軽視している。そんな簡単に勝ち進めるものじゃない。あなたは息子2人と心中できれば満足かもしれないが、僕と春ちゃんはそうはいかない。心内明神の命をクリアして、この事件を永遠に解決して、春ちゃんだけでもここから逃がす。僕にはその責任がある。安易な特攻作戦は立てられない。
わかったわ。じゃあ、もし明日の夜も殺せなかった場合。
香織さん、それはダメ。
No, I mean she could. We would lose a wolf, but if she kills both of them during the day, we would also get rid of 2 humans.
あなたたちに迷惑はかけないし、2人殺して、その日くくられれば、十分仕事を果たしたことにならないかしら。
First, there was no guarantee she could successfully kill both, and if she did, that didn't mean the humans would simply kill Kaori-san. That did happen in a previous loop, but that was a hopeless feast led by Kyonosuke and the wolf Yasunaga-kun. In a feast as calm and collected as this one, they probably tied Kaori-san up and let the corruption have her while they looked for the other wolves. No, knowing Hashimoto-san, he could torture Kaori-san and try to get the identities of the other wolves out of her. But I wouldn't explain that.
もはや一切の約束はできません。しかしできる限り明日安永くんを殺しましょう。現状の僕の精一杯の誠意だと思っていただけないでしょうか。
香織さんもわがまま言ったらダメだよ。うまくいけば結局みんな死ぬんだから。 うまくいかせることを考えてくれないと。
もう辛いのよ。早くこんな人生終わりにしたいのよ。
香織さん、ごめん。わがままとか言い過ぎた。
はるちゃん、香織さん見てて。
どうするの？
僕一人でやってくる。
わかった。
This was the most humane and ethical choice I could manage. I wouldn't let the unfortunate mother and girl dirty their hands and push them even further into a corner. Justification was a wonderful thing. It could apparently drive people to easily commit acts that would be insane otherwise. The door to the hut was, surprisingly, unlocked, so I went in and committed murder with shocking ease. I used a nearby farming tool as my weapon, severed the big man's head from his torso and chopped him up into bits to make work easier for the cleanup crew the next morning. Knowing Hashimoto-san, he may have left a dying message, so I thoroughly destroyed his body just to be safe. It felt like I'd slain an evil troll. I'd done the deed in under an hour, and probably easier than it would have been if all three of us had done this together. As suspected, I found a camera, so I smashed it to pieces and buried it in the massive corpse. I made sure to destroy it at an angle that would destroy the memory card too, in a way that made it look natural. After all, I didn't want people pointing fingers at the city dwellers tomorrow for having clearly gone out of their way to destroy it. Good. That was calm. I told the others it was all over, and then we parted for the day. Haru-chan called to me near the end of our trip back to our homes.
ごめん。全部任せちゃって。
僕の方こそ、香織さんを全部任せちゃってごめんよ。
How does a destroyed camera look natural? I mean, if the entire thing is destroyed, it will at least look more natural than if he had just focused on exclusively the memory card. Because then it would have to have been done by people who know a little more about, or at least are used to technology. And considering some of the old people, they would immediately like fall out of that group. Like Yamawaki-san, for example, she would probably not know what the fuck, what the memory card in a camera like this is.
殺す方が大変でしょ。
思ったより楽だったよ。明日からも血祭りについては。
Yeah, well, no, you're gonna end up in a bad ending first.
香織さん、なんだかんだで息子を自分の手で殺した場合、正気ではいられなさそうだ。
言えてるけど、そうなったら房石さんが殺されそうじゃない？香織さんに。
それも言えてる。
困った人。
いやー、君もなかなか手強かったぜ。
ごめんね。
ああ、いやいや、それでも香織さんと対抗するにはめちゃくちゃ助かるから。
うん、そのくらいはするよ。できれば明日は私も血祭りに行く。
だからそれは
なんとなくだけど、善人面したあなたには背中を任せたくないの。
言うじゃないか。オーケー、明日は頼りにしてる。あ、昼は無茶するなよ。
うん。臆病で反抗期で考えなしに歴史も春でいる。
え、普段のそれって演技？
違うよ。どんなバカでもある程度の自己分析はできるってこと。おやすみ。
おやすみ。
When I called her formidable, I was referring to back then. Yes, back in that time when she instantly killed me for trying to abandon my role as a wolf. Naturally, I'd assume she'd just give me a confused look. I'd say it was nothing and that'd be the end of that. I wonder what exactly she was apologizing for. It bugged me, but I returned to the prefab, took off the outfit, and got changed. I learned yesterday that it was best to wear the costume with little clothing, so it was a simple task. Excuse me. The bloodstained wolf outfit would be gone come morning. I lay down and slumber soon took me away. The next morning, as I expected, the outfit had vanished. As I expected, there was a big fuss over Hashimoto-san's body, but what I didn't expect was that Takumi-san would beat the crap out of me first thing in the morning. Yeah, see? What did it? Duh! Takumi Buda was the snake. Since he knew I was part of the gang that had killed Hashimoto-san, he didn't hesitate to use full force on me. The feast was over in a flash. Everyone ordered to lynch me. I wasn't even allowed to vote on account of my face and throat being all smashed, so I did mean everyone. Given the situation, how Lieutenant Cody-san didn't waste any votes on trying to save me, naturally. What was all that thinking for yesterday? Takumi-san really was a snake, he really did suspect me, and everyone really did trust him once he got the chance to show off his strength. I was embarrassed that I tried to act like a good guy, but next time I would get Takumi-san for sure. Oh, the mist was... The mist was what? What, huh? The mist was stronger than usually. When he said that he got beaten up first thing in the morning. Is that important? Or did that to claim your consciousness? Ah. Oh! Takumi time! Place your bets now on whether we'll get through all of these bad endings, because I highly think we're not gonna do it. I'm gonna try though.
Hi, Sammy! Thank you for the resub! How you doing?
Personally, I found Hashimoto-san to be the biggest threat. I didn't see any openings or weaknesses on him. However, I knew full well just how influential Takumi-san was. Though he sometimes lacked confidence, once he found some, he could kill off the wolves through his initiative and popularity alone. Then there was the fact that he might be the snake. I really couldn't ignore him. Knew you're so powerful? Oh? Why?
わかったわ。ただし。
はい。明日は安永くんを。そのために、はるちゃんにはお願いがある。
So your profile, you're not. Yeah, I was stalking you a bit earlier. I'll admit it. I was like, I wonder if I can find Semi's Steam profile.
Nani?
おそらく明日。
It's always really interesting. I always like looking at people's Steam profiles to see if they have it decorated in any way and what they use to decorate it, if that's the case.
できるだけ避けたいのは、彼に匠さんは実は蛇で、彼から人の証明をもらっていたと発言させること。
Achievement 1, It's the reason why I own like two of those games that are basically just made to give you achievements with letters on them. It's a good thing my name is so short.
全員に強い信憑性を持って受け入れられるはずだ。それ以後、蛇を語るのは極めて難しくなる。これは
わかるけど、でもどうするの？正直私、そういうのうまくやれる気がしないんだけど。
それは。
私がやりましょう。要は、安永を宴の外で喋らせず。
それはそうなんですが、できますか？
母ですから。親子の会話を持つことは、あまり咎められないでしょう。
I guess.
それに、匠さんとは、知らない中でもありませんから。それで匠さんが蛇だということを聞き出したら、そうね。肝臓さんが怪しいと言いましょう。
She's not stupid when she actually, you know, is not going completely crazy because either of her sons are dead or wants to die herself. She's really not stupid.
自分が調べられるのを恐れて蛇を殺したのだってね。匠さんの正体に肝臓さんが気づく可能性もあるわよね。
ええ、そうですね。みんながいるところで見せた奇妙さですから。
よね。それであなたがそれを口にしたら狙われるから黙っていてくれと頼みましょう。
I might have severely underestimated her. I'd assumed she was a timid person without much of her own opinion or anything, but oh, was I wrong. Yeah, because her killing, or at least trying to kill everyone by poisoning them, was like, oh, surely she doesn't think much for herself. Like, my guy. Yeah, do that. There's many small like puzzle type games that give you letter achievements that you can use to like decorate your profile with. So many other people do it. Raging Loop is going well. Werewolf this time around, we're trying desperately to kill people and also still find out the truth about the game, I say. So it's like, our two wolf partners in crime are a little hard to work with, though. I didn't know whether she was holding back or just using her imagination and proactiveness in a negative way, but she was really dependable in a situation like this. Yeah, I'm also glad it's picked up, for sure. Absolutely. Like, it really took a while to get going, but ever since then, it's been going really well.
あら、疑われる程度ならいいでしょ。どうせ明日の夜。
Oh man, do we really have to kill him?
死ぬんだから。
Slow burns can be so hit or miss. Yeah, I do enjoy slow burns sometimes. Like, I do enjoy slow burns in fan fiction, but that's because I already know the characters. Like, the slow burn then is just them establishing whatever setting these characters have been put in. A slow burn in a game like this can be really bad because it will make you lose interest in actually getting to know the characters, because, you know, the person who wrote this first has to set up the entire world and is like, okay, get on with it. Especially because we have so many people in this game. We have 16 characters. That takes a while. You're curious about my anime taste? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to describe them. I like what I like. I had to hold back from cursing at her. A mother was intending to kill her own child, and it made me feel unpleasant. That was the right thing to feel, wasn't it?
じゃあ、私はいいのね。
そうだね。ひとまずは。
I can tell you some of I can tell you 3 anime that are in my top anime of all time. First one being the AKB anime, so AKB 0048. Another one being well, I haven't watched all of the anime yet, so but I read all of the manga. The Aria anime, the one that takes place on Mars, where they made Mars to look like a giant Venice. And number 3, what else could I say is one of my number 3 anime. What else have I seen that I really liked? Kobato? Kobato. I think most people haven't seen the AKB anime unless you either have an interest in AKB at the band in and of itself, or if you like idol anime or mecha anime, because they're idols in space. Really good. It's like if you like Macross, especially Macross F and Delta, I think you would like the AKB anime. Yeah. A sudden grin was so out of nowhere, I had no idea what to make of it, and neither did Kaori-san. Takumi-san's place was close to the plaza. There was nothing out of the ordinary around it. That meant this would be our first real murder, our first kill as wolves. Was I really gonna do this? Would the door really open? Would I really open it and carry out the deed? More nervous than I appeared, I put my hand on the door. Click. I felt it unlock. Seriously?
ちょっと他も確かめてきます。
ちょっと
I ran around checking several houses. The detached dwelling where Yoshitsugu-kun lived, Meiko's place, Kanzo-san's place, Rikaku-san's place. All of them were locked. If Nur just randomly comes up to you and goes, hey, wanna rewatch AKB with me? That would never happen. I have never done that before, and I've definitely not subjected several people to watching AKB with me. Me rewatching it for the 5th time and then watching it for the 1st time. Not at all. Especially not because I found a YouTube upload. Someone uploaded both seasons on YouTube. Subbed and everything. And in good quality. And they're still up. New ASMR. I mean, you would not watch an anime on YouTube. Aside from the fact that, what was it? I think you can now actually legally watch what Inuyasha, the very first season of Dragon Ball or something, and some others because they've been uploaded to YouTube like officially now. So that's cool. It was like four animes, I think, that are now online.
なるほど。
じゃあもう匠兄を殺すしかないんだ。
そういうことだ。では、開けます。
Personally, I don't like Dragon Ball at all. I was never interested in watching or reading it because the art style is not my thing. This would be my first time here since I'd investigated his corpse during the first loop. It was a simple room. There was a futon in the middle, and his large body was right there. He was sleeping. Defenseless. He wouldn't wake up, right?
ねえ、どうやって殺すの?
I actually was curious if you were going to be provided some means of killing. The murders I'd known of so far had been outside the norm, but there weren't something beyond human ability. But I also thought that'd been a bit excessive, assuming their sole purpose was murder. I still didn't know if there was something that compelled them to do that, but apparently you had to come up with your own method of murder.
この場にあるものを使おう。
Thankfully, we had lots of options. There were various old farming tools nearby. The edged ones, sickle, hoe, etc. looked extremely fitting for the purpose. There was even an axe. It would make it really easy. An axe could destroy a human body in no time.
念のため聞きますが、やりたい人はいますか?
That's a no!
僕がやります。
I raised the axe overhead and hesitated. This memory, the fact that I committed murder, would probably stay with me even if I looped. I'd keep this moment, this feeling, until the day I died. That was hardly a problem. Oh! My aim was true, and the axe sank into Takumi-san's neck. Blood burst out of the wound, then started bubbling out ceaselessly. That was definitely lethal. However, the blade wasn't too wide or large. This wasn't a broad axe or anything. Then I swung it down again. And again. And again. His head left his body before the 10th swing. I took his head in hand. His eyes were open wide. His expression was full of anguish. At this point, I wasn't sure if he'd been completely unconscious. I nonchalantly showed it to the two behind me. Dude molds are only ever in line with those of the people around him. He doesn't have any of his own. Applause. They actually applauded me.
お見事でした。
ご立派。
Few joy in words of praise. My earlier sense of disgust returns. Why? Why did these people suddenly cease having a conscience the moment they became wolves? You know better than them, my guy. This was wrong. They were supposed to show disgust. They needed to. If they didn't, to whose standards was I supposed to adjust my conscience, sense of right and wrong and good and evil? He's aware of it, at least. Would you look at that? I tossed the hat on the floor. I then held it in place with my foot. Cut it with the axe over and over. Struck it over and over. It was almost completely unrecognizable now. I kicked away the damaged skull, still covered in flesh and hand places. It was heavy, so my leg hurt, and it left a pool of blood where it rolled. Before even looking at it, I took a random farming tool and thrust it into his torso. I then took another tool and sank it into his shoulder. I opened his stomach. Okay, enough! I cut up his limbs. Okay! It's enough slices!
もういいよ。もういいから。
By the time someone stopped me, the corpse was in such a state that you think the corruption was responsible for it.
ここまでしなくてもよかったんじゃない
But
かしら。
you guys didn't stop me, so... Not even those words were out of disgust or guilt, they simply thought it was a waste of time.
帰りましょ
Still pissed, I went to the exit, not even looking back at them.
急ぎをしないと。
I felt some water at my back, but I was too pissed to even react before leaving. I took off the bloody wolf outfit and just threw it on the floor. I learned yesterday that it was best to wear the costume without any upper clothing, so I was able to relax after just wiping off the sweat and changing my underwear. The room began to reek of blood, but Great Lord Shinai would probably clean all this up anyway. Shit. I was pissed. Even though I knew they'd lose their sense of guilt, I was still pissed. Shit. I just wanted to sleep, but I couldn't really do that with someone knocking on my door. Someone knocking on your what? Who could it be? Kori-san? Haru-chan? Shinai himself? It was still late at night, so it couldn't be anyone else from the village. Police then? That'd be a law. I ignored it though, I was too pissed. More knocking, more ignoring. Ah! Yeah, not really. Haru did say, oh, we'll talk again tomorrow. It is tomorrow. Now that I couldn't ignore. Maybe it's the god making him commit overkill. On the other hand, I will stay by my earlier point of I don't think there's actually anything supernatural going on. I jumped up and leapt to the door so quickly I almost tripped. This was the mystery surrounding Haru-chan. The brutalization had distracted me from my primary goal here. I hadn't expected her to come to me. Upon opening the door, I saw something I really didn't expect. This was... Oh! I mean... I thought this when we had this CG the first time. I thought that it was Haru then as well. But I guess that's a confirmation. That was Haru-chan. Now that I got a better look, the physique, hairdo, and even the voice were similar. But why would she wear that? Now forget that. How did she make it all the way here without her wolf outfit? Yeah, because if it's a proper mystery, it can be explained by human means. Also, I'm thinking of another game that I've played that made it all kind of explainable in human terms, but the actual game itself was a loop of supernatural events happening because we looked at it from... No, if I go further into detail, I would accidentally spoil a game very close to my heart. I'm not gonna do that. But like, I've seen other similar things that are making me think maybe what he's experiencing right now has supernatural tones, but that's because this is in yet another like dimension to the actual stuff happening. So I'll keep saying I don't think there's anything actual supernatural because that was not a proper ending to my sentence. I don't think there's anything supernatural going on overall, even if it might seem that way at this point. Behind her, I felt the beast closer than at any point today or yesterday. Now I could actually see them. Countess' eyes glowed in the darkness nearby. She gently extended her hand. A few of them looked at her, and a few even came close. The weak light from outside the prefab lit them up. Dogs. They really were dogs. Some were white, some brown, some had long ears, some didn't have a tail. It was a pack of countless feral-looking mid-sized dogs. All of them had blood and filth on them, as well as severe wounds here and there. The clenched teeth, furrowed noses, and widened eyes spoke volumes of the rage and perhaps even hatred within them. The girl clad in aged cloth didn't seem to care, standing still even as they surrounded her. Not only that, but she reached out to pet one of them.
3つの神のうち1つはあなたなのか？
おう、そうじゃ。そんなところで引っかかっておいでとは失礼いたした。核のごとく獣と触れ合う他によるべもない。
Okay.
寂しき神よ。
上がってください。
おやおや。おやおやおや。
Well, I'd rather have you in my home than be out here with those dogs.
不用意にも程があられはすまいか？神隠しに遭われても。
すみませんが、僕はあなたらのルールはわからないんですよ。
ふむ。それもまた道理。
God,
町の方々は科学とか申す神を信じ。
科学は神じゃないですよ。
神でございますぞ。ご存知ないとは。ああ。でも、貴様は何も信じておられる。
Plot twist, it's all actors.
これはこれは。これはこれはこれは。失礼をいたした。
Okay, this really
こ
was.
ちらから出ましょうか。
それにも及びませぬぞ。その薄汚い装束でこの子供を脅かさねば、貴様は
Very committed
こちら
actors.
においでにはなれん。敷居は結界じゃ。神語りは結界越しになさるがよい。
そういうものですか。では、あなたは何者なんですか？
それはもう答えた問いであろう。
神。力なき神。それだけじゃわからないんですよ。伝承には、待てよ、無事な。
For the first time, she simply nodded instead of saying it. It made me uneasy.
不快な呼び名なのでしょうか。
別に正しいことじゃ。こうして信頼明神の印をつけて、
は
畜生
あ。
どもの頭目として振る舞っておる我にこそふさわしい呼び名であろう。
かつては別の神だったのですね。
衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や神話はよそからの拝借だけじゃなく、政治的な要因も強く影響して変遷していくの。古代、神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは、神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。集落の合体によって、それぞれが奉じていた神様が結婚したり、戦争で併合された側の神様が古文や魔物に変えられたり、あるいは、かつて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。強力な神や悪魔ほど、異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。今日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。
She did say yesterday
多少の矛盾があるのは当
that
然。
Shinai-sama was also changed. Forgotten god, a mountain god besides Great Lord Shinai. With the creation of the Shinai faith, she was woven into it as his servant and left mostly forgotten. That was the entity possessing her.
まあそんなものじゃが、我は我の話などしとうてきたのではない。
Personally, I had a whole ton of questions, but since I didn't want to make her upset, I let her take the lead.
何を聞きたいと？
何故あれほど乱心なさったのじゃ。
それはわからないのですか？
貴様がこの娘と女に憤懣を持たれたことは分かったが、その色以外はどうにも嫁なんだ。殺すのが嫌なら一撃でやめればよろしかろうし、怠慢を咎めるならば、獲物を渡されればよろしかった。危機として 大男を切り刻みましたでしょうに。
二人にはね、まともでいてくれないと困るんですよ。
ふむ。
まともじゃない人間の中では、僕はまともになれない。人間としての芯がない人間なものでね。まともさの定義を入れ替えられると、立ち位置がわからなくなる。自分で立ち位置を変えるのは構わない。他人に強制されると腹が立つ。それだけです。
ふむ。真
あは
おかしなことを申される。貴様の真とは、その他人に勝手にやられると腹が立つ。
そうかもしれま。
ならばなぜ我を恐れるのじゃ。怒りが全てである者は
Interesting.
恐れも敬いもせぬものぞ。
僕はわからないものが怖い。
それはどうも正確ではないように思えて。ふむ。
ふむふむ。
なるほど。貴様は恐怖と快楽の区別がついておらぬのじゃな。そして他人によりそれを御されるのが不快なのじゃ。どうじゃ。これでおあいこじゃな。
She took my displeased expression and silence as a yes and laugh.
あなたは心を読むんですか？
宴会芸じゃ。
それで僕の記憶を読みましたね。だから死に戻りについて知っている。
おうおう。おうおうおう。バレてしもうた。
You didn't do a good job at keeping that a secret.
煙に巻いて差し上げたかったものを。
つまりあなたやはるちゃんが死に戻っているわけではない。
まあそういうご理解でよろしかろう。悔しいことに我もまたかの神の手の内で踊る。
その黒幕だという神について教えてもらえませんか？
それはできぬ。
なぜ？
それもこれも我の弱きがゆえに。
教えていただければ全てをひっくり返してみせますよ。あなたの意向を取り戻すことだって。
出過ぎであられるぞ、町のお方。
I gasped at her sudden intensity.
勘違いを正して差し上げよう。力なき神とは人の役に立てぬということ。人知れず災いを起こせぬということにあらず。そして無力がゆえにこうして可愛らしく振る舞っておる我という神はかつて誰よりも恐れられたものじゃ。我の意向を取り戻される。向こう十里の人里を焼き払い人皆くくって我に恵まれるか。こうして話すはこのつまらぬ夜の不良を慰むため。それ以上の何も得られはしませぬぞ。
So this was just a diversion for her. I couldn't consider it significant. Was that what she was telling me?
少々今日が覚めてしまうた。夢夢ご承知の上あくる晩またお会いいたしましょうぞ。
She turned around and I felt the beast rush
待っ
away.
てください。なぜわざわざ僕を訪ねてきてくださったんですか？
そうそうそういう話なら歓迎ですぞ。まあ要するにこの娘が少々気にしておったのでな。
はるちゃんが？
あんなに激高してどうしたんだろう、夫妻さんは。
信内明神の使いとして黄泉という印を憎みながら貴様という腹からは気遣っておるのじゃ。理解はできずともいたわってやればよろしかろう。無力ゆえに娘も歯がゆく思っておりますぞ。
あなたのことをはるちゃんは知っているのですか？
どうであろうな。
あなたにことづては頼めないわけですね。
我が力のか細きがゆえに。
She's too powerless to show the one whose body she's in. Oh, something? But she can clearly walk around using that same body. Okay.
自分で伝えます。
ふむ。ではな。
あ、もう一つだけ。
なんじゃ？
神様、可愛いですよ。
Shut up! Why does this man have to flirt with every single thing that gets in front of his eyes?
おっしゃる通り。ひねくれておいでじゃ。
With those words as her last, she disappeared into the night mist. Like, bro, really? You're justified to getting together as though she's a gosh, so she's like 1 billion years old. No, I don't think. I really hope. I don't. I'm not sure if at the end of this route we're actually gonna win. I'll tell you that much. It's like, yeah, we're gonna get information out of it, but we're trying to get out of this loop. I'm not sure if that's gonna work with us killing everyone. Subto steady, nice past. Brr. The next morning came. As I'd expected, the wolf outfit and all the blood had vanished. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can make it to another night, maybe. That didn't mean that it was all a dream, though. Takumi-san's mutilated corpse was soon discovered, shocking the whole settlement. That was when I noticed that the murder scene was full of wet footprints. They were the same as the ones left by the previous wolves, and I now understood why they were there. They also wore those wet costumes. They didn't even continue outside the house, though. Apparently, Great Lord Shinai took care of the costumes as well as evidence. What a methodical guard. I was probably the only one who could be so clear-headed. Her son took this especially hard. She refused food and instead just prayed at one edge of the dining hall. Hi, TK! Good evening! We cannot, no. Every time you think the game is completely serious and you're like, oh, okay, they have to destroy it with him being like that. I don't know. Kanzo-san was looking really wary too. First Chimi, now Takumi-san. He was losing people he depended on one after the other. His reaction was only natural. As you'd expect, Yasunagi-kun had gone pale once more. The person who'd consoled him the previous day was now gone up, forever after all. And then there was Kaori-san. She looked shaken and had already broken 2 plates. Everyone assumed her state was caused by Takumi-san's death. They were close after all, and everyone was sympathetic. I knew that she was actually just tense because she was planning to trap her sons and then kill them, but I didn't say a word, of course. Breakfast was over and we finished washing the dishes. Kanzo-san prepared to go clean up Takumi-san and said that, which made a chill go down my spine. I had no idea what kind of info the two would exchange if they had a secret chat. That was why Yoshitsugu-kun's words were a big help. It was going great. Yoshitsugu-kun returned from cleaning up and Kanzo-san went patrolling, but Yasunagi-kun and Kaori-san still hadn't returned. A bit worried, I finished cleaning up and relaxed when... The fuck do you want? This is not your route. Someone called out to me. Oh. Ah. There was an issue I'd nearly forgotten. A short distance from everyone else here, around 10 steps away from Tyson and her praise, we started whispering to each other.
やっぱり反抗的なんですか？
はい。前まで着替えも一人でしなかったのが、するようになったのは。
Watch out! The 3-year-old is suddenly grown up.
食事も離れて食べてましたね。
It was cute though.
ええ。それで、二言目には、お姉ちゃんをくくる、房幸さんをくくる
あ
小さい子が殺す連呼してるわけですよね。どこのドキュンファミリーだ？
ドキュン？
ああ、いや、外ではそういう育て方をされた子供もいなくはないので。
まあ。
しかし、何なんでしょうね。
わかりません。いえ、実はメイコは橋本さん
Oh, this is not good.
無地なのではないでしょうか。
There. She noticed it too and she probably wasn't alone.
そうかもしれません。狼におもねった人。だから人をくくれと言ってるのか。
上藤吉には狼を善とし、他のお使いと安水は読み。
それを聞かされてメイコは寝返った？
かもしれません。
心当たりはないな。
I will keep skipping her text though. It's taking her so long to say a single
放置しても
sentence.
大丈夫でしょう。彼女の言うことが宴の参加者に影響を与えることはまずない。
そんな楽観視していて。
よくはないですが、しかしルールに従うなら彼女を宴から除外する唯一の方法はくくることで。
I mean, she's apparently supposed to help us, but
皆様の宴の機会を。
that would be good for us.
やめましょう。それは人の票を無駄に1票減らしてしまいますし、第一残酷に過ぎます。
わかりました。メイコにお慈悲をいただき。
リカコさんはどうしてあの子にそこまで肩入れなさるんです？
Reading stories aloud to children, each one of them would be an adult by the time she finished the book. I would like to understand the decision behind having her speak this slowly.
ない子供を引き取って育てるのも。
Because someone clearly had to go and tell the voice actress to please say every single sentence she reads like this. Every single time.
そうなんですか。
はい。植松家は長者家の中では。
Yeah, we know that.
血筋をさほど重視せず。
I could only assume they needed more bedroom woman servants to fulfill their evening
リ
duties.
カコさんは伝統を大事になさるんですね。
Yeah, it just makes it more exhausting to go through any scene that focuses on her.
はい。
Sadly.
そのようなことしかない世界で。
This whole area was a separate realm built around the worship of Great Lord Shinai. From my perspective, she was very unfortunate to have been born here. But perhaps from her point of view, being a city boy without the pillars of faith and tradition to support me was far more unfortunate. I couldn't deny that a world where the way to live and die hadn't changed for centuries could be easier to live in. A well-balanced aquarium didn't need much to stay stable, it just had to continue following already established processes. Mysterious girls just talk slowly like that, but this is not mysterious anymore, this is just annoying. However, in the real world, closed systems were extremely hard to maintain. Other animals, diseases, lineages, ideals, the system was threatened by countless things. In liberated societies, however, the people had to develop a strong will with a blend of common sense and individuality and constantly conflict with others. Not like that couldn't crumble as a result of outside influences either, but there was no denying that it was tougher than a secluded, happy society. Open societies exchanged certain happiness for the practical, universal simplicity we call money. That reasoning was probably a bit shaky. Anyway, the settlement, as well as Fujiyoshi, would eventually fall victim to our aging society. Without a single person here, Great Lord Shina would just like the Badger or the nameless mountain god, be forgotten and vanish. The Uematsu, her included, would simply vanish faster than the rest. Thus, what I felt for her right now was merely sympathy for something facing its inevitable end. A worthless sentiment you could have about anything. None of that had happened. I'd thrown away even Shiemi.
春秋様、いかがなさいました？
Yeah. She definitely put in a lot of effort, but...
怖い顔を なさっていました。
あはは、すみません。
I had to keep a tight grip on my conscience. Without deciding what to do about Meiko, I returned to the dining hall where I found Yasunaga-kun and Kaori-san. Yasunaga-kun seemed a bit better than before, but only slightly. Kaori-san looked the same though, so I couldn't tell if she succeeded in getting Yasunaga-kun to not talk about Takumi-san.
お昼の準備を始めましょうか。
Please don't let him keep a tight grip on anything. No! To keep a thigh. Yeah! Just one singular thigh. To calm down, like just stroking it sometimes, like, ah, yes. I opened the metal pot I'd grown used to using. Okay, and found a piece of paper inside. Takumi didn't tell Yasunaga anything about being a snake. He simply consoled Yasunaga about Chiemi-chan's death and talked about how they could proceed with the feast. Maintaining my poker face, I brought the pot to the sink and filled it with water, getting the paper all wet. The fountain pen letters quickly became unreadable. I then used a scrubbing brush to quickly tear it apart, rolled it into a bowl, and threw it in the trash. Was Kaori-san aware just how risky that was? Anyway, the info just now was extremely important. Takumi-san hadn't told him about being a snake. What was I to make of that? The first time Takumi-san had revealed he was a snake on the very first day, why would he be so careful now? What if he wasn't a snake? What if Yasunaga-kun lied to his mother as a precaution? Kaori-san's note didn't tell me anything about how she'd asked about it or the nuances of the replies, but this could definitely be a good time to come out as a snake. What was I to do now? I thought about that for every second of lunch. I did think I kept a normal expression on my face at least. It took far too long to decide that, regardless of circumstances, I needed to claim a role. I mean, we could claim to be the snake today and also claim that Takumi was a human. Because yesterday's consensus was the snake should look into Takumi. Oh, but the consensus was also snakes should not come out unless they find a wolf. Her time was over for her. Her sadness and confusion had become hatred of the wolves. Everyone displayed approval of her words, including us wolves. We might have been the ones terrorizing them, but it wasn't hard for us to act like the powerless resistance. First of all, Yasunaga-kun said that Takumi-san's death rendered the snake's power meaningless. His tone seemed authentic, so it was hard to believe he was just hiding that we'd lost the snake.
となると、この時点で人だと確定しているのは、未だにモッチーと橋本さん。
That's a lot of unknowns.
知恵ねえと、狼じじいと匠兄がいなくなって、この場には13人。
そこから1人、一番怪しいものを挙げて処刑する。
今日、蛇が調べるもんを選べ。それでくくるのは残り10人じゃ。
順番から言えば。
Yasunaga-kun was giving me a sideways glance.
兄ちゃんなんじゃないの？いろいろ喋ってるし、怪しまれたら。
そうだ。下手すりゃジジイあたりが何つけそうじゃねえか。
僕、疑わしいですかね。
てめえと記者の女は。
Oh, good job, Haru.
それを言うなら、匠兄だってそうだし、肝臓さんだって否定はしなかったでしょ。
わしは今日はくくる方に入れた。
Kanza-san began presenting his unreasonable argument. He was basically saying not just about everyone he deserved the news.
まあまあ。
You deserve the news. You deserve the news.
まだ全然足りないんですよ。初日の投票を判断材料にするのは間違いです。提案したのは猿のカゴ車である僕ですからね。ちなみに楽観論だけど、昨日のおじいさんが狼だっていう可能性はないのかな。
Shouldn't we have a crow come out now? A certain answer from a place no one expected. Oh, you. Oh!
お前、それは。
全員動くな。
Sharp words and a sharp sound. He stepped the kitchen knife from the dining hall into the tatami before him. Haruchan gasped while Kanzo-san made a stern face and got up. Kanzo-san could have probably beaten him even with 1 or 2 stab wounds in him. He didn't do it though, probably because the hostility in Yoshitsugu-kun's voice was highly restrained. Despite his intense words, he was very calm and displayed great determination. It was a silent threat, and Kanzo-san believed it was worth listening to him. He even encouraged him to talk. Oh!
カラスを名乗る奴が出たら間違いなく偽物だから。やめたまえ。そんなパフォーマンスは。やめねえ。読み意味の宴なんざ。要は信じるか信じないかの勝負だろ。なら一番本気見せた奴が勝つ道理だ。違うかよ、狼ども。殺される覚悟があんなら語ってみせろや。
I saw what he was doing here.
結局は信じるか信じないかだろう。読み意味の宴ってやつは。
They both reached the same conclusion because they weren't wrong. Due to the unreliable nature of playing the odds, the feast became, just as I thought, a game of politics rather than logic. In political scenarios, the ones who were in charge were the loudest and most emotional, not the most rational. After all, logic required energy to understand. Basically, it was a pain in the ass. The people who actually enjoyed building complex logical theories were by far the minority. The majority disliked wasting energy on understanding them, even if they didn't have the capacity. There was something they all had in common. They all wanted to believe that the world was actually easy to understand, the truth was simple, and that someone was just making it more complex than it was. The truth was that any world worked based on complicated mechanisms, and it only seemed simple because you wanted to see it that way. However, it was impossible to impress the complexity of the world upon everyone. Thus, people always left certain matters such as science or politics to those considered to be pros. It was a sensible delegation of authority. Oh my god. But to earn trust, you needed to present yourself in a way that was simple rather than complex. You needed a story that the ones who'd cast logic aside could easily swallow. Like Takumi-san back then and Yoshitsugu-kun now, they'd realized that, so they decided to gamble on it. Discard logic, pick your methods based on feeding and preference, gamble, and win support. They provided the anti-logic crowd with a convenient lifeboat. It was definitely a good approach. Yoshitsugu-kun had overlooked 2 things. First was his own nature. He was a persuasive person even when there was no basis for it. I actually admired that. Yoshitsugu-kun was your generic, edgy delinquent to the core. However, he was kind at heart as well as passionate and naive. That much was plain for me to see. It was why everyone would believe him if he took things serious enough. As long as he stayed honest, no one would doubt him. That was a rare and valuable talent. In a good-natured society, that is.
なるほど。じゃあ義継はカラスのカゴ車で確定。狼じじいも人で確定。あと10人の中に3人の狼がいるってことだ。
That was all that he'd earned by revealing his guardian to his wolves. Was it really worth the risk? The other thing he'd misunderstood was that this was something that couldn't be emulated. No one who tried something similar would get the same results. This was because winning via brute force was usually a bad move in this game. He was an exception. It did nothing and he could only use it once. You should have saved that for the endgame, Yoshitsugu-kun. Oh, I wanted to say that. I wanted to put on a shit-eating grin and tell that to him. Hello? I really wanted him to understand how harsh the world really was. Thus I had to survive. Damn it, I had to win this even more now.
義継君の勇気あるカミングアウトに僕はそして僕も言うべきことがある。
何でしょうか?
If this was Yasunagi-kun's trap, I'd fall right into it. It'd be embarrassing, but I'd just loop back and try again.
僕は蛇のカゴ車です。だから自分を調べるわけにはいかない。
あなたが?
Yeah!
僕は彼ほどの強烈なアピールはできませんが、もし対抗して狼が蛇を名乗ってきたら、その時は全力で論破してみせましょう。
I'm not sure if it's actually a smart move. On one hand, yeah, sure, okay, reveal you're the snake and then you can go and be like, oh, I looked to this and that person and you can say whatever you want. assuming they believe you. But on the other hand, Snake wasn't supposed to come out unless they found a wolf.
いますか？蛇を語る方は。
No, of course not. Takamimuro really was the snake.
どうやらこれで未確定者が9人に絞られたみたいです。
And Yasunagi-kun didn't know that either. Ohai wanted to thank Takumi-san. Because of how thoroughly he kept his secret, the wolves would be saved.
昨日はあんな言い方をして、匠兄を調べることを自分で提案してたんですね。
そういうこと。ただ、無駄になってしまったけどね。
そうね。調べる人を明示してしまうのも考えものだわ。調べた端から殺していけば、確定者はいつまでも増えない。
Bingo. That was why I suggested we check Takumi-san. I also wanted to see his reaction to help me figure out if he was the snake.
じゃあ、不妻子くんが初日夜に調べたのは一体誰だったのかな？
I already had an answer to that.
織部安永くんです。
ああ。
彼は人でした。
あと8人。
もう一つ仮定しておこうか。その可愛い女の子、メイコちゃんだったかな。彼女はムジナじゃないかな。
Oh, I knew he would point that out.
それは嘘をつくとかいう記者さんが言うとったあれかね。
そうです。多分実在したんだと思うんです。
そんなんじゃない。メイコはヤギだもん。
すみません。よくわからないこと。
What do we gain from having her as a badger?
そうでもなければ、このように誰もをくくるなどという子ではありませんから。
まあ。彼女の立ち位置はよくわからないのだけど、きっと静かにしておけと指示を受けると思うんですよね。
Shino-san promised the badger would be helpful. I mean, you're right, but still. Of all people we get the 3-year-old.
だから彼女も人だということでいいんじゃないかと思うわけです。少なくとも狼じゃない。
もしそれを外せば残り7人にまで減ります。肝臓さん。
ふざけんじゃねえ。
Silence.
無事なだ。そんなもんおらん。
Oh.
カンちゃん。しかしゲンさんもそのようなことを言ってたわよ。
ゲンの親父は最後ボケとったろうが。そんなもん信じられるか。
でも狼なら黙ってるはずって説には説得力が。
これっぽっちもね。狼がガキを見殺しにして目くらましにしとるかもしれんだろうが。おい、ヤスは本当に蛇の加護で人だと知れたか？
はい、間違いなく。
それならヤスは甘すぎる。
そんなことは。
チーが死んだ時もくくらんでええと言った。
ああ、そうですか。僕が信用できないと。
Yeah, sorry, that was our fault. The mood changed. Yasunagi-kun was as stern as he'd been when he was a wolf.
兄貴、黙らせるならやるぜ。
それは、
ああ、ヤスンが怒った。こりゃ早いとこ再三したいな。
兄ちゃん、やめようよ。怖いって。おじいちゃんも。
不妻子さん、さっきは僕を調べるべきだって話になってましたが、それはもう無意味ですよね。
そうだね。すでに調べてたから。
じゃあ次調べるのはハルちゃんです。
ん？
私を調べてくれるの？
ああ、一度調べてもらったら安心だろ。
I didn't mind that. Now that I'd taken the role of a snake, I could lie as much as I wanted. But why did he suggest it now? Naturally, Kanzo-san snapped.
わしを調べろ。わしは人じゃ。若えのもわしが優先じゃと言った。
確かに発言量の多い順から調べるのが順当かと思うが、
馬脚を表したな。
なんだと。
あなたは孫娘の安否確認より自分が宴で選ぶ方が大事なんだ。
てめえは地位が死んだからって春のことを手元に置きてえってか。
はあ？僕は春ちゃんのことはそんな風には思っていませんが。
Uh-oh. Yasunagi-kun was able to finish his sentence because Kanza-san's fist didn't reach him. Yoshitsugu-kun had jumped in at just the right time to take it in his stomach. He then sunk his left fist into Yoshitsugu-kun's cheek. The teen fell to the ground. The kitchen knife from before was still in the tatami a few feet in front of him. Kanza-san had already noticed it, so he beat Yoshitsugu-kun to the punch and grabbed the handle. Then prepared to... Everyone was looking at Kanza-san right now. Cold stares, fearful eyes, judgmental glares. Yasunagi-kun's trap wasn't that special. Like he'd said, it was worth investigating Kanza-san and confirming his humanity at this point. However, since he was so rough about it, Kanza-san had gone and treated Haruchan as Yasunagi-kun's woman rather than his dear granddaughter. That was when he had to retract his statement and stop himself. There were many ways he could have gone about this, like saying that letting Haruchan be investigated could get her killed, like Takumi-san last night. Or he could have said he made a mistake, that Haruchan was more important and let her have the turn. He would have still had everyone's respect then. He could have still been the backbone of the village. But now, he turned violent and pointed a blade at the defenseless brothers. Right now, he was just a threat to everyone. Upon coming back to his senses, he seemed to have realized that he crossed a line he could never come back from. The crude old man was at a loss for words. Excuses, manipulation, rationalization, all of these concepts were foreign to a character as stoic as he was. A man of few words had little he could say after such a catastrophic blunder. However, out of all the words he could have chosen, I certainly didn't expect those.
わしは焼きが回った。ヤスの言う通り、わしはやるべきことを見失って、人に刃を向けた。もう誰もわしの言うことなど聞きゃしねえし、いなくなるべきはわしだ。
そんな、嫌だよ。私一人ぼっちになるじゃん。
春、そんなことはねえ。安水がお前の家族よ。皆そうしとる。安。
何ですか？
わしがいなくなれば狼に勝てる。
そうせざるを得ないです。
よしもだ
な。当たり前だろうが。
織部のいい息子持ったじゃねえか。
そんなこと。
ああ、一旦落ち着きましょう。いろんなことがごっちゃになってる。
よそ者は黙っとれ。
しかし、
これは僕らの問題です。
参ったな。
へへへ。ちゃん、まだ早いんじゃない。
じじい、ババアから死ぬのが正しい順番じゃ。耐えばも覚悟はしとけ。おじい
ちゃん。
春、達者でな。
Oh man, were these people brain dead? This wasn't the time or place for this. Personal vendettas, lover spats, brotherly union, maturity, generation gaps. This wasn't a situation where you could waste time on something like that, was it? Kanza-san was human no matter how you put it. Sure, he'd sown some discord, but they had to make an effort to fix that. I didn't mind if they got rid of someone who'd made an unnecessary scene, but the decision should have been more calculated and less emotional. Those who weren't part of the circle just didn't know how to react. Hashimoto-san showed some serious courage trying to intervene. However, he'd underestimated how cold Yasumisa could be toward outsiders. I knew that well, thanks to Chiemi. Well, not like I objected to this outcome. If these people were going to accept his death and find unity in madness, I'd just play along. I wasn't looking down on them, I just thought they were brain dead, but I had to take that back. Madness was a fearsome foe to face. I let myself revel in victory once I actually won, and I would definitely emerge victorious. Thanks to my looping, I had all the attempts I needed and then some. Why did her face just come back to my head? She'd had nothing to do with this turn of events, right? Not even the last time. What was I not supposed to become? Someone who does not actually feel an emotional connection to stuff that's happening around them and people dying. Someone who just coldly looks at them and calls them brain dead for being emotional. Takumi-san and Shimi were gone now. Thus, the task of tying up, dragging, and hanging Kanzo-san had transferred to the Oribe brothers. The elder brother led while the younger one dragged. Everyone else followed after, singing a saddening version of Prayer to Shinai. Though perplexed, the journalists joined in too, and they looked a lot like I had back then. By this point, the feeling that the villagers were crazy had dulled, and I was starting to believe that I was the anomaly here. The term peer pressure came to mind. There certainly was a way to use peer pressure to erode people's aversion to murder and reduce them to marionettes. By imposing such meaningless repetitive rituals on a group of people enough times, they would eventually be viewed as commonplace events. It'd been done many times throughout history, in wars, POW camps, cultist sects, and the feast. No, Yasumis as a whole was a prime example of that. The local culture was deeply ingrained in their minds. Anyone living here would eventually start to question their own way of life. So the story I'd created wasn't far off the mark. Anyone living near a hellish place long enough would themselves become inhabitants of hell. If you looked at it that way, I might have been a resident of hell myself. Now, what did Great Lord of the local hell Shinai-sama want out of something so needlessly profound? I still didn't know. In fact, I wasn't sure if the god himself knew what he wanted out of this. Just a thought. An eternal dance of murder and concealment shrouded in densest mist.
おじいちゃん。
もう挨拶はした。みな、あとは頼んだ。
落ち、なかれ。
おじいちゃん。
落ちなかれ。
Brothers extended their hands and the rugged old man's body fell down. In a moment, the rope went taut. I heard a sound akin to a frog's croak from down below. The seeds of malice I planted had grown and bloomed. I wanted him to live a bit longer and play the role of the antagonistic, hateful old fart, but oh well. Deciding to kill him would probably haunt Yasunagi-kun until he died. As someone with a strong sense of justice, he would either eventually self-destruct or struggle to find some internal justification for it. No, we promised Cody-san that we would kill him soon. Whatever the case, there was no problem for us. For now, I just had to be wary of some surprise attacks from the rest. Hope that the last of the Uematsu Rikaku-san didn't have any of the secrets. And think of how to deal with these two. Hashimoto-san wasn't shaken by the lynching, and as we returned, our eyes met. I had no idea what he was thinking. His expression and eyes both were unreadable to me. He, on the other hand, clearly read something about me. That wasn't fair. First Yoshitsugu-kun, now Hashimoto-san, that got them superpowers were just unfair. They were the reason why I, a normal, talentless individual who didn't stand out in any way, had to take such drastic measures. I couldn't even tell if he actually suspected me or was just slightly uneasy. I felt like I was doing a good job, but since I was now at the forefront, it was more likely that I would be targeted. What would he do next? I was actually kinda excited for tomorrow's feast. After the feast, everyone gathered in the dining hall with barely any words. We ate a simple dinner and went our own ways. Takumi-san and Kanzo-san were gone now, so we didn't even have anyone say that it was time to go back. However, it was hard to believe they would just collapse. Hashimoto-san would plan and decide what to do tomorrow, and the Oribe brothers would do something too. I could only imagine what they were thinking of in the window between sheltering and dreaming. Thus began our third secret meeting. We would tear the fragile plans to shreds. You tell you what, we're definitely not making it through the entire thing today. Nah. This is the best point to stop, actually, for tonight. Because we're not making it the entire way through. I have like 3 more bad endings to collect still. And I'd rather stop here before we try and kill someone than, you know, we already tried to kill someone and we're once again in the middle of it. God damn! She still wants... Well done! Thanks for streaming, have a good one. Yeah, no, thank you for coming. It was a good thing that I started an hour early. Is this what, once again, 5 hours. 5 hours. And we got like two nights further ahead in 5 hours. That is interesting. This game is certainly long. I'll tell you that. It is certainly long. Hey.
Thank you for the pat.
Thank you for a fun stream. Yeah, no, thank you guys for coming. Oh god. Alright. Now I have just one problem. Because I had to start the game differently than I would usually do. As soon as I'm going to tap out of the game, it's going to switch back to my Steam profile. I know it. I just know it. Oh. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, maybe it finally worked. Maybe it's actually finally displaying the game. Cool. Okay, but the game still stops when you tap out. Okay. But yeah, that is going to be it for tonight. Post the schedule in a bit. Gonna see. Its schedule is following the usual, so we should definitely continue the game on Wednesday. However, I will try and see if I can fit another stream in between before Wednesday. But we'll definitely play the game on Wednesday. We continue Tokyo Mirage sessions on Friday, and I have another game planned for Saturday, which is not Yakuza, surprisingly. But I'll post the schedule in a bit. For now, I say good night. It is already 11 PM, though I'm not tired at all, which is unfortunate.
Good night, good night, good night. Yeah, good night, good night, good night.
Ah, man. Maybe next time, though. If I can once again make it so we start a little more early, maybe next time we'll make it through this route. I would like looking at how many choices I have left and how many bad endings. I think it's going to take us at least 3 more streams. Or like more like at least 2 and then a 3rd one, just because it's probably going to go for longer than I could imagine it. But we already reached 31 hours. Jesus Christ. It's a good game though. It's a good game. I'm enjoying myself immensely. Finally. Let me mistype several times in a row. I'm going to send you guys over to Leary. It is Sunday. Sunday is pink cat time. Leary is once again playing Filament, which is some kind of puzzle game. So that's nice. Let me give you the right message as well.
Bye bye, no, bye bye to you.
Thank you for coming tonight, everyone. Have a good rest. See you all soon.
Good night. And Obias is dying,
as usual.
Good night. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.